Milord, you came to the immemorial medicine garden before? How is this possible? Jiang Taitsong could not help opening his eyes wide, as he said in disbelief. Yi Yuan's past, the people present were already all aware. Counting in his years in this previous life, Yi Yuan was at the very most also just a little over 500 years old right now, while the immemorial medicine garden itself opened every 500 years. How could Yi Yuan have possibly come in before? Not just Jiang Taitsong, even the others also looked at Yi Yuan with doubtful looks. Yi Yuan explained with a smile. What's hard to explain about this? You guys, don't forget about my previous life's identity. The last time the immemorial medicine garden opened, I was merely 11 or 12 years old. But at that time I already set the alchemy path as the target of my lifetime aspiration. Father personally brought me into the immemorial medicine garden before. It was just that one time, nobody knew at all. Everyone exchanged glances. Only now did they know that there was still such a thing. When alchemists cultivated to a peak realm, their combat power was not the slightest bit inferior compared to martial artists. Their divine soul attacks. Even void mystic experts felt endless headaches too. Otherwise, what right did Ji Xingyang, an alchemist, had to set up such a large super holy land single-handedly? And also based on what to suppress an apex expert like Sun Man? With Ji Xingyang's strength, stealthily bringing Yi Yuan into the immemorial medicine garden, it was not surprising that nobody discovered it at all. No wonder Yi Yuan was able to find this valley. Turns out that he had long known that this place had a purple evil sky gloom, and also knew that this place had a wild earth bull and heaven-devouring python, and specially dug a large pit for Wu Yuanxiao to jump. Everyone could not help pitying Wu Yuanxiao. This guy thought himself to be clever, but from the start he was already schemed against by Yi Yuan. Kuang Tianming sighed with admiration as he said, "Younger brother, I really didn't discover in the past when you play tricks it's not perfunctory at all." Kuang Tianming and Yi Yuan were considered old friends already. But only today did he discover that the current Yi Yuan was already not the Ji Qingyun. Back then, the previous life's Ji Qingyun just studied the alchemy path blindly and exceedingly rarely had his mind wander. But the present Yi Yuan was decisive in going for the kill and coped with all matters with schemes. Others virtually could not gain any bit of advantage at his hands. Yi Yuan said with a smile, merely forced by the circumstances. In the past I wasn't willing to have these schemes, but after reincarnating my strength is too weak. Not having some schemes, it will probably be very hard to survive. Until today. Kuang Tianming's expression became stern, and he nodded his head. Although only 20 years had passed, these 20 years to Yi Yuan, he probably experienced a great deal. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the purple evil sky gloom and directly chopped it off with a fire blade. The purple evil sky gloom was felled at the sound of Yi Yuan guided with essence energy, drawing it into a jade bottle prepared long ago. "Milord, is this purple evil sky gloom really as miraculous as you said?" Jiang Taitsong said curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just bluffing that fellow. If you really swallow this thing, it will be weird if you aren't poisoned to death. How can it be that easy for void mystic experts to want to break through? Although this purple evil sky gloom naturally carries heavenly Tao laws, it's extremely limited too. If it's refined into a pill, it's really able to help void mystic experts comprehend heavenly Tao. It's just that the other few core medicines are similarly very hard to source, unless this purple evil sky gloom can grow to 1,000,000 years old." The moment Kuang Tianming heard, he could not help laughing as he said, "You, brat, hoo-hoo, I'm really convinced by you. Wu Yuanxiao, that guy probably even has the will to die right now, right?" "Poo work." Wu Yuanxiao sprinted wildly. He was bitten by a heaven-devouring python. A moment of carelessness, and he was struck by the heaven-devouring python. Again. Now he was already severely wounded and dying. The heaven-devouring python's strength was around his level to begin with. This time, the purple evil skygloom poison already gradually spread. When one aspect was weaker, the others would be stronger. He was completely not the heaven-devouring python's match anymore. At this time, he could only flee for his life. But the faster he ran, the shorter the time taken for the poison to flare up. This purple evil skygloom's poison was truly formidable. Even with his void, mystic realm Emperor Qi, it still could not stop its corrosion. Currently, he was already seething with hatred towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Except, he knew that if the heaven-devouring python continued pursuing like this, he would have no chance at all to go and take revenge. Right then, Wu Yuanxiao suddenly saw that there was a group of people ahead, and was immediately overjoyed. This was his final stock of life-saving straw. Hence, he mustered up essence energy and sprinted over there frenziedly. Help! Wu Yuanxiao used the last of his strength to yell out. Over here, the 7 Absolute Cities' deputy city lord, He Dajiang's brows furrowed as he said, "Who is it? To actually draw over such a powerful, desolate beast." The Yu Xinping by his side strained his eyes to look into the distance and said with a frown, "That movement technique flows like lightning. It should be the Thundercry Divine King Wu Yuanxiao. Brother, he seems to be crying for help." He Dajiang said indifferently, "No need to worry about him. This guy isn't some good person either. Save us the trouble." But Yu Xinping said with knitted brows, "This guy seems to have suffered serious injuries. Although this desolate beast is powerful with his strength, it shouldn't be to the extent of getting into such a mess, right? Not good. This guy is heading over to our side. He wants to redirect the troubled waters." He Dajiang's expression darkened too, dousing Wu Yuanxiao in a torrent of abuse in his heart. He did not know that while the heaven-devouring python seemed violent, it would not attack them at all. Seeing Wu Yuanxiao head over in this direction, they even thought that they could not escape and could only take action to deal with the heaven-devouring python. He Dajiang's expression became intent. With a flash, he already arrived before the heaven-devouring python and said with a cold snort, "Vile beast, scram further away for this old man." The heaven-devouring python only wanted to pursue Wu Yuanxiao wholeheartedly. I did not expect that someone actually dared to block its path. It immediately roared and attacked He Dajiang. He Dajiang's face fell, and he said, "Vile beast, courting death," only to see his aura release fully. A terrifying divine king domain instantly expanded out. A light and fleeting palm smacked out. It was only to hear a bang sending the gigantic heaven-devouring python out far away. Roar! The heaven-devouring python repeatedly cried out. Its massive body squirmed wantonly in the air, terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, He Dajiang's expression changed, and he said, "Not good," quickly. "Leave this place." Just as he was talking, that heaven-devouring python suddenly opened his massive maws wide. A large cloud of green-colored smoke sprayed out from its mouth. When the 7 Absolute Cities people saw the situation, their expressions all changed greatly. Each and every one of them displayed their movement techniques, fleeing desperately for their lives. This green fog was a highly toxic thing with one glance. How could they dare to touch? Indeed, places that the green fog passed through, flowers and grass withered completely. The whole process was incomparably toxic. In a blink of an eye, there were disciples from 7 Absolute City and Fiendblade Mountain whose strengths were slightly weaker collapsing onto the ground. Vile beast, seeking death. He Dajiang could not help flying into a great rage and suddenly smacked a palm. This palm, the power seemed to be several times greater compared to that palm from before. Rumble. The heaven-devouring python was directly smacked out 100,000 feet away, collapsing onto the ground and started spasming. The power of He Dajiang's one palm was actually daunting to the extreme. "Hurry up and leave this area. Take care not to be infected by the toxic gas. I'll go and slay this fiend." He Dajiang shouted out and charged over towards the heaven-devouring python. Swoosh! The heaven-devouring python that was originally still twitching on the ground actually came back to life and directly escaped into the distance. He Dajiang also did not expect that this heaven-devouring python was actually this resistant to a beating. That bit just now was actually just feigning death. It was already too late to want to pursue again. At present, they had already entered the 100,000 years region. If he left rashly, it would be very easy for the main unit to encounter the attacks of desolate beasts. Helpless, he could only watch the heaven-devouring python make a clean getaway. Returning to count the disciples, He Dajiang immediately flared up with rage. The heaven-devouring python's cloud of poisonous smog earlier actually directly poisoned several dozens disciples of the two great factions to death. Could be said to be heavy losses. Among these disciples there was quite a number of elite disciples that he specially brought out this time to temper themselves. He did not think that, before even entering the dangerous regions, they actually died just like that. Bafflingly. Thinking up to here, his fury directly turned onto Wu Yuanxiao. Looking at Wu Yuanxiao again, his entire face already became a pale purple color, especially his lips. It was even blackish purple. Brother this matter. It's all that Ji Qingyun's fault. May I be permitted to force out the poison and treat my injuries first? Wu Yuanxiao already almost could not speak anymore. He could only use Emperor Qi to guard his heart channels at this time to prevent immediate death from the poison flaring up. As for the rest, he could only slowly figure it out. Again. Of course, the prerequisite was that He Dajiang could let him off. When He Dajiang heard this, his brows furrowed, and he said, "You went to provoke that Ji Qingyun." Wu Yuanxiao nodded his head weakly and briefly recounted the entire sequence of events. He said with a sigh, "I didn't think that this brat's strength is measly right now, but he's actually so troublesome as well." He Dajiang and Yu Xinping exchanged a glance, both revealing a thick look of apprehension. Although Ji Qingyun only had first-level Dao profound strength at the moment, it seemed like he was even harder to tangle with compared to his previous life. In his past life, although his status was extremely high, he wasn't so terrifyingly scheming. But the Ji Qingyun in this life, his mentality was clearly exceedingly mature already. "Brother as long as you let me force out the poison and treat my injuries, I Wu Yuanxiao am willing to swear a heavenly Dao oath to lend a helping hand to your 7 absolute city inside this immemorial medicine garden. All of the spirit medicines that I obtain will all belong to the 7 absolute city." Wu Yuanxiao gasped for air as he said. This was already Wu Yuanxiao's final chip. This trip to the immemorial medicine garden, he originally came with a gloating expression. But now he had utterly stumbled. And all of this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. He was already not thinking about other things now. He was only thinking of taking revenge on Yi Yuan. Wu Yuanxiao knew that the 7 absolute cities' opponents this time were many divine rank spirit medicines coming into being. These few major forces were bound to unfurl an intense slaughter. An additional void mystic expert holding down the fort, the 7 absolute cities' chances of victory would clearly be much greater. Sure enough, hearing Wu Yuanxiao's words, the killing intent in He Dajiang's eyes faded away considerably. Indeed, the immemorial medicine garden's commotion this time was too great. None of these major factions would let such an opportunity slip by. At that time, when divine rank spirit medicines came into being, they would definitely get into a free-for-all fight. If Wu Yuanxiao could swear a heavenly Dao oath, it could be taken into consideration. Wu Yuanxiao was an itinerant cultivator. No sect, no faction. Joining the 7 absolute cities camp did not have much burden either. Fine. If you can help this seat obtain divine rank spirit medicines, the matter this time will be dropped at that, He Dajiang said in a cold voice. Wu Yuanxiao nodded his head feebly and started to purge the poison to treat his injuries. His condition, even swearing a heavenly Dao oath was enough to choke on. Void mystic experts were indeed incomparably powerful. That purple evil. Skygloom's poison, even if divine king experts were hit by it, it was certain. Death too. But with the passage of time, Wu Yuanxiao forcefully forced out most of the poison. Ji Qingyun. If I don't avenge this grudge, I, Wu Yuanxiao, am not a human. Wu Yuanxiao slowly stood up and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said. He had become famous for many years. Ever since stepping into Void Mystic, he had yet to suffer such a great loss before. This time he nearly lost even his small life. How could he not hate? Yu Xinping shot Wu Yuanxiao a glance rather sympathetically, thinking to himself that the loss he suffered at Ji Qingyun there was seriously nothing compared to Wu Yuanxiao. After Yi Yuan collected the purple evil skygloom, he walked even deeper into that valley. The group of people following behind Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked. Ever since, after scamming Wu Yuanxiao, their party no longer ran into desolate beasts. Only then did Ao Qian and the others came to a realization. Turned out that the desolate beasts they ran into along the way were all intentional by Yi Yuan. The goal was in order to beguile Wu Yuanxiao. Yi Yuan was completely traveling the path with ease and knew this place well. This 100,000 years region, he simply knew it like the palm of his hand. "Milord, you're simply cheating here. Why do I feel like you're just like in your own backyard within this immemorial medicine garden?" Jiang Taizong said, in shock. The others did not speak, but look at the expressions, they were roughly thinking the same as Jiang Taizong. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "My father was the divine realm's strongest alchemist, not one of." Each time the immemorial medicine garden opened, he would enter inside and was already thoroughly familiar with this place long ago. That year, when I came in with him, I was only playing a supporting role by the side, and pretty much memorized the terrain here while I was at it. When everyone heard, they all sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan said it casually, but the terrain inside this immemorial medicine garden was incomparably convoluted. Moreover, array formations revolved around inside. Wanting to remember all of the terrain features was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Back then, he, an 11 or 12 years old brat, actually had such remarkable memory. This was simply something inconceivable. Forget about 11 or 12 years old, even they right now could not remember it either. This guy in front of them was simply freakish without limits. "But milord, since you're so familiar with this place, why not harvest away all of the spirit medicines? Disregarding other places, just these 100,000-year-old spirit medicines, bringing them out are all priceless treasures," Jiang Taizong said with a greedy look. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, "To alchemists, spirit medicines are life. But draining the pond to catch all of the fish, this sort of thing goes against natural laws. If one really does it, one will suffer heavenly punishment. Back then, Father bringing me in here was primarily in order to let me familiarize with these spirit medicines' medicinal properties and experience it firsthand a little. As for harvesting them away, that's a big no-no." "There's still this reasoning?" Jiang Taizong said in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Spirit medicines are born from heaven and earth. The more powerful the spirit medicines, the greater that spiritual chi contained. Such a place like the immemorial medicine garden, one must make sure not to clean away all these spirit medicines." Jiang Taizong mumbled to himself when he heard that. Most likely, apart from a freak like milord, nobody can collect away all of these spirit medicines either, right? This point, thinking about Wu Yuanxiao's outcome, and one would know. The spirit medicines in this 100,000 years region were not that easy to harvest. Yi Yuan brought the people below a cliff. Lifting his hand and looking over, he said, "That's a 100,000-year-old heart-end grass. 500 years have passed, it's indeed still here." Seeing the heart-end grass, Ao Qian's entire body trembled too, his emotions unable to calm down. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't have to be so agitated either. An unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill refined from a 100,000-year-old heart and grass. Is unable to let you recover to your peak strength too. At the very most, it's also just reaching the strength of that golden needle acupoint piercing. O Qian nodded and said, "This old man knows, but that is already sufficient." Ao Qian was suppressed for 20,000 years. His martial Tao foundation was already pretty much ruined. For him to be able to barely maintain at Divine King Realm was already a miracle. How could wanting to let him recover to his peak state be easy? Yi Yuan saw through the hint of unwillingness in Ao Qian's heart and said with a smile, "Mystic-grade medicinal pills are not what the average person can refine. With my present strength, refining 100,000-year-old spirit medicines are already the limit. When I break through to middle-stage Tao, profound realm, I should roughly be able to refine 500,000-year-old spirit medicines." The moment Ao Qian heard, he could not help being pleasantly surprised as he said, Then Ao Qian thanks your excellency very much." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Don't thank too early. For you to want to truly recover to peak strength, you need a 500,000-year-old blossom face. Proud heart fruit, a 500,000-year-old void nether heavenly orchid, as well as an ethereal blood ginseng. 500,000-year-old items. You're also aware of how hard it is." Hearing these words, Ao Qian's expression could not help changing. Spirit medicines in the 500,000-year region, the degree of danger inside completely could not be compared to currently. Even if he was in his prime, he did not dare say to be able to retreat unscathed too. The 100,000 years region was still fine. Heading deeper in medicine, spirits would appear. Those things were spirit medicines cultivated into spirits. Not only their aggressiveness was high, but their strength also rivaled void mystic realm powerhouses too. If it was one or two medicine spirits, it would be fine still. If they ran into a large group, even Ao Qian would also have to succumb. "My lord, this," Ao Qian said with a look of difficulty. Honestly speaking, ever since acknowledging Yi Yuan as Master Jiang Taizong, and the rest of their contributions were not much, but the benefits obtained were far too much. The spirit medicines that Ao Qian required were seriously too rare. Therefore, the degree of danger would also soar exponentially. Making Yi Yuan take risks on his behalf again, he really could not quite get over it. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Don't you worry, the 500,000-year region, others can't go there, but it can't stump me, Yi Yuan. Speaking of which, you're lucky too. This ethereal blood ginseng is an extremely seldom seen item. One might not even find it in this immemorial medicine garden too. But I just so happened to have obtained a stalk before in the past one." The moment Ao Qian heard, he could not help being overjoyed. "My lord, as long as Ao Qian is able to recover my strength, this old life will be sold to you from here on. Forget about 1,000 years, even 10,000 years. This old man absolutely won't bat an eyelid too," Ao Qian said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Screw off, you, this character, who's already obsolete. If you don't break through to deity realm, you probably can't even live past 3,000 years. Still talking about 10,000 years." Ao Qian's old face turned red, and he had a look of embarrassment on his face. Although he swallowed a heaven-defying item like the crane essence, his lifespan ultimately had a limit. Only by breaking through to deity realm could he extend his longevity. Otherwise, even if Yi Yuan continued to refine medicinal pills for him, it would not have the least bit of effect either. Putting away the heart and grass, Yi Yuan found a safe spot and started close seclusion to refine the Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill. The Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill was a true blue super tier 9 medicinal pill. Could help void mystic realm powerhouses consolidate their foundations and nurture their essence, and restore martial Tao foundation. Was unbelievably heaven-defying. The so-called mystic-grade medicinal pills were also called Super Tier 9 medicinal pills. The difficulty of refining was countless greater compared to high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. They were specifically for Void Mystic realm powerhouses to use. Ever since Divine Tao dwindled to zero, people were already unable to break through the fetters. Hence, they exhausted all kinds of methods to break through the limits of the Divine King realm. The realm of Void Mystic was born in response to the proper time and conditions due to this. In contrast, mystic-grade medicinal pills were also unearthed by alchemists. To be able to refine mystic-grade medicinal pills was the hallmark of becoming a peak alchemy emperor. However, this step had stumped innumerable alchemists. In the entire divine realm, void mystic powerhouses were very few and far between, while the number of peak alchemy emperors were even fewer than void mystic powerhouses. Could be seen from this how difficult it was to become a peak alchemy emperor. Apart from Yi Yuan, the divine realm's peak alchemy emperors were all some old antiques who had already become famous for a long time and would not easily take action. Not only were these people's alchemy Tao strength very formidable, but their strengths were also very terrifying. And after Yi Yuan accumulated insights of 300 years at peak alchemy emperor, his alchemy Tao strength already surpassed many old fogies who had made a name for themselves, such as Quan Xingzi. Just talking in terms of alchemy Tao strength, an old monster like Old Man Han might not be as powerful as Yi Yuan too. More importantly, Yi Yuan comprehended divine Tao laws at present. On the Tao of alchemy, he already completely surpassed those old fellows. Yi Yuan was certain that as long as his strength recovered to its peak, he could absolutely be exactly like his father, Ji Zhengyang, refining a half-divine pill, even a divine pill. But before refining the unreal enlightenment divine pill, Yi Yuan still had to do one thing, that was breaking through his divine soul realm to late stage alchemy emperor. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and a portion of the golden characters circulated obediently in his divine soul. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and meticulously sensed the undulations of divine Tao laws. Wanting to understand these divine inscriptions, the hardest was crossing the threshold. Just like an uncommon language, if one did not grasp the inherent rules, there was absolutely no way to learn it. With Yi Yuan's talent, he was unable to understand the profundities of the Medicine God's soul canon's divine inscriptions all the way until before breaking through to Tao profound realm. But ever since the last time he aroused the divine inscriptions, letting him savor the mysteries of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan became unstoppable. His understanding of these divine inscriptions gradually deepened. This sort of divine Tao laws undulations made Yi Yuan wallow inside in ecstasy. Although the time was not long, Yi Yuan's divine soul realm already gradually closed in on high-rank alchemy emperor. During his close seclusion this time, he was planning on breaking through in one go. Yet, just as Yi Yuan was comprehending the Tao, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly started vibrating. Yi Yuan had yet to notice what was going on and was already pulled into the soul-suppressing space. Regarding this place, Yi Yuan was already very familiar. But this time inside the soul-suppressing place did not have a lightning ocean and also did not have those sort of divine soul-impacting undulations. What came in together with Yi Yuan was even the divine inscriptions. Yi Yuan discovered to his delight that after entering here, the incomparably profound divine inscriptions were actually disassembled into countless fragments. These fragments floated before Yi Yuan's eyes and actually let his comprehension towards the divine inscriptions become easier. This discovery made Yi Yuan beside himself with joy. The soul-suppressing space actually decomposed the divine inscriptions into the most primitive laws, presenting before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not dare to dawdle and instantly entered the realm of heaven-man unity and carefully comprehended these profound divine Tao laws. 2 days later, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, but his divine soul's undulations were several times stronger than before. Under the soul-suppressing pearl's help, he actually only used 2 days' time, and successfully broke through to the realm of high-rank alchemy emperor. Viewing his own divine soul internally, Yi Yuan nearly cried out in shock. This? What's going on here? Why would my divine soul emits a faint golden color? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. Currently, Yi Yuan's divine soul took on a faint golden yellow color. Although it was very faint, it added a kind of light halo on Yi Yuan, making him look incomparably sacred. This discovery made Yi Yuan incomparably astonished. Could it be that my divine soul can break through the shackles of divine Dao? Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan nearly jumped up. Very clearly, his divine soul producing an abnormal change was because of studying the divine inscriptions. Then could it be that when his understanding of divine Dao laws grew deeper and deeper, there would eventually come a day where he could break through to the deity realm? But very quickly, Yi Yuan denied this notion. In these 100,000 years, although no deity realm powerhouses had appeared before, again, martial artists' research toward divine Dao had never stopped. Before, the ones researching divine inscriptions were absolutely not just him, Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan even felt that the reason why the 10 great divine kings could attain such heights was likely to a very large degree because of comprehending
Divine inscription.
However, they still did not break through to deity realm. Don't overthink anymore. How can the deity realm be so easy to break through? Golden-colored divine soul is exclusive to deity realm powerhouses. Attaining divine Dao, the divine soul would definitely gradually turn golden. Not just the divine soul. After breaking through to deity realm, your bloodline as well as divine essence will all transform into a golden color. Yet, without the permission of heavenly Dao, you'll forever not be able to achieve divine Dao. Long Tong's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan and gave his head a blow. Yi Yuan could not help being stifled when he heard. This was just like when he had just opened up a window, thinking that he could see the scenery outside, but was kicked back by Long Tong heartlessly with one foot. In that case, Senior Long Tong, you already reached that level back then too? Oh, also Senior Fong Tian, Yi Yuan said gloomily. Long Tong nodded and said, Fong Tian's essence, energy, and spirit had all already reached the limits. That's why he would think of forcefully breaking through to deity realm. Yet, this was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. As for me, I was still significantly worse compared to Fong Tian. When Yi Yuan heard, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. Fong Tian's strength back then was far stronger than his essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths at the great circle of perfection. Such horrifying strengths were sufficient to sweep away any existence in the divine realm. But even so, Fong Tian was still unable to break through the divine Dao shackles. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh, I understand. Back then, Father should have comprehended the medicine god's soul canon's divine inscriptions, and his divine soul should have turned golden too. Hence, that's how he was able to refine a half-divine pill. His divine soul realm back then was probably the divine realm's strongest. Long Tong nodded and said, Exactly so. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Hoo-hoo, I was greedy. How can the deity realm be so easy to break through? But comprehending the medicine god's soul canon, I seem to be able to enter the soul-suppressing space at any time. Comprehending the medicine god's soul canon's divine inscriptions in there can be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Long Tong said, This soul-suppressing pearl is truly magical. I even have a feeling that its grade is probably not lower than the vast heaven steel. The process of refining the unreal enlightenment divine pill was unexpectedly smooth. After the divine soul had a qualitative transformation, Yi Yuan refining medicinal pills was simply akin to having divine aid. His foundation was exceptionally solid in the first place, and his understanding of medicinal properties was also exceedingly profound. Adding on the golden divine soul, the unreal enlightenment divine pill that originally should be very taxing was not as difficult to refine as imagined. The only thing that he was lacking was essence energy. After finishing Refining, his entire person appeared somewhat drained. The medicinal pill entered his hand. A hint of self-satisfaction flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. In his previous life, refining mystic-grade medicinal pills was not considered a very difficult matter to him, but it was absolutely not as effortless as it was now. "My lord, how is it?" Ao Qian asked rather agitatedly. Seeing that not only did the others recover their strength and even improved a step further, Ao Qian could not help becoming somewhat anxious about his gains and losses. After all, the medicinal pills that he required, the degree of difficulty was too high. Even peak alchemy emperors might not be able to refine them too. He naturally did not doubt Yi Yuan's ability, but he was afraid that Yi Yuan was unable to refine out a high-quality medicinal pill. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill, Arcane Insight. Rank." Ao Qian's entire body trembled, and tears actually coursed down his old face. 3 days later, in the 500,000 years region, Jian Wushuang suddenly said agitatedly, "Uncle 13, you look, that's a 7 stars milieu." Sword 13 nodded and said, "That's right. It's indeed a 7 stars milieu. With it, Wushuang, you can finally break through to the realm of void. Mystic." The Heavenly Sword sect entering the immemorial medicine garden this time. Their objective apart from divine rank spirit medicines was this 7 stars milieu. A 7 stars milieu had the function of driving out mental demons. A 500,000-year-old 7 stars milieu could virtually shield all mental demons, and had exceedingly good effects towards a martial artist's breakthrough. Jian Wushuang was actually a Heavenly Sword sect's genius with exceedingly powerful talent and rose up at practically the same time with Ji Qingyun. But in this era, any genius would have to be trampled underneath Ji Qingyun's foot. Regardless of whether they were alchemists or martial artists, which person could stand at the pinnacle of this divine realm and sit as equals at the same table with those peak figures within 500 years? These few years, Jian Wushuang had been unable to break through Ji Qingyun, this devilish obstruction all along. Hence, he kept failing to step into the realm of void mystic. Otherwise, with his talent, his current strength should likely not be beneath the Extreme Sword Divine King and Thundercry Divine King already. Ha ha ha! Truly, heaven is blessing me, Jian Wushuang said with wild elation. Roar! As if replying to Jian Wushuang's wild laughter, an angry roar billowed into the sky. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. A lion-formed desolate beast already appeared in his sights. Sword 13's face fell and he said, "It's the desolate ancient celestial lion. Appearing in this region, its strength is likely already not inferior to Mine. Wushuang, I'll draw it away. You go and pluck the 7 stars milieu." Jian Wushuang's expression sunk, and he said with a nod, "Be careful, Uncle 13. Sword 13 slowly nodded his head. Lifting his hand, it was a ray of sword light that rumbled straight for the desolate ancient celestial lion. Rumble. The desolate ancient celestial lion actually did not evade nor dodge and received this ray of sword light and was completely unscathed. Sword 13's expression changed. This desolate ancient celestial lion's strength was even above his expectations. Ville Beast, prepare tudi. Sword 13 gave a loud cry and immediately opened up his divine king domain. A violent attack rumbled over towards the desolate ancient celestial lion explosively. The desolate ancient celestial lion was finally infuriated by Sword 13. With a crazed howl, its figure chased over towards Sword 13 like lightning. Sword 13's speed was exceedingly swift and led him away into the distance. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed and sprinted over towards the 7 stars milieu. Right then, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Countless sharp spikes stabbed towards him. Jian Wushuang's scalp tingled, but it was already too late to want to dodge. He might as well take advantage of the opportunity to roll on the ground, avoiding this attack with a narrow shave. This 7 stars milieu actually became a spirit. This time it's rather troublesome, Jian Wushuang said with a frown. The 7 stars milieu did not give Jian Wushuang the slightest chance to rest. Countless sharp spikes blotted out the skies and covered the earth and rammed at him. These spurs were incomparably sharp. If stabbed to this extent, no need to think, and one would also know the result. Jian Wushuang was in an incomparably dismal state and just fled for his life. Ardently. How could he still care about plucking the 7 stars milieu? All of a sudden, he discovered that those sharp spikes were no more. The tempest-like spurs actually stopped. He focused his eyes and looked over. He saw Yi Yuan currently playing with the 7 stars milieu in his hand, looking at him with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang exploded all at once. Ji Qingyun, you despicable person. Our heavenly sword sect is currently surrounding and suppressing the 7 stars milieu, but you actually sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Hand over the 7 stars milieu and I'll spare you from death, Yi Yuan said with an innocent look. My great young master Jian, I saved your life. Do you treat your savior this way? This 7 stars milieu has already become a medicine spirit. With your strength, you can't deal with it at all. If not for me taking it in, you'd already become a corpse now. Jian Wushuang was stifled. He was teetering on his feet just now and clearly could not hold on anymore already. If those spurs were released for a while more, it would really be hard to say what the outcome would be. But earlier he saw Sword 13 and that desolate ancient celestial lion fight until the skies turned dark and the earth dimmed. He himself was already made dusty and dirty in appearance by this 7 stars milieu. But in the end, Ji Qingyun got off cheap. He could not accept this result at all. Bullsh *T. It was clearly you who stole my 7 stars milieu, and you're still not admitting that you got off cheap here. Truly shameless to the extreme. Jian Wushuang shouted fiercely. Jian Wushuang felt like he was about to have a breakdown. Why was he nearly pricked to death by the 7 stars milieu while this guy conveniently plucked it without extra trouble? One had to know that Yi Yuan was merely first-level Dao Profound currently. Yi Yuan was defeated by this guy's shamelessness and could only say, alright, even if I stole your 7 stars milieu, what do you want to do to me then? Jian Wushuang was filled with righteous indignation and drew his long sword, without even thinking about it, and said, leave behind the 7 stars milieu, and I'll spare you from death. Yi Yuan said with a doubtful look, really want me to leave it behind? Rubbish. Are you leaving it or not? Yi Yuan said helplessly, fine, since you want it, giving it to you then. Done talking, Yi Yuan directly threw the 7 stars milieu over. Jian Wushuang could not help being thrilled when he saw the situation, and instinctively wanted to reach his hand out to go and catch. This 7 stars milieu was too important to him. Without it, he would not be able to break through to the realm of void mystic. But the next instant, Jian Wushuang's expression changed drastically. That 7 stars milieu breaking free of Yi Yuan's palm immediately seemed to come to life. Spikes that covered the skies sprayed towards Jian Wushuang. This time, Jian Wushuang was too close to it. There was no way to avoid it at all. Right at this critical moment, several beams of swift and fierce sword light tore through the air and arrived. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spurs were broken by the sword light one after another. The figure arrived with a howl. Who could it be if not Sword 13? It was just that the Sword 13 at this time had holes everywhere on his body. His aura was also very chaotic, and there were even blackish red bloodstains. It looked like he had clearly just gone through a great battle. Seeing Yi Yuan, Sword 13's expression darkened slightly, and he said, Ji Qingyun, you dare to kill Wushuang? This is seeking death here. Yi Yuan said helplessly, are your heavenly sword sex people also unreasonable? I saved Jian Wushuang earlier. He insisted that I snatched his 7 stars milieu, and I returned the 7 stars milieu to him. You're saying, to kill me too? Sword 13 said with a cold snort. Humph! Who in the divine realm doesn't know that you and Wushuang are sworn enemies? Will you be so kind-hearted? Yi Yuan sighed and said, that Jian Wushuang is flattering himself. He's not qualified enough to be sworn enemies with me. Sword 13 could not help choking up when he heard that and wanted to speak up to refute, but could not find the words. Yi Yuan was just elaborating a fact. Regardless of whether in his previous life or present life, Jian Wushuang was never an opponent in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was Jian Wushuang's wishful thinking on his own part viewing Yi Yuan as his mortal foe. Jian Wushuang provoked Ji Qingyun back then for Mu Lingxue. As a result, he was almost wasted by Ji Qingyun. At that time, although they were both successors of two mighty super holy lands, the strength disparity between the two people was too great. Even in this life, Yi Yuan wielded a divine artifact in his hand and even brought along a large group of void mystic powerhouses. There was no need to make a move at all to deal with Jian Wushuang. Except, these words stomped Jian Wushuang's pride into the earth in his ears. He roared, Ji Qingyun, if you have the capabilities, don't use the divine artifact. Let's go one-on-one directly. With the likes of your current bit of strength, it isn't even enough to fill the crevices between my teeth. The current Jian Wushuang had already utterly lost his reason. He felt that Yi Yuan was simply a jinx sent down by heaven specifically to target him. Yet, when Sword 13 heard these words, he wished that he could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Fights between martial artists would never talk about making others use something or not use something. A life or death battle, any item was a part of strength inclusive of luck. As long as one could beat their opponent, any means was not an issue. Being able to obtain a divine artifact in itself was a part of Yi Yuan's strength. How was there the logic of making people tie their two hands up? Jian Wushuang saying this sort of words was an expression of yielding in itself already. Who knew that after Yi Yuan heard? He said with a faint smile. Is that so? Then you receive this move of mine and give it a shot. Jian Wushuang had yet to come back to his senses when a terrifying soul force already spread out. His divine soul instantly sunk into darkness. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically. Myriad soul extinction. Your divine soul boundary already broke through to high-rank alchemy emperor. In this instant, Jian Wushuang suddenly felt like his divine soul had tendencies of going to collapse and dissipate. His entire person was in a listless and muddled state. Back then, Yi Yuan used precisely this move to severely injure him. He did not expect that after reincarnating, Jian Wushuang still did not have the strength to retaliate under this move. Alchemists were not completely powerless to retaliate against martial artists. If the alchemist's divine soul mystic art was powerful enough, it was quite a headache for martial artists. Like Ji Zhengyang, Old Man Han, this kind of existence, it was also just a flick of a finger for them to eradicate void mystic powerhouses whose strength were slightly weaker, unless martial artists were able to kill alchemists in an extremely short time, or had a powerful divine soul defensive holy artifact. Otherwise there was only resigning themselves to fate. Dedant. I admit defeat. Jian Wushuang utterly crumbled. Sword 13 did not intervene. He saw that Yi Yuan did not have killing intent. It was just that sensing Yi Yuan's myriad soul extinction, his expression was very ugly. He also did not expect that after this reincarnation, Jian Wushuang still did not have the strength to retaliate in front of Ji Qingyun. He did not blame Jian Wushuang. About Jian Wushuang's talent, the heavenly sword sect was already aware of it. Want to blame someone, they could only blame Ji Qingyun for being too powerful. Being born in the same era as such a genius was simply a tragedy. In a blink of an eye, the soul force retreated like tidewater. The pressure on Jian Wushuang's divine soul lightened. Then he gasped heavily for air. He felt that he had already circled one round around the gates of hell and back. Yi Yuan said to Sword 13 nonchalantly, although Jian Wushuang provoked me time and again, there isn't deep-seated hatred between him and me. If I wanted to kill him, he'd have already died God knows how many times. Even if I really killed him back then, what can your heavenly sword sect do to me? Even though he's somewhat condescending, the offense doesn't deserve death. Sword 13 knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. But he was also very unwilling to acknowledge this truth. Since you wanted to save him, why did you want to kill him with the 7 stars Miliuo again earlier? Sword 13 said solemnly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, just cracking a joke with him. Didn't you come back? Would you watch him be killed before your eyes? All right, since you returned, it has nothing to do with me anymore as well. This 7 stars Miliuo, presumably you can take care of it yourself. I was only dropping in while passing through. Making a move first. Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Aoqian and the others to leave. Although this 7 stars Miliuo was good stuff, Yi Yuan did not need it. The reason why he took action earlier was really just conveniently saving Jian Wushuang's life. Yet, Jian Wushuang still pestered incessantly as he shouted, Uncle 13, this guy's clearly here for the sake of the 7 stars Miliuo. It's just that he saw you return. That's why he didn't dare to make a move. This guy is harboring evil designs. Can't let them leave. Sword 13 said in a solemn voice. Halt! Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said with a faint smile. What? You're really planning on keeping me behind? Sword 13 said. If you dismissed me with a few words, then wouldn't this seat have lost too much face? You're Wushuang's mental demon. As long as I kill you, even without the 7 stars Miliuo, he's able to break through to the realm of Void Mystic too. When at the entrance area I was wary of the others. That's why I didn't make a move. Sword 13, this sort of person, his heart was extremely hard to sway. Yi Yuan's words earlier, the impact on him was indeed tremendous. Yet his thoughts of wanting to kill Yi Yuan had never changed. No reason other than because Yi Yuan was the fiendish obstruction in Jian Wushuang's heart. This was already sufficient for Yi Yuan to die 10,000 times over. Being decisive about what he said, Sword 13 did not hesitate in the slightest. His Divine King domain instantly opened up. Countless sword light glinted inside the domain, carrying out an indiscriminate attack. But right then, another Divine King domain suddenly made an appearance and directly clashed together with Sword 13's domain. Entering their sight was a stretch of ocean, dragon prancing the 4 seas. This was Aoqian's Divine King domain. Even though Sword 13's sword domain was strong, facing a stretch of ocean, his sword light was unable to penetrate through in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Sword 13's face revealed a look of immense shock. Another void mystic powerhouse. How is this possible? Sword 13 opened his eyes wide. His eyes filled with disbelief. He already knew at the entrance of the immemorial medicine garden that Yi Yuan created 2 void mystic powerhouses all of a sudden. But now he actually had another void mystic powerhouse whose strength was on par with him by his side. 2. When could void mystic experts be mass-produced just like this? Currently, if this force beside Yi Yuan went out, it could completely create a brand new super holy land. A super holy land's void mystic experts, on the low end were 3 to 5, the high end were 6 or 7. This group of people beside Yi Yuan was already sufficient. Void mystic powerhouses could not be piled up just by relying on piling resources. Wanting to groom a void mystic expert, one must firstly expend a very terrifying amount of resources. But just this was still not enough. A major faction could forcefully use resources to push a person to the divine King realm, but it was absolutely impossible to use resources to push someone to the void mystic realm. Want to take this step without incredible talent, one absolutely could not reach it. To the average person, it was impossible for them to step into the void mystic realm in their entire lives. Just take Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo for example. If there weren't Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, they could not take this final step at all. Hence, after the two of them reached the realm of Void Mystic, they were already wholeheartedly devoted to Yi Yuan. Yet, the divine king powerhouses around Yi Yuan suddenly became Void Mystic. Powerhouses one by one just like that. How could Sword 13 not be shocked about Yi Yuan's performance in Cloudmarsh City during this period of time? Sword 13 was perfectly aware of it. Last time, when Yi Yuan used the Golden Needle Acupoint Piercing method, Zhang Taizong and Wu Luo merely just reached peak Divine King 2. As for this Ao Qian in front of him, he totally did not have such formidable strength as well. But now, Ao Qian already truly had the strength to contend head-on with him. Yi Yuan did not care about Sword 13's astonishment. His expression turned cold and he said, although Jian Wushuang and I don't really get along, that are merely small spats between youngsters. Now, is your heavenly sword sect really planning on being irreconcilable enemies with me? Then, you'll have to be prepared to suffer my wrath. Sword 13's expression turned apprehensive. He was actually taken aback by Yi Yuan's aura. Everyone thought that, with Yi Yuan losing the colossal Medicine King Hall's support, he would definitely find it hard to prop up the situation. Single-handedly, anyone could come and take a bite. But only now did Sword 13 discover that Yi Yuan was simply a piece of tough bone. One that could not be cracked. This guy's alchemy skills were even more monstrous than his previous life. Finally, Sword 13 walked out from his shock and put on a smiling face as he said, "Ha! Just cracking a joke just now. My heavenly sword sect doesn't have much enmity with you. The past matters, it was all Wushuang who was insensible. I apologize to you on his behalf. How about our two households? Bury the hatchet." The 500,000-year region, the heavenly sword sect's disciples could not enter it at all. Otherwise, if they saw their own vice sect master actually lowered his head to a first-level Dao profound brat, their eyeballs would probably pop out. In truth, Jian Wushuang's eyeballs were pretty much popping out at this time. 2. Uncle 13. I cannot live under the same sky with this guy. Isn't it just 3 void mystic realm experts? How can our heavenly sword sect be scared of him? Returning this time, I'll request Father to take action. We must strike this guy dead. Jian Wushuang howled. Sword 13's expression darkened, and he reproached, "Shut up for me, you disappointing thing. Say any more nonsense and I'll seal your essence energy. See right now and let someone send you back to the heavenly sword sect. Also, from here on, you're not to find trouble with young Master Ji anymore. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Jian Wushuang looked at Sword 13 in disbelief, his entire person frozen. There. All along, Uncle 13 doted on him the most and had never flown into such a great rage at him before. This time, it looks like he was truly enraged. Although Jian Wushuang's status in the heavenly sword sect was high, he held Uncle 13 in great awe and veneration all along. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, Brother 13, you don't have to be like this. With your attitude, I can set my mind at ease. However, you also know that I'm all alone in the world now. It's impossible to be as magnanimous as in the past in the way I conduct myself. If someone provokes me over and over again, I won't have such a good temper anymore." Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. Watch over your nephew well. Don't let him come out and randomly bite people anymore. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. The next time he would really deal a killing blow. The moment Sword 13 heard, his head ached endlessly too. How could Jian Wushuang's hatred towards Yi Yuan be so easy to dispel? Sword 13 nodded and said, "Rest assured. Returning this time, I'll make Wushuang go into seclusion. Before breaking through to the void mystic realm, I absolutely won't let him out." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll give a plum in return for a peach and gift this 7 stars milieu to the two of you." As he said, Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the 7 stars milieu in the distance. The next instant, their eyeballs popped out. The 7 stars milieu actually completely did not unleash attacks at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and plucked, grasping the 7 stars milieu in his hand once more. This time Yi Yuan sealed the 7 stars milieu. Storing it into a jade bottle, he directly threw it to Sword 13. If my conjectures are right, you guys entering the immemorial medicine garden this time is likely aiming for him, right? As for that divine rank spirit medicine, I advise that you guys had best not get involved in this messy situation, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Sword 13's brows furrowed and he said, "Is it possible that you know something? I don't know, but I keep having a bad feeling," Yi Yuan said. Actually, 500 years ago, Ji Xingyang had once brought him into a very deep area before. At that time he did not know anything yet, but Ji Xingyang told him that in this immemorial medicine garden's depths, there was a presence that even he felt his heart palpitate at. Yi Yuan reckoned that this time it was very likely that existence having some unusual activities. But what on earth this unusual activity was, Yi Yuan did not know either. You yourself don't even know, and you want to make me not get involved in the messy situation. I have good intentions. Believe it or not, it is up to you. Divine rank. Spirit medicine? Heh. Can this world still give birth to divine rank spirit medicines? Also, no idea who has ulterior motives spreading such rumors, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Sword 13 did not refute Yi Yuan's words. Musing for a moment, he said, "Then thank you very much for young Master Ji's good intentions. However, you also know what deity realm means to existences like us. It's impossible for me to back out of this struggle because of a word from you. Otherwise, when I return, I'm unable to give an account to Sect Master as well." Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything else. He directly left. He was just conveniently mentioning it. As for whether or not the other party would withdraw, that was not what he could decide. But Yi Yuan was certain that the immemorial medicine garden's change this time was likely not that simple. Divine rank spirit medicines coming into existence was probably just a cover. Furthermore, even if there were really divine rank spirit medicines coming into being, who could subdue? After Yi Yuan left, Jian Wushuang said indignantly, "Uncle 13, why did you boost other people's morale while diminishing your own prestige? Could my heavenly sword sect be afraid of him? An utterly loner." Utter loner? In 10 short days he created 3 void mystic powerhouses. You're still capable of treating him as a loner? Wushuang, it's true that you're the divine realm pinnaclemost genius, but compared to him, you're still far too lacking. This boy reincarnating is no longer that medicine king Hall's young lord back then anymore. In my view, his alchemy skills have probably already surpassed the Ji Xingyang back then. As long as his strength recovers to its peak, he'll likely be the divine realm's most powerful alchemist. Even though my heavenly sword sect doesn't fear him, such an opponent we have no need to provoke. This Ji Qingyun we better leave him for Ji Kanglin to fret over, Sword 13 said earnestly in a grave tone. Jian Wushuang's expression flickered incessantly. It was not that he did not acknowledge that he was inferior to Yi Yuan, he was just not willing to admit. He had always liked Mu Lingxue, liked very much, but everyone in the divine realm all knew that the person Mu Lingxue liked was Yi Qinggyun. Making him to admit that he was inferior to his love rival, he was not willing. Even if he was beaten to death. Originally, Jian Wushuang thought that with Yi Yuan reincarnating and coming back, regardless of whether his strength or status, it would not be able to compare with his previous life anymore. That was why Jian Wushuang wanted to trample on him ruthlessly. In the end, he was trampled instead. However, that was just Yi Yuan borrowing the might of a divine artifact. He did not think anything about it at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually relied on alchemy skills and created 3 void mystic realm powerhouses. Now this was horrifying. Although extremely unwilling to admit it, Jian Wushuang also understood that what Sword 13 said was the truth. If he was still the previous life's Ji Qingyun, I wouldn't pay attention to him too. But experiencing the Medicine King Hall's change 20 years ago, he's clearly much more mature compared to the past and also much more terrifying. If you go and provoke him again, it's hard to guarantee that he won't deal a killing blow. Wushuang, you've already idled away for several dozen years and should also mature already. Although Big Brother's strength is monstrous, he can't protect you all your life too. The one who's truly able to protect you is only yourself. Think it over well. Yi Yuan brought everyone and shuttled back and forth the 500,000-year region and found a stalk of Tier 9 spirit medicine called Sword Astral Immortal Grass. This Sword Astral Immortal Grass was used to purge the sword chi within a martial artist's body. It had a miraculous effect. After helping his 3 servants all broke through, he naturally would not forget his own brother, Kwang Tianming. After obtaining the Sword Astral Immortal Grass, Yi Yuan helped Kwang Tianming refine a medicinal pill. Brother Kwang, Ji Kanglin's sword chi is incomparably tyrannical. Even with the assistance of medicinal pills, it also can't get rid of it within a short time. This period of time you'll go into close seclusion within the vast Heaven Pagoda. After completely expelling the sword chi, I'll let you out, Yi Yuan said. Kwang Tianming shook his head and said, Younger brother, within this immemorial medicine garden lurks danger in all corners. Perhaps I'll come in handy to you. Either way, this injury isn't 1 or 2 days already. There's no immediate rush either. Yi Yuan said with a smile. At present, Ao Qian has already recovered a portion of his strength. Compared to Sword 13, that level of existence, he's also not at all inferior. You just set your mind at ease and go into seclusion. Kwang Tianming could not change Yi Yuan's mind and finally still entered the vast Heaven Pagoda to enter close seclusion. After Kwang Tianming went into close seclusion, Yi Yuan continued bringing people to search for spirit medicines and finally found a stalk of Blossom Face Proud Heart fruit. But the other spirit medicine that Ao Qian required, Void Nether Heavenly Orchid, even Yi Yuan was unable to find it. Even though spirit medicines were extremely abundant in the immemorial medicine garden, it was also not everything under the sun. Void Nether Heavenly Orchid was an exceedingly rare spirit medicine. The last time Yi Yuan came here, he never saw it. There was naturally no place to start searching. After lingering in the 500,000-year region for 10 days, Yi Yuan brought everyone and entered the most dangerous region, the Million-Year region. The Million-Year region was the limits where void mystic powerhouses were able to step foot into. Heading further in, people had entered before, but nobody had ever come out before. Back then, when Ji Xingyang brought Yi Yuan along, they also merely came to the Million-Year region. Previous life, Yi Yuan's self-created pinnacle medicinal pill, he named it as Tao-defying pill. This Tao-defying pill was where the quintessence of his life's work lied, costing him close to 100 years to perfect. In this 100 years, Yi Yuan did countless experiments and researched 58,000 over kinds of Tier 9 spirit medicine and the medicinal properties of over 213,000 kinds of Tier 8 spirit medicines before finally creating. This was virtually all of the high-level spirit medicines recorded in the divine realm that Yi Yuan could find. The grade of the Tao-defying pill absolutely surpassed any pill formula in the divine realm at present. Just the core ingredients were 300 over kinds. The process of refining was incomparably complicated. Even if Yi Yuan reached peak strength, refining the Tao-defying pill was also exceedingly difficult. These 300 over kinds of core ingredients were all Tier 9 spirit medicines. But the most critical core ingredients of this Tao-defying pill were 9 types of 1-million-year-old spirit medicines, incomparably rare. In Yi Yuan's impression, there were 2 kinds inside this immemorial medicine garden. Yi Yuan entering the immemorial medicine garden this time, the primary objective was to look for these 2 kinds of spirit medicines. These 2 kinds of 1-million-year-old spirit medicines, one was called Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. The other was called Flame Soul Vast, Universe Lotus. Entering the million-year region, Yi Yuan discovered that the corpses by the roadside became significantly more. Clearly, the degree of danger here was not comparable to before. Even with void mystic powerhouses protecting, it was hard for these divine king experts to escape doom as well. But these were not an issue to Yi Yuan. He naturally had ways of avoiding these dangers. Just as they were walking, intense sounds of battle came from ahead. Waves of terrifying undulations came from above the skies. The people fighting were actually all void mystic realm powerhouses. He Dajiang, you despicable scum, to actually take advantage of when we're fighting with the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma to ambush me. Ha ha ha, natural treasures are obtained by those fated. Xu Yunqing, you're already severely wounded and absolutely not my match. Resign yourself to fate. Pooh. Today, my heavenly dawn palace will not rest until your 7 absolute city is dead. You old fogey, how troublesome. At this rate, none of us can get any benefits. Turns out that the two parties fighting intensely in the sky were people from the Heavenly Dawn Palace and the 7 Absolute City. The strength of each and every one of the medicine spirits in the million-year region pierced the heavens. Even experts like Xu Yunqing and He Dajiang found it hard to gain any advantage too. But the spirit medicines in this million-year region, as long as one stock was brought back, that would be extremely precious. Even for major factions like Super Holy Lands, it would be akin to obtaining a treasure. When Yi Yuan heard the name Iceflame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, his heart involuntarily stirred. The reason why he searched until here was for the sake of the Iceflame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. In the sky, Xu Yunqing fought 3-on-1, appearing very ragged, while Ding Zhangguo maintained the array formation with all his strength, trapping the Iceflame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma that was currently rampaging. It was not that he did not wish to help Xu Yunqing, but it was really that he was completely powerless to do anything. A 1-million-year-old Iceflame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma already transformed into a half-humanoid, half-demon appearance. His appearance was very odd, especially that polyporous head which looked extremely comical. However, no one could laugh. Its strength virtually made people despair. Ding Zhangguo was hailed as an existence second only to the Grand Yen Divine King in the Divine Realm. His formation's path strength was transcendent. But currently, he could only barely maintain the array formation to not be breached. If he withdrew the array formation, he would be the first one to bear the brunt. The first one that the medicine spirit would want to kill would be him. Through just a few words, Yi Yuan already figured out the sequence of events. It was definitely the Heavenly Dawn Palace who discovered the Iceflame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma first. Ding Zhangguo laid down an array formation to trap the medicine spirit while Xu Yunqing took charge of attacking. In the end, they were ambushed by He Dajiang's party. Xu Yunqing getting injured, facing He Dajiang's party of 3 mighty void mystic experts. How could he still be a match? Yo, fought until pretty lively. You guys continue, this Iceflame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. I'll accept it on your behalf. Yi Yuan leaped and arrived beside Ding Zhangguo's array formation. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance startled everyone. Gee brat, you dare? He Dajiang nearly jumped up. He had expended a considerable price for this Iceflame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. Originally, he thought that victory was within grasp. Did not expect someone to throw a wrench into the works. Yi Yuan said smilingly, why wouldn't I dare? A 1-million-year-old Iceflame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. TSK. This is good stuff. Wu Yuanchao saw Yi Yuan and his flames of fury immediately billowed to the skies. He had suffered a major loss at Yi Yuan's hands this time, resulting in him having to go through the method of signing his life away before he could obtain time to purge the poison and treat his wounds. Although the bulk of the poison was forced out at present, there was still a small part of residual poison that could not be forced out. This reduced his strength greatly. Brother I cannot live under the same sky with Ji Qingyun. Shu Yunqing is already a spent force, nothing to fear. I'll go and kill this punk. Yuan Chao gritted his teeth and said. Dajiang's expression fell slightly, and he said, fine, I'll support this. Sighed. Get it over with quickly. He expended such a huge price before severely injuring Shu Yunqing. He was naturally unwilling to give the fruit that landed in his hand to Yi Yuan. It was only to see a lightning flash. Wu Yuanchao tore through the air and arrived, his speed swift to the extreme.
Prepare-tu die, Ji Qingyun.
His voice had yet to reach, but his person arrived first. Towards this, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely oblivious. He actually turned around and slowly walked over towards Ding Zhangguo's array formation.
Bang!
A massive dragon claw suddenly appeared, sending Wu Yuanchao back with a slap. Wu Yuanchao somersaulted quite a few times in the air before barely managing to stand still. You trash, to actually dare be disrespectful towards my lord. This old man will tear you apart today, Ao Qian said in a solemn voice. This scene stunned everyone. They were all guarding against Zhang Taizong and Wu Luo taking action. Did not expect that the Ao Qian overlooked by them all. Along the moment he made his move, it was earth-shattering. Void mystic powerhouses did not have much difference from ordinary peak divine kings in terms of cultivation realm. Not taking action, one could not tell at all. But Ao Qian's attack just now astonished everyone. When was there another void mystic powerhouse by Yi Yuan's side? Moreover, this void mystic powerhouse seemed to be very extraordinary. Especially Dajiang, him witnessing that blow from Ao Qian, his entire person was in a state of confusion. These super holy lands, by roping, pulling, tugging, lugging, also just scraped together 3 void mystic powerhouses. In less than 10 days' time, 3 void mystic powerhouses appeared by this Yi Yuan side all of a sudden. Did they still want people to live? Wu Yuanchao was even more astonished until his shock could not be any greater. He thought about finding Yi Yuan to take revenge because it was impossible for those 2 guys that just entered Void Mystic to be his match at all. Who knew that several days of not seeing Yi Yuan brought an even more terrifying guy and showed up? Shu Yunqing was silent the whole time, but waves of delight gushed up in his heart. Dajiang was insidious to the max and actually played a mantis stalking the cicada. He probably never would have thought that he was actually eaten by the Oriole now, right? If there wasn't Yi Yuan showing up, he might just perish here today. But regarding Yi Yuan's means, he was also incomparably shocked. This Ao Qian was the most unremarkable existence among Yi Yuan's subordinates. He did not think that in a short 10 days' time Yi Yuan actually made him become so strong. With their cultivation realm, they were naturally able to tell that because Ao Qian's martial Dao foundation was ruined, that was why his strength would fall drastically. But to let Ao Qian recover to this strength currently, it was not what ordinary medicinal pills could accomplish. Yi Yuan was only first-level Dao profound right now. How did he refine such high-grade medicinal pills? Ao Qian, accompany Wu Yuanchao to play well. Take revenge for my brother.
Yeah.
Yuan's voice transmitted over nonchalantly. Yes, my lord. Ao Qian gave a response. Dragon prancing the 4 seas instantly expanded outward. A terrifying water attribute power of laws rushed over toward Wu Yuanchao. Wu Yuanchao's expression changed. Lightning domain instantly expanded out. 2 mighty experts started exchanging blows in the air just like that. But in a few moves, Wu Yuanchao's declining trend already showed. He was not Ao Qian's match at all. Seeing this scene, Dajiang knew that he could not carry on observing from the sidelines anymore and said to Yu Xinping, I'll go and substitute Wu Yuanchao. The 2 of you get the fight over with fast. Quickly take Shu Yunqing down. Done talking, Dajiang charged right into the group battle. But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly came before Ding Zhangguo, patted his shoulder and said smilingly, Old Ding, you've worked hard. I'll go in and subdue it right now. Ding Zhangguo's expression changed and was rather unwilling. Their heavenly Dawn Palace had expended a considerable price for this ice flame mystic, sovereign Ganoderma, but on second thought, currently this sort of situation they totally did not have the strength to contend for the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma anymore. You be more careful. This fellow isn't simple, Ding Zhangguo said with a nod. Glimpsing Yi Yuan entering the array formation with his peripherals, Dajiang's heart involuntarily palpitated. If Yi Yuan could really subdue the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma, then their group of people would be in danger. Ding Zhangguo's strength was very formidable. At least he was not beneath Wu Yuanxiao. Once he broke free, the Heavenly Dawn Palace would definitely counterattack. At that time, the three of them would be facing three great void mystic powerhouses. The situation would be reversing at once. Dajiang was also a figure who had made a name for himself long ago. At this time, he did not panic in the face of danger and directly cut into Wu Yuanxiao and Ao Chen's battle, saying with a loud roar, "Quickly go and deal with Shu Yunqing. Take the chance when he's down to claim his life." Wu Yuanxiao's heart turned cold, not expecting the situation to turn around so quickly. This member of the dragon race in front of him, his strength was too fearsome. Dajiang was also intrepid. His divine king domain was a domain of blades. Battling against Ao Qian, he actually firmly suppressed Ao Qian. These super holy lands deputies, each and every one was old monster class. Their strength was unfathomable and would normally never reveal their capabilities, but their strength nobody dared to underestimate. The 8 great holy lands' strongest people were also not at all inferior when compared to the 10 great divine kings. Adding in the foundation of the super holy land, the 10 great divine king would not easily become enemies with them either. As for someone like Dajiang, he could be said to be the strongest one in the second tier. If Ao Qian recovered all of his strength, he naturally would not fear him. But this state at present, he was still slightly inferior compared to Dajiang. Currently, Dajiang was also anxious and immediately opened up with his full firepower, wanting to finish the fight quickly. Even though Ao Qian's strength did not recover to its peak state and he was still a hair's breadth away compared to Dajiang, his seniority was far greater than even an old monster like Dajiang. He knew that Dajiang was anxious for success and was not in a hurry anymore. Instead, his dragon prancing the 4 seas did not look like it had any lethality. But, actually, it surged with undercurrents. At this time, he went completely on the defensive and defended with a water attribute divine king's domain. It was truly seamless. Even if Dajiang's domain of blades was any more powerful, it also could not breach the continuous domain of water. At that time, because Shu Yunqing's injuries were too severe, facing Wu Yuanxiao and Yu Xinping duo's pincer attack, he actually appeared to be teetering on his feet. Dajiang's ambush previously was dealt extremely viciously. Currently, Shu Yunqing could at most unleash 30 to 40% of his full strength. Wu Yuanxiao was also a veteran void mystic powerhouse. Although his strength did not reach Dajiang's sort of level, it could not be underestimated either. Through a big battle, Shu Yunqing was already increasingly falling short of strength. Jiang Taicong duo exchanged a glance and joined in the group battle very tacitly. Even though the two of them had just entered Void Mystic, they were not much worse off compared to Void Mystic powerhouses like Yu Xinping. Fighting 2 on 1 would not fall into a disadvantage either. This way, Shu Yunqing's pressure suddenly eased up. For some time, both sides actually fell into a stalemate. Now, it would depend on when Ding Zhangguo could break free. This battle's balance would utterly lean in favor towards Yi Yuan's side. Dajiang was secretly anxious but completely could not breach Ao Qian's defenses. At this very moment, he could only secretly pray that Yi Yuan could not subdue the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma. On his side, Ding Zhangguo operated the array formation with all his power, not daring to ease up in the slightest. The array formation that he laid down was called Profound Heaven 9 Battles.
Formation.
It was one of the most powerful array formation inheritances in the Heavenly Dawn Palace's Ding family. However, even though Ding Zhonghua was hailed as the number one person in the formation's path beneath the Grand Yen Divine King, his strength compared to Lu Linfeng was still far too lacking. Even this Profound Heaven 9 Battles formation, Ding Zhonghua merely comprehended 80%. I'll open up a gap. You take the chance and enter inside the array formation. But there's only a breath of time. Otherwise, once his ice flames creep out, this old man can't resist it either, Ding Zhonghua said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, No need. I'll just go in myself. Ding Zhonghua was stunned and blurted out, How are you entering? Ah! His words were only said halfway when he saw Yi Yuan lift his foot and went into the array formation incomparably effortlessly. Ding Zhonghua opened his eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? Ding Zhonghua muttered to himself. Rumble. A massive impact force made Ding Zhonghua come back to his senses. He hastily put away his thoughts and operated the array formation, stabilizing the array
Formation.
However, the astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. The Profound Heaven 9 Battles formation was the Ding family's ultimate ancestral legacy. It was incomparably profound. He had already studied it for several thousand years and also merely comprehended 80%. Even so, ordinary void mystic experts, it was too easy for him to deal with them. Ding Zhonghua knew that Yi Yuan was a Tier 9 formation's emperor, but it should not be possible for Yi Yuan to crack the Profound Heaven 9 Battles formation with his formation's path level. But now Yi Yuan entered the array formation so effortlessly. That could only mean that Yi Yuan's formation's path level was at the very least on the same level as him already. What he guessed was right. Yi Yuan comprehended the array formation's 3 volumes. These few years, his formation's path level already had significant improvements, although it did not reach Lu Linfeng's height yet. Entering the Profound Heaven 9 Battles formation was nothing difficult. Yi Yuan twirled around inside the array formation and closed in on the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma very quickly. The reason why the Ice Flame Mystic Ganoderma got its name was that it could release a type of extremely terrifying ice flame. The ice flame spat out by a 1-million-year-old ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma. Even if void mystic powerhouses got hit, it was at the very least the outcome of severe injuries too. However, an expert like Ding Zhonghua would not behave like facing a great adversary either. This ice flame could actually also be grouped in the same category as essence fires, but it was not suited for refining pills, because it did not have warmth and was a kind of cold flame. But the destructive power of this ice flame was exceedingly powerful. Could even burn ordinary people until nothing remained. When that ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma saw Yi Yuan approaching, it seemed to be like a startled little bunny, shooting out ice flames at him. Crazily, in virtually an instant, Yi Yuan's entire person was enveloped inside the ice flame. Even his profile could not be seen anymore. Seeing this scene, Ding Zhonghua was alarmed in his heart and secretly cursed inwardly. But he Dajiang laughed wildly without ceasing and said, I thought how great a capability this brat had. This time bit off more than he can chew, right? Want to take a look at how he walks out from these ice flames. In the outside world, Yi Yuan's aura already completely could not be sensed, as if his entire person was devoured by the ice flames. O Qian could not help sneering coldly in his heart when he saw He Dajiang's delight. One move utterly settled Yi Yuan. That ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma also danced with joy excitedly, as if obtaining some great victory. But right then, that tuft of ice flames suddenly no longer pulsated. It was as if it was frozen. Crack, crack, crack. The next instant, those ice flames actually really froze over. After that, a series of cracks appeared. Bang! The ice flames thoroughly splintered apart, becoming pieces of ice scraps. falling onto the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Inside the ice flames actually had an additional person. A girl. This girl was incomparably cold. It was as if her entire person was transformed from 10,000-year-old profound ice. Well done, Luer, Yi Yuan said to the cold girl beside with a grin on his face. This cold girl was none other than precisely the Luer who was in closed seclusion for a long time. These few years, Luer had been in close seclusion inside the vast heaven pagoda the whole time. With the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, she advanced swiftly and vigorously, and already broke through to Tao Profound Realm not long ago. The 9-in Divine Link Meridian was indeed a spirit physique hard to come across. Her cultivation speed was actually even a bit faster than Yi Yuan's, especially after Yi Yuan converted Luer's frost poison into a vortex. Her cultivation speed became even greater than before. Luer had a blissful look. Her cold face instantly melted, seemingly like a glacier melting, instantly stunning everyone. Luer has followed young master for so many years. Finally, I can be of help. To young master, Luer said happily. Yi Yuan said with a smile, your 9-in Divine Link Meridian is a physique of extreme cold, the jinx of ice flames. Although your cultivation realm is not there yet, the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma can't do anything to you at all. Luer nodded and said, young master, you just bother with catching it. Leave this ice flame to Luer. Yi Yuan nodded his head and stomped forward. When the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma saw the situation, it was seemingly like it had its tail stepped on, spraying out a massive cloud of ice flames in one go. Luer followed closely behind Yi Yuan, Emperor Qi spitting wildly, freezing those ice flames into ice in an instant. This scene stunned everybody, especially Ding Zhanggue and Shu Yunqing. The two of them were well aware of the ice flame's prowess. Did not expect that Yi Yuan let out a young lass who was actually completely immune to the ice flames. Ding Zhanggue said absent-mindedly, truly didn't think that the jinx of the ice flames was actually the 9-in Divine Link Meridian. Looks like that kid was long prepared. Yi Yuan wanted to refine the Tao-defying pill. Naturally, he studied these 9 great spirit medicines very in-depth. This ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma was long researched thoroughly by Yi Yuan already. Damn it! He Dajiang secretly gnashed his teeth. Little did he think that Yi Yuan actually dealt with the ice flames, this big problem, with the greatest of ease. But the more anxious he was, the more he could not take Ao Qian down. Instead, Ao Qian almost reversed the situation quite a number of times by taking advantage of when he was distracted. Hey, wanna fight, got to focus a bit. It's out of the question for you to be like this, Ao Qian said with a scoff. Inside the profound Heaven 9 Battles formation, Yi Yuan had been wandering around erratically the entire time and did not unleash attacks at the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma immediately. Luer followed slowly behind and opened up the path for Yi Yuan.
Suddenly, Yi Yuan's fingertip quivered.
A streak of cold light flashed past, piercing straight for the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma. Chi! A row of ice flames lit up, instantly striking that streak of cold light. A bit of flying ash landed from the sky, turning into dust. Yi Yuan was not discouraged. He continued walking and said to Luer, keep your eyes on my movements. Luer understood tacitly and said, don't worry, young master. Yi Yuan hastened his movement technique, and another streak of cold light flashed past. This time, Luer learned her lesson. A fine streak of Emperor Qi struck out, instantly turning that trace of ice flames into ice cubes. Qi! A light ring echoed out as if there was something pricked into the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma's body. The ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma trembled all over as if it was convulsing. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation. Flinging his hands, several streaks of cold light was fired out again, hitting the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma. This time, the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma's body stiffened up and collapsed onto the ground with a loud bang. The ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma that even two great void mystic powerhouses could not take down was finished off by Yi Yuan just like this. Those few streaks of cold light were silver needles prepared by Yi Yuan in advance. It was dipped in a medicinal liquid that Yi Yuan concocted to specifically target the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma. As long as the medicine spirit was hit, it would reveal its original form. After the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma fell to the ground, it transformed into the appearance of a Ganoderma very quickly, being returned to its original form. Yi Yuan did not say a word and directly put it away. This first of the 9 great core medicines was obtained without much trouble at all. Two great super holy lands restrained each other. In the end, it actually
benefited Ye Yuan.
He Dajiang never thought that Yi Yuan would take care of the medicine spirit. In no time flat, and his expression could not help changing greatly. Quickly withdraw, He Dajiang shouted. As he was speaking, He Dajiang suddenly urged his divine king domain to the limits, attempting to shake off Ao Qian's pestering. Ao Qian gave a cold laugh and said, "Wanna run? How can it be that easy?" He Dajiang's move was earth-shaking. But Ao Qian was a character who had already become incredibly cunning with age. How could he let He Dajiang go so easily? He Dajiang's move was unleashed, but his expression changed drastically. When did you? He Dajiang discovered that Ao Qian's divine king domain actually already corroded his divine king domain imperceptibly, utterly sticking onto him. Ao Qian laughed loudly and said, "Brat, when your grandpa Ao was playing with divine king domains, your grandfather wasn't even born yet." Dragon prancing. The 4 Seas is hailed as the dragon clan's strongest domain. With the likes of you also dare to play with your grandpa Ao? Watch closely, Maelstrom. Garoter. At this instant, countless miniature vortexes suddenly appeared in the two people's divine king domains. That terrifying garroting power actually ground He Dajiang's blade lights into smithereens. Poo work. He Dajiang immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The wound on his chest, deep enough to see bones. When everyone saw this scene, they were all struck dumb with amazement. He Dajiang suppressed Ao Qian all round, not giving him even a hint of a chance to catch his breath. He did not think that in the end Ao Qian actually directly finished him off, akin to the weak overcoming the strong. "Brother are you all right?" Wu Yuanchao cried out in alarm and immediately shook off Shu Yunqing, heading over to support He Dajiang. Wu Yuanchao was not someone loyal to friends, but at this time he also knew that the 3 of them were ants on a rope. He Dajiang waved his hand and said, "W won't die." His injuries looked terrifying but did not harm the foundation. He hurriedly fished out a medicinal pill and swallowed. The injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but his aura compared to just now was weakened by a great deal. Yi Yuan also looked at Ao Qian very astonishedly and said, "Nicely done, old Ao. Your title of Dragon Clan's #1 powerhouse really isn't for show." Ao Qian laughed loudly and said, "Haha. Isn't this still all thanks to your excellency bestowing pills? This battle today, old Ao, I finally vented this vexation in my chest." Ao Qian was really endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan he would not even be able to get out of the White Tiger dungeon, let alone talk about having a great battle with the current Divine Realm's apex powerhouses. The dragon race was a proud race. Ao Qian was even the best of them among this race. The grievance in his heart these few years could be imagined. This period of time he watched Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo, the 2 of them, successively breaking through to the realm of void mystic. His heart was long itching unbearably already, and this battle he did indeed fight to his heart's content, unleashing his understanding towards divine king domains to the limits. Just as he said when he was playing with divine king domains, He Dajiang's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Him being able to overcome the strong as the weak today was absolutely not by accident, but a true manifestation of his strength. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Medicinal pills can't increase your strength one. Being able to defeat He Dajiang from the standpoint of the weak, this is your capability. Looks like I've underestimated the title of the dragon races. Number 1 powerhouse. What Yi Yuan said were heartfelt words. Regardless of whether it was Ao Duo or Ao Yong, Yi Yuan somewhat looked down on them both. But today Ao Qian blew his mind. Asterisk. Shu Yunqing's gaze was filled with shock. His strength was originally evenly matched with He Dajiang. Chances of victory being around 50-50. Since Ao Qian defeated He Dajiang, he naturally could defeat Shu Yunqing too. Shu Yunqing did not expect that this subordinate of Yi Yuan, his strength was actually daunting to such an extent. Shu Yunqing was silent for a long time, but still stepped forward and clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "Young brother Ji, this Shu thank you very much," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Palace Lord Shu don't need to be courteous. With the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma as the reward, were considered even. 2. The corners of Shu Yunqing's mouth twitched slightly. He and Ding Zhanghua expended so much strength. He did not think that in the end it benefited Yi Yuan. But he also knew that without the 3 fierce generals under Yi Yuan joining in, he might have already fallen at this time. Now Ao Qian directly quelled He Dajiang, and Ding Zhanghua was completely free. Both parties' strength had a reversal all of a sudden. This sort of situation, even after Yi Yuan joined the battle royale, he never thought before too. Shu Yunqing swallowed a medicinal pill and slightly recovered his wounds. Looking at the He Dajiang not far away, he said with a cold smile, "He Dajiang, even if you calculated everything, you probably never thought of such a result, right?" He Dajiang's expression became incomparably ugly and said with a cold snort, "This seat failed miserably in a simple task today. But if you guys want to keep this seat back just like this, it probably won't be that easy either, right?" Shu Yunqing said, "Regardless whether you remain behind or not, Heavenly Dawn, Palace and 7 Absolute Cities grudge is sowed this time. 2 super holy lands turning hostile. A fierce struggle between a dragon and a tiger was indispensable. A single misstep and one party might even be utterly destroyed." But at this time, Yi Yuan looked at He Dajiang and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Can't hold you back, is it? Old Ding, according to what I know, you still have a final ultimate array formation haven't used, right?" The moment these words came out, everyone's face changed. Ding Zhanggua's strongest array formation was not the profound Heaven 9 Battles formation but the Falling Rain Skymark formation that he used back then when facing Lu Linfeng. This set of array formation was extremely profound. Back then it really caused quite a bit of trouble for Lu Linfeng. At present, Lu Linfeng left people far behind in the dust and had long flung Ding Zhanghua behind until his silhouette could not be seen anymore. But using this move to deal with He Dajiang and the rest was sufficient. Ding Zhanghua shook his head and said, "If he really wants to run, the Falling Rain Skymark formation can't prevent it either." He Dajiang burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Gee brat, do you take this old man to be a fool? Will I fight to the bitter end with you all? Here? Alright, not accompanying anymore. This old man is leaving. If anyone of you wants to keep this old man behind, you can very well give it a shot." Even though Ao Qian severely wounded He Dajiang, that was only through elaborate plotting. Doing it one more time, He Dajiang would definitely be cautious and not give Ao Qian any opportunities to take advantage of. Furthermore, if He Dajiang wanted to escape with all his heart, it was really very hard to stop it. Wanting to kill a void mystic powerhouse, that was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Finished talking, He Dajiang's figure instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light wanting to escape. Old Ao, no need Yi Yuan to instruct. Ao Qian already went over to impede. The 2 people clashed together in a great battle once more. Yi Yuan said, Old Ding, the falling rain skymark formation naturally can't make he Dajiang stay, but adding on my array formation he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. What you need to do now is to delay him. Together with old Ao, Ding Zhanghua could not help looking at Yi Yuan in puzzlement, uncertain where his confidence came from, but he hated he Dajiang to the bones too and was unwilling to let him leave at this point. He nodded his head right away. The falling rain skymark formation silently formed and enveloped over toward he Dajiang trio. With the cooperation of Ding Zhanggua's array formation, the pressure on Ao Qian instantly eased up considerably. He Dajiang was akin to have fallen into a bog and really could not extricate himself for a while. As for over there, Shu Yunqing trio also delayed Wu Yuanxiao and Yu Xinping, firmly not giving them the slightest chance to get away. Luer, help to defend me. I'll set up the formation, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yes, young master. For so many years, this was the day that Luer was happiest. She never even dreamed that she would be able to step into Dao Profound Realm. One day, recalling vaguely back then in the Yi Manor, Luer did not even know what kind of concept Dao Profound Realm was. Now, she could finally help young master. Luer already knew that this young master was no longer the original young master, but in her heart, she actually liked this young master a little more. This young master was gentle, caring, would become furious for her, even kill people. Back then, Yi Yuan battled Lin Tiancheng and he challenged the entire Danwu Academy with his power alone. How could Luer not be moved? Back then, Yi Yuan entered deep into the endless forest and escaped danger by a hair's breadth. It was in order to find spirit medicines for her. How could Luer not lose her heart? Moreover, this young master currently was still old master and Madame's son, right? Hence, he was still her young master. Luer looked at Yi Yuan's bustling profile, her fluid gaze roaming around. For her to be able to silently watch young master behind him, this was already sufficient. Yi Yuan naturally would not know Luer's little thoughts. He was giving it his all to set up the array formation. Array formations were things that could exert tremendous power with little force. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not high, he could completely rely on array formations to cross realms and kill the enemy. Of course, with his present strength, setting up this set of array formation was still overly forceful. Putting aside the great expenditure, more important was that the time needed was too long. During a genuine battle, it could not have an effect at all. Lu Linfeng's array formations 3 volumes was derived from the vast heaven steel. Yi Yuan was the master of the vast heaven stone steel and also a tier 9 formations emperor. Comprehending the array formations 3 volumes was naturally not much trouble. After the array formations 3 volumes, Lu Linfeng definitely had other fortuitous encounters before he could reach his present level. But the Azura confounding formation was indeed the divine stroke of the formation's path. Its power was incomparably daunting. Yi Yuan was sitting on the vast heavenstone steel. Naturally, he would not miss out on the chance to comprehend array formations either. These few years, he already deduced the Azura confounding formation many times through the vast heavenstone steel, and he turned it into another grand array. Already, a grand array that was sufficient to eradicate void mystic powerhouses. Of course, this was something after he acquired the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. Yi Yuan fused the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's illusionary art into this array formation, making this array formation's power skyrocket. 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heavenly Slaughter Formation. Form. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. A grand array suddenly lit up and enveloped everyone inside. The moment the array formation formed, Yi Yuan's entire person collapsed. But Ding Zhanggua's expression changed drastically as he said stammeringly, could this be Lu Linfeng's greater Azura confounding divine array? To talk about who understood Lu Linfeng best in this world, it had to be Ding Zhanggua. For so many years, he had been chasing after Lu Linfeng's footsteps the whole time. Although the two people were pulled further and further apart, Ding Zhangguo's research towards Lu Linfeng was the most thorough. This array formation gave him a very familiar feeling. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This array formation was self-created by me, considered to be based off his Azura confounding formation, I guess. However, it's different from his greater Azura confounding divine array." Inside the array formation, He Dajiang trio suddenly felt a blur before their eyes. All of the opponents completely vanished all of a sudden. He Dajiang turned pale with fright. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion. No idea how many years it had been since he had fallen into an illusion. Void mystic powerhouses comprehended powerful powers of law and could practically see through most illusionary realms. But now, he had indeed fallen into an illusion. This illusionary formation, could it be done up by G. Brat? When had his formation's path attainments actually become so terrifying? He Dajiang said in shock. Just based on this grand array before his eyes, Yi Yuan's formation's path level had probably already surpassed Ding Zhanghua. How could this not shock him? After the astonishment, He Dajiang said with a cold laugh, "However, wanting to trap this seat with a mere illusionary formation is also indulging in the wildest fantasy." As he said, He Dajiang's Divine King domain instantly opened up. A massive, black essence energy longsaber instantly condensed and formed. Even if your formation's path is comprehended to the realm of void mystic, your cultivation realm is still below that after all. As long as this seat breaks the formation with strength, I don't believe that with just the likes of you can stop this seat.
Distractive Tyrant Saber.
As he said, He Dajiang controlled the long saber, carrying an aura that pressed forward with an indomitable will. It chopped onto a point in space. A void mystic realm powerhouse focused all of his attacks onto a point. The terror of this attack could be imagined. Rumble. Following this saber landing, intense tremors appeared on the grand array. When He Dajiang saw the situation, a hint of a cold sneer involuntarily flickered across the corners of his mouth. The result was indeed just as he expected. This grand array could not withstand his all-out attack at all. Although, in the entire divine realm, how many people were able to withstand an all-out attack from him? Just as he was being pleased with himself, an extremely terrifying killing intent suddenly arrived in a twinkle. He Dajiang practically could not react in time and instantly unfurled his protective essence energy to the greatest. It was only to hear a rumble. He Dajiang's body was just like a kite with a broken string flying out horizontally. Xu Yunqing and the others who were currently in the midst of fierce fighting were taken aback by this unexpected scene and ceased fighting. They looked at this scene in disbelief. How could the powerful He Dajiang be severely injured until such a manner? Currently, He Dajiang was lying on the ground at a distance, his life and death unknown. But looking from the aura, he was already impossibly weak. Ding Zhanghua looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. He did not understand why an array formation laid down by a first-level Dao Profound could seriously injure He Dajiang to such an extent. "You, what on earth did you do?" Ding Zhanghua drew a cold breath and asked. This achievement was simply too startling. Even Xu Yunqing's face was also flickering erratically right now. Ever since this Ji Qingyun returned, the feeling that he gave people was seriously too bizarre. An existence like He Dajiang, even if the 8 great super holy lands' strongest powerhouses went into action, they did not dare say to be able to severely wound him so easily either. But Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Not what I did, but what he did himself." This guy fancied himself smart and thought that he could break the formation with strength. As a result, he used his strongest move and injured himself. Fancied himself smart? Not using this sort of method to break the formation? Then use what method? Ding Zhanghua asked curiously. My 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation isn't perfected. Yet, at the moment, the function of the killing array isn't very strong yet. but the power of the trapping formation and illusionary formation doesn't allow underestimation. With 99 as the name, it's that this array.
Formation secretly encompasse avant l'IDAO.
9 is the root as the end, as the limit, but as the beginning, serving as a link between the past and the future. Although his saber intent was strong, his array formation is yin and yang complementing mutually to begin with. Where it exits is where it returns. He used his own move to severely injure himself, who can be to blame, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. It was just that his smile in the perspective of other people gave rise to a chill in people's hearts. Martial artists breaking formations with strength, focusing all of their strength onto one point. This was general knowledge. Yet Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way and introduced the idea of yin-yang samsara into the array formation. It was very easy for martial artists to fall for it, without understanding the inside story. Such a profound array formation was still just a semi-finished product. Once he was able to perfect it, then how terrifying would it be? Actually, Yi Yuan did not say some things with He Dajiang's strength as long as he did not muster up all of his strength and focus onto one point, but used the domain of blades to whittle away the array formation. This array formation could not last for a very long time too. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was placed there and could not accomplish making the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation. Weakness to exploit yet, but Yi Yuan calculated that He Dajiang would definitely have preconceived ideas firmly entrenched that as long as he focused his strength onto one point, he would be able to break the array formation. Sure enough, He Dajiang was very cooperative. But Yi Yuan was filled with a vicissitude of emotions too. The vast heaven steel was indeed terrifying. This 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation, as long as his cultivation realm reached, it would definitely be a major killing tool. At that time, the weak point of the array formation not being stable enough would also be non-existent. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Yuanxiao duo with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Are the two of you doing it yourselves? Or making everyone take action together?" Wu Yuanxiao and Yu Xinping had already long been astounded by Yi Yuan's means. Someone as powerful as He Dajiang was actually messed up to such a manner. Ji Qingyun, I have no grudge and enmity with you. Why do you keep biting onto me and not let go? As long as you let me leave, our grudge is wiped off the slate. I, Wu Yuanxiao, can swear an oath to never find trouble with you again. From hereafter, Wu Yuanxiao said with a solemn look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No grudge or enmity. Putting aside that, brother Kwang almost lost his life at your hands. Ever since entering the immemorial Medicine Garden, you have been sneaking furtively behind us all along. If there was an opportunity, don't tell me that you won't make a move on me. Just that you didn't have this chance." Wu Yuanxiao's expression was incomparably ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then what the hell do you want?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Waste your danti on yourself, and I can spare you from death." Wu Yuanxiao's face turned black, and he said, "You, not willing? Then there's nothing to discuss. Aoqian, Duichi." Yi Yuan gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Ao Chen's strength was lacking to deal with He Dajiang, but dealing with Wu Yuanxiao it was more than enough. The two people clashed together. Ao Chen forced Wu Yuanxiao into a fluster in a few rounds. When Yu Xinping saw this scene, his expression became all the more uglier. At present, both parties' strengths were not on equal footing at all. The disparity was too great. Swoosh! Yu Xinping could not resist it anymore and turned around to flee. Xu Yunqing was watching him long ago. How could he give him the chance to escape? Xu Yunqing was, at any rate, an expert on the same level as He Dajiang. Although seriously injured at the moment, there was still plenty to spare to deal with Yu Xinping. Very soon, the two people's signs of defeat already showed. Taizong, go and kill He Dajiang. This guy isn't anything good. Leaving him is a calamity too.
Ye Yuan instructed.
Jiang Taizong was just about to make a move when several figures arrived with a howl. One streak of unrivaled sword light after another charged towards Ao Qian and Shu Yunqing, respectively. This sword light was too fierce and swift. Even Ao Qian had no choice but to avoid the blade for the time being. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's face sunk. The arrival was none other than precisely Sun Man. Sun Man appearing at this time was not a good omen. Besides, Sun Man was a black-clothed person. When Yi Yuan saw this black-clothed person, his brows involuntarily knitted together. The black-clothed person beside Sun Man gave Yi Yuan a very familiar feeling. But he could not recall it for a moment either, where in the world he had seen this black-clothed person before. This black-clothed person concealed his entire body. His divine sense was also completely shielded, unable to see his true nature at all. But Yi Yuan just felt that he seemed to have seen him somewhere before. 7 Absolute City and Heavenly Dawn Palace have both sustained heavy losses. This result is for the best. Now this seat is here to clean up the household. There shouldn't be anyone who has objections, right? Sun Man's gaze swept past everyone's faces and finally landed on Yi Yuan. When at the entrance of the immemorial medicine garden, the various major forces mutually restrained each other. It was inconvenient for Sun Man to take action too. But now, he just so happened to run into the 7 Absolute City and Heavenly Dawn Palace, the 2 great forces peak void mystic powerhouses seriously injured. It was a good opportunity. The moment Yu Xinping saw, he could not help being overjoyed as he said, "No.
Objections, no objections.
Hall Master Sun. Feel free to take action.
Eva.
Long been irked by this punk. I hope for Hall Master Sun to succeed. This you. Be leaving first." Done talking, Yu Xinping's figure moved and immediately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo were naturally unwilling to accept it. But Sun Man's aura locked onto them from far away, making them not dare to act rashly. Without careful consideration, Sun Man was in existence on the same level as He Dajiang and Shu Yunqing. His strength was unfathomable. More importantly, their side just experienced a great battle while Sun Man was in a state of full health, virtually without any losses. When Wu Yuanxiao saw that Yu Xinping left and Sun Man did not stop it, he could not help being overjoyed. He immediately bid his farewell. Arriving beside He Dajiang with a flash, he picked him up and disappeared. Not that he wanted to save He Dajiang, but he already swore an oath, so he had no choice but to rescue him. Inside this immemorial medicine garden, Wu Yuanxiao was equivalent to a member of the 7 Absolute City. He currently wished that he could exit this immemorial medicine garden right away. He no longer wanted to get involved in these murky waters. After the 3 people left, Sun Man looked at Shu Yunqing and said coolly, "Palace Lord Shu not leaving, could it be that you want to become enemies with my Medicine King Hall? This is my Medicine King Hall's family matters. Hope that Palace Lord Shu don't interfere." Shu Yunqing's expression changed several times and finally heaved a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, "Young Master Ji, not that this Shu isn't willing to help, but I'm seriously powerless to do anything." Finished talking, he signaled Ding Zhanghua with a look. The 2 people left by themselves. In a blink of an eye, a large group of people was only left with Yi Yuan's group of people. Sun Man's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said, "Hand over the Medicine God's soul cannon and the divine artifact. This seat can give you a quick and painless death." Yi Yuan looked at Sun Man and smiled. "Don't you think that talking with me using this sort of rubbish is somewhat a waste of time? Make your move." Sun Man's face fell and he said, "Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit." Sun Man raised his hands, and several streaks of sword light assailed Yi Yuan. Ao Qian's expression turned cold. Opening up his domain, it instantly blasted away those few streaks of sword light. Ao Qian had just been through a great battle. Currently, his expenditure was not little either. dealing with Sun Man appeared rather taxing. "My lord, leave this guy to old Ao to deal with. You leave first," O Qian said, coldly. Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo were naturally unwilling to show weakness either. The two people stepped forward together with Ao Qian and formed a triangle battle.
Formation.
"Old Ao, your expenditure earlier was too great. We'll lend you a helping hand," Jiang Taizong said. Ao Qian nodded his head and did not show bravado as well. If talking about before, for them to want to protect Yi Yuan, that might be compelled by the restrictions of the soul contract still. But now the three of them were sincere in wanting to escort Yi Yuan to leave. It was Yi Yuan who gave the three of them new life. Yi Yuan already used his means to thoroughly win over these three people. Of course, it even included Ruan Shuangzhou. Sun Man gave a cold laugh and said, "The three of you coming up together, who is protecting this brat then? Bingyun, take that brat down for me." Ji Bingyun's aura had long locked onto Yi Yuan from far away already. It was completely impossible to give him any chance to escape. At this time, Luer blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Young master, you leave first. I'll deal with him." Ruan Shuangzhou also blocked in front of Yi Yuan with a look of resolution. Clearly, he had already made preparations to die. Yi Yuan extended his hand and knocked on Luer's head. Carrying a doting smile, he said, "Don't put on a brave front. You're not his match." Luer's tears flowed, and she said aggrievedly, "Young master Luer is still so useless." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Nonsense. If not for you, I'd really not know what to do about those ice flames. All right, quickly go inside the vast heaven pagoda. Young master is fine." Finished talking, he did not wait for Luer to agree either and directly drew her into the vast heaven pagoda. "Little junior brother, I urge that you better give up resisting. Although you have some tricks, this bit of capital is still insufficient to contend with the current Medicine King Hall," Ji Bingyun said coolly. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You have a manner like you've got me. Don't you know that I have a divine artifact in possession?" Deploying the sacred dragon token with Yi Yuan's current strength, fighting to a draw with Ji Bingyun was still doable. Ji Bingyun's strength was almost on par with Jian Wushuang. It was not easy for Yi Yuan to want to kill him, but protecting himself was still achievable. Ji Bingyun was unmoved and said calmly, "Of course I know. You can endure under my hands. But what about the rest? The three of them are already arrows at the end of their flight. Even if they teamed up, it's impossible to be Hall Master Sun's match either." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Enough crap. Make your move." Ji Bingyun's expression turned cold. Sword intent surged towards the sky. Tranquil sword dance. Ji Bingyun gave a cold cry. The long sword shook and countless sword light immediately wandered around between heaven and earth and stabbed straight towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, his figure abruptly vanishing from sight. The sword rain that covered the skies all hit nothing. Wanting to lock onto Yi Yuan without a divine king domain was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Ji Bingyun's expression changed. He had long known that Yi Yuan had this merging into heaven and earth trick. But after experiencing it for himself, he still felt that it was somewhat fantastical. This little junior brother, Ji Bingyun, was very familiar with him. He was just a fanatic who was devoted to the alchemy Tao with all his heart. How was he actually able to reach such a terrifying boundary in the heart realm after 20 years of not seeing? "Little junior brother, is it possible that you plan to keep on hiding like this? Or you really plan on abandoning these subordinates of yours and leave by yourself?" Ji Bingyun put away his sword and said coolly. Ji Bingyun had lived together with Ji Qingyun for several hundred years and naturally understood his character very well. Ji Qingyun was someone who valued loyalty and friendships immensely. Even if his personality changed a lot in this life, it was impossible for this point to change too. Although Ao Qian and the rest were just his servants, From just a few words, one could also tell that there was absolutely no way for Yi Yuan to abandon them and leave by himself. He guessed correctly. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to leave. He slowly revealed his figure and looked at Ji Bingyun with a smile as he said, "Bingyun, you understand me very well. But there's one thing that you gauged wrongly. I likewise understand you very well, while you don't understand the current me enough at all." Yi Yuan slowly drew the Star Moon sword. A terrifying sword intent rippled out. When Ji Bingyun saw this scene, his expression could not help changing tremendously. Sun Man, Ao Qian, and the others who were currently in the heat of fierce fighting all revealed looks of astonishment. "Little junior brother, you're only first-level Dao profound and actually comprehended Divine King domain." Ji Bingyun opened his eyes wide and stared at Yi Yuan. His eyes filled with shock. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said with a faint smile, "Divine King domain, is it? This is considered a quasi-divine kind domain, I guess. But dealing with you, it should be sufficient." At this very moment, a bizarre force field formed around Yi Yuan. This force field was not different from Divine King domains from the perspective of bystanders. Inside the domain, three supreme true intents mixed together in complete harmony, forming a terrifying power. Seeing this scene, it was not up to Ji Bingyun to not be shaken up. He originally thought that Yi Yuan's ace in the hole should be the myriad soul extinction, and he had long made preparations. Being fellow apprentices with Yi Yuan for so long, how much capability Yi Yuan had, Ji Bingyun felt that he understood him very well. But now, he finally understood the meaning of what Yi Yuan was talking about. Ever since Yi Yuan revealed his identity, he rarely exhibited his martial path cultivation in the outside world. Even the last time when facing Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan never exhibited it before as well. In the people's impression, Yi Yuan was still that alchemist who could only rely on divine soul mystic arts. This time, he could even create 3 void mystic realm powerhouses. But nobody would have expected that Yi Yuan's martial path cultivation was actually so high. Ji Qingyun's concepts comprehension, Ji Bingyun was perfectly clear. Just 20 years' time had passed, and Yi Yuan's concepts comprehension actually utterly shook him off behind already. This sort of comprehension speed was truly a bit too freakish, right? Furthermore, when had it been heard of that someone comprehended a divine king domain at the first level Dao profound? "Take this," Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. A terrifying power of domain rushed over towards Ji Bingyun. The so-called power of domain was that within a certain boundary I alone reigned supreme. Within the domain boundary, the martial artist was the true king. Only experts who similarly possessed powers of domain could have the qualifications to have a showdown with them. However, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not sufficient to support the powers of domain at all. His domain looked powerful, but in reality it was not as impressive as a genuine domain. Even so, for ordinary Dao profound experts to want to beat Yi Yuan, it was not quite enough. 3 great supreme true intents fusing, Yi Yuan's offensive power was virtually unparalleled. Rain falling on scattered dust. Ji Bingyun's sword intent could not be said to not be strong. But upon contact with Yi Yuan's quasi-divine king domain, it was immediately ground into smithereens. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he smiled and said, "Ji Bingyun, it's been 20 years. It seems like your improvement is far from as great as Ji Kanglin's. Do you feel that there's hope in dealing with me using these moves?" Ji Bingyun could not help feeling exasperated. He did not think that 20 years' time Yi Yuan was actually terrifying to this sort of degree. "Forget it, since you can't come up with anything new, then receive this move of mine. Limitless life-death sword." Yi Yuan's sword stabbed out. Ji Bingyun's expression abruptly changed. The slaughter concept presided over death. Scorching concept presided over life, while the concept of sword was that will that controlled life and death. Yi Yuan used the Azure Dipper floating zero sword as the axle and perfectly fused the slaughter concept and concept of fire. The power of this sword was incomparably outrageous from start to finish. Even if Yi Yuan only had first-level Dao profound strength, when Ji Bingyun saw this scene, he had a feeling of not being able to use force to overcome it. As well, two kinds of extremely contradicting concepts intertwining together, yet the two were harmonious. This made Ji Bingyun had a feeling of his mind splitting. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword being unleashed, arrived in front of Ji Bingyun in a blink of an. Ji Bingyun was greatly astonished and completely unleashed out all the abilities in his lifetime. Rumble. Two rays of sword light intersecting, only to see Ji Bingyun's body fly out in reverse like a cannonball. Yi Yuan had a tough time too, similarly being slammed flying out in reverse. But this sword, it was clearly Yi Yuan who won. Yi Yuan was just rebounded by the recoil strength, while Ji Bingyun could not block that terrifying sword intent of Yi Yuan's at all. Yi Yuan being able to perfectly fused three kinds of supreme true intents. This was entirely thanks to the vast heaven steel. Ever since Yi Yuan opened up the vast heaven steel with Emperor Qi, he discovered that this place was completely a treasure trove. Inside the vast heaven steel space, his speed of comprehending concepts was simply heaven-defying. In this period of time, Yi Yuan achieved comprehending the Azure Dipper, floating zero sword concept to the 8th stage without extra effort, then comprehended the slaughter supreme true intent to the 7th stage. Even the worst scorching supreme true intent, Yi Yuan comprehended it to the 3rd, stage 2, and inside the vast heaven steel space, Yi Yuan successfully merged together three kinds of supreme true intents, and had an initial grasp of Divine King domain. This sort of improvement could simply use exaggerated to describe. Yi Yuan finally knew why Feng Tian was able to grow into such a terrifying powerhouse. With the vast heaven steel, whatever void mystic realm was completely a cinch. Activating the vast heaven steel, Yi Yuan seemed to have opened up another huge door. Behind this huge door could amplify his comprehension ability to the limits. However, Yi Yuan's essence energy realm was still a little too low in the end. Even if he could defeat Ji Bingyun, he was still unable to deal him a lethal blow. Ha ha ha! My lord is my lord. Really too mighty. First level Dao profound and able to comprehend a divine king domain. My lord is likely the entire divine realm's first person. Zhang Taizong said with a big laugh. My lord is mighty. Rather, it was us who looked down on his excellency. Luo was also abnormally excited. Eo Qian could not contain his joy even more and said, My lord, you're simply too freakish. Elder Tongue truly has discerning eyes like burning torches. To actually be able to find a successor like you. The three people were originally suppressed by Sun Man firmly. But seeing Yi Yuan actually had a display of invincible might, each and every one of them was like injected with stimulants, their spirits rising by a great deal all at once. For some time they actually fought with Sun Man until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. The three people were all people whose combat experiences were extremely rich. Eo Qian restrained Sun Man while Zhang Taizong and Wuluo were responsible for harassment by the side. It was also that Eo Qian's divine king domain was powerful. Eo Qian practically unleashed the divine king domain to its limits. The domain of water was equipped with a tremendous inclusive attribute and could change into myriad forms. It was truly extremely rich in combat strength. Swapping anyone else to come and deal with Sun Man, they would have long been taken down by him. Yi Yuan raised his sword and stepped forward, preparing to charge towards Ji Bingyun once more when that black-clothed person finally moved. Did not see that he had any movements either. In a blink of an eye he arrived before Yi Yuan. Rumble. A punch without the slightest hint of flashiness directly slammed onto Yi Yuan's quasi-divine king domain. Poo work. Yi Yuan vomited a mouthful of fresh blood crazily and immediately fled out. Backward. Toward this black-clothed person Yi Yuan had actually paid very close attention all along. But he also did not think that this black-clothed person's strength was actually so powerful. Yi Yuan's fleshy body was extremely powerful. Hence, he could perceive that this punch earlier was completely the fleshy body's explosive power and not some essence energy martial technique at all. Moreover, his speed was exceedingly swift. It was not a movement martial technique, but entirely the power of an explosive nature, making his movements unbelievably fast. Yi Yuan crawled to his feet, reaching his hand out to wipe away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the black-clothed person and said coolly, "Have we met anywhere before? Je. What's a person like you who's about to die asking so much for?" Done talking, the black-clothed person was clearly still standing on the spot, when the sound of wind howling arrived with a whistle. Rumble. The ground behind Yi Yuan directly had a large crater smashed out. But as for Yi Yuan, he merged into heaven and earth, his figure vanishing from sight. Heh. Merging into heaven and earth? Paltry tricks. The black-clothed person gave a cold laugh, his figure disappearing once more. The next instant, a terrifying undulation came from the void. Rumble. Yi Yuan was actually blasted right out of the void by that black-clothed person. "My lord." When Ao Chen trio saw this scene, each and every one of their faces could not help changing drastically. Sun Man gave a cold laugh and said, "You guys had best bother about yourselves first." Seizing this opportunity, Sun Man suppressed the three people firmly all at once. Under his Divine King domain, Ao Chen Trio's Divine King domains were suppressed until it was only left with a very small piece of area. For some time, the three people were surrounded by perils, especially Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo. Their Divine King domains were virtually suppressed to the limits already. Their bodies also sustained considerable injuries. Compared to a powerhouse like Sun Man, the two of them were still too weak. Yi Yuan had yet to stand up when the black-clothed person arrived before his eyes again instantly. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly and displayed merging into heaven and earth once more. The black-clothed person laughed coldly and smashed Yi Yuan out of the void a second time. "Your understanding of the heavenly Tao is too shallow. This degree of merging into heaven and earth doesn't have the least bit of threat to me at all," said the black-clothed person nonchalantly. With these few blows, Yi Yuan's body was almost falling apart. If not for his fleshy body was powerful, he would likely have already been killed at this time. The black-clothed person's strength was unexpectedly powerful. Furthermore, this black-clothed person completely did not utilize a trace of other powers at all up until now. Just relying on the power of the fleshy body, he beat Yi Yuan until he did not have the slightest bit of strength to counterattack. But Yi Yuan did not doubt in the slightest that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was absolutely above his own. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to resolve his merging into heaven and earth move. Up till this present moment, this was Yi Yuan's first time encountering someone who could resolve this move of his. This black-clothed person was too strong. The black-clothed person walked slowly and arrived in front of Yi Yuan.
He said coldly, "Yi, brat, prepare to die."
The black-clothed person suddenly brandished his fist and smashed towards Yi Yuan. This punch had an overwhelming momentum and incredible power. It was as if it could shatter space. But right then, a terrifying power came out of Yi Yuan's body. Rumble. The black-clothed person's body flew out backward. However, he was fine. "Yi? This is Sacred Dragon Token? Couldn't tell that you're this brat's fortunes aren't shallow. However, it benefits this seat." Forcefully receiving the Sacred Dragon Token's attack, the black-clothed person actually did not seem to have been affected at all and still talked in a jovial manner. Yi Yuan's face sunk. The feeling that this guy gave him was just like a great mountain unable to budge at all. However, the more they exchanged blows, the more certain Yi Yuan was that he had definitely met this guy before somewhere. It was just that the things that the black-clothed person revealed were seriously too little, unable to judge at all. The black-clothed person still wanted to take action. Right then, the depths of the immemorial medicine garden released a blinding light. A terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout the entire immemorial medicine garden. Roar, roar, roar. Those desolate beasts' roaring sounds echoed out everywhere, as if they were frightened, clamoring to scatter in flight. Yi Yuan was just planning on having a great battle with the black-clothed person. He did not think that this black-clothed person actually pulled back himself. Heh boy, consider yourself lucky. I'll get down to proper business first. Later, I'll come and claim your little life again. Sun Man, we're going. Done talking, the black-clothed person's figure instantly vanished before Yi Yuan's eyes and sped toward the immemorial medicine garden's depths. Sun Man also repelled the three people with one move and together with Ji Bingyun, followed the black-clothed person and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Sun Man and the others withdrawing, Ao Qian trio also heaved a long sigh in relief. Inclusive of Ao Qian, they were all forcefully hanging in there with a strand of willpower. At this time, the moment the pressure on their bodies eased up, each and every one of them all gasped heavily for air. "Milord, are you all right?"
Ao Qian asked.
Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." You all seized the time to recover essence energy. This immemorial medicine garden doesn't seem to look too good. "Milord, has a divine rank spirit medicine come into being? Such powerful essence energy undulations. Tier 9 spirit medicines can't reach it at all." Zhang Taizong asked. Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Maybe, but I feel that it's likely not some auspicious object instead." When Zhang Taizong and the rest heard that, their hearts involuntarily turned cold and they started recovering essence energy. This terrifying undulation spread throughout the entire immemorial medicine garden in an instant. Desolate beasts and medicine spirits all seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation, all becoming restless and uneasy. Originally, these desolate beasts and medicine spirits all had their own territories, but currently they seem to be having a great migration, leaving their territories. Ha ha ha! The divine rank spirit medicine finally came into being. Attaining a divine rank spirit medicine, I'll be able to soar to the heavens in one bound, and become the divine realm's supreme powerhouse. Wealth is sought in the midst of danger. This is a divine rank spirit medicine. Perhaps I'll be the first person to break through to deity realm in these 100,000 years. Divine rank spirit medicine. It must be a divine rank spirit medicine. This undulation, apart from divine rank spirit medicine, there's absolutely no other possibility. The divine rank spirit medicine is mine. The martial artists that entered the immemorial medicine garden all seemed to be in a crazed state. The allure of a divine rank spirit medicine was seriously too great. In these 100,000 years, deity realm had always been an exceedingly
sensitive topic.
As long as there were items related to deity realm coming into being, there would definitely be a sanguinary slaughter. This time was no exception as well. How could those martial artists still care about whatever danger surging over towards the immemorial medicine garden's depths altogether? In an area within the million-year region, Jian Wushuang had a cold smile on his face as he said, "Uncle 13, I said that Ji Qingyun was deliberately scamming us, right? Such a terrifying essence energy undulation, what is it if not a divine rank spirit medicine? Still saying not letting us get involved in the messy situation? Heh, he was probably hoping for one less competitor, right?" But Sword 13's face was slightly hesitant as he said, "You look at those desolate beasts. Each of every one of them seems to be fleeing for their lives. Even those medicine spirits are also all avoiding like the plague." The moment Jian Wushuang heard, he immediately stomped his foot and said, "Sigh, Uncle 13, how can divine rank spirit medicines be obtained so easily? Those desolate beasts and medicine spirits, they are dreading the divine rank spirit medicine. That's why they are escaping. But to us martial artists, This might be the only chance to achieve deityhood. Sword 13's entire body trembled. Jian Wushuang's last sentence ultimately still moved him. The temptation of achieving deity realm. No one could resist it. Go! Sword 13's face fell as he said this. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed and hurriedly kept up. In a concealed corner of the 500,000-year region, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze exuding rays of brilliant light. Finally came into being. This divine rank spirit medicine I, Chao Tianyu, must obtain it. Similar scenes were currently happening in the immemorial medicine garden. Each and every one of the powerhouses did not take action to contend for those rare spirit medicines. Their target was only this divine rank spirit medicine. Due to those desolate beasts and medicine spirits fleeing everywhere, the entire route was actually smooth without any obstruction. These martial artists virtually did not encounter much obstacles and arrived at the immemorial medicine garden's depths. This place already surpassed the million-year region and belonged to the deepest area of the immemorial medicine garden. If not for the abnormal activities this time, it was practically impossible for martial artists to reach here. Yi Yuan and his group recovered their strength and also followed the main force and entered the region that they had never stepped foot in before. You guys look, that's a 500,000-year-old wisteria cord. That's a 300,000-year-old gold antelope wisp. The martial artists all cried out in shock. This stretch of region was filled with extremely old spirit medicines everywhere. These spirit medicines needed to expend tremendous effort in the outer regions before one could run into them and even lose their lives because of it. But here they could be seen everywhere. But at this time they could not be bothered to harvest these spirit medicines at all. Everyone rushed over towards the place where the essence energy undulations were the most intense. They did not wish to fall behind others. Following the people entering deep, the essence energy undulations became increasingly stronger. Some martial artists stuck on the gateway of a realm actually directly broke through cultivation realms under the impact of this surge of essence energy. Such thick essence energy strengthened everyone's belief even more. What came into being this time was definitely a divine rank spirit medicine. Yi Yuan, who was currently walking, furrowed his brows and came to a halt. What is it, my lord? Wu Luo asked. You all help to guard me. My cultivation already can't be suppressed anymore. Under this surge of essence energy impact, Yi Yuan said. The moment Ao Qian and the rest heard, they could not help being overjoyed. Immediately, everyone found a remote place, and Yi Yuan started breaking through. Yi Yuan had already remained at first-level Dao Profound for a considerable amount of time, following his concept's comprehension advancing by leaps and bounds. His essence energy had long reached peak first-level Dao Profound. Already, being rushed by this surge of violent essence energy, his cultivation realm could not be controlled anymore and was going to break through to second level Dao Profound. After 2 hours, the Emperor Qi above Yi Yuan's essence energy sea-surged and become over 10 times thicker than before. TSK, His Excellency's second-level Dao Profound, putting aside concepts. Comprehension, it's not at all inferior to ordinary martial artist's peak. Initial stage Dao Profound 2, Jiang Taizong said with an emotional sigh. Ao Qian and the rest nodded their heads, deeply feeling the same way too. The Emperor Qi, when Yi Yuan broke through, was incomparably violent. Ordinary third-level Dao Profounds were indeed not as solid as Yi Yuan. Dao Profound realm, one world. The disparity between each minor realm was immensely huge. Even if ordinary martial artists cultivated for several hundred years, they might not be able to broke through a minor realm too. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the cultivation method that spirit bristle that fellow gave me probably only had the upper half. If my conjectures are right, the lower half cultivation method might be written with
Divine inscription.
That's where the quintessence lies. The spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The more Yi Yuan cultivated, the more He felt that it was extensive and profound. At present, he had already reached Tao profound realm, but Yi Yuan had a feeling of it being still incomplete. Legend said that the spirit bristle divine king only obtained the spirit bristle 9 yang divine arts upper half back then. This rumor was probably not true. Ever since after he comprehended the medicine god's soul canon, he had an even deeper understanding of divine Tao laws. He dared to confirm that if the spirit bristle divine king only obtained the upper half, there was absolutely no way of achieving that kind of horrifying accomplishments. Ao Qian Trio did not know what kind of existence the spirit bristle divine king was, but Ruan Shuangzhou was perfectly clear. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ruan Shuangzhou opened his eyes wide and said, What my lord is cultivating is actually the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Yi Yuan said with a smile, back then I helped that guy refine a mystic grade medicinal pill. He used this cultivation method as remuneration and gifted it to me. Ruan Shuangzhou's eyeballs nearly popped out. Using the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art as the reward, how heaven-defying that medicinal pill was. Just using one's behind to think, and one would also know. Shuangzhou, is that whatever spirit bristle divine king very incredible? Jiang Taizong said, very unconvinced. When he became famous, the spirit bristle divine king's reputation was still unknown. Therefore, he completely had not heard of the spirit bristle divine king's great reputation before. More than incredible, this cultivation method that my lord cultivates is known as the divine realm's number 2 cultivation method. It's the primary cultivation method of the spirit bristle divine king, rank 2 among the 10 great divine kings. Would you say it's impressive or not?
Ruan Shuangzhou
exclaimed with admiration. 10 great divine kings? Is it very impressive? Ao Qian said very disdainfully, but Yi Yuan nodded his head at this time and said, those like Sun Man are completely inadequate to look at in front of the 10 great divine kings. If I really have to make a comparison, I think Senior Longtang's strength should be on the same level as them. As so powerful? With this, Ao Qian was convinced. Ao Qian refused to yield to anyone in this life and was only convinced by Long Tang. He knew that even if he was known as the Dragon Clan's number 1 powerhouse, the disparity was immense with Long Tang's strength too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, not Senior Long Tang's strength when at the Dragon Clan, but his strength after he met Senior Fang Tian. Looks like I have got to think of a way to get the lower half of the cultivation method. In his previous life, Yi Yuan did not care about cultivation methods. Even if he received the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, he never thought of cultivating it before either. But this time, Yi Yuan yearned for cultivation methods considerably, especially after witnessing the might of the medicine god's soul canon. Yi Yuan thirsted for the lower half of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Even more. You guys look, that is a Tao spirit tree. Is really a Tao spirit tree. I didn't think that inside this immemorial medicine garden there's actually a Tao spirit tree of the legends. The Tao spirit tree is a divine tree. Legend has it that the Tao spirit tree blooms once every 500,000 years, bears fruit once every 500,000 years, and only matures after another 500,000 years. The Tao spirit fruit after maturing, it's said that as long as one consumes it, they will be able to affirm their Tao and achieve deity. Hood. There seems to be a fruit on the tree. Could it be the Tao spirit fruit of the legends? The moment these words came out, the atmosphere immediately became not quite right. A Tao spirit fruit able to immediately corroborate one's Tao and become a deity. This temptation, in an era where one was incapable of becoming a deity, no one could resist it at all. Everyone held their breaths, eyes looking towards the Tao spirit fruit without even blinking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures finally could not hold back and took off, rushing over towards the Tao spirit tree. These few people's strengths were immensely powerful. The weakest was a divine king realm expert. How could the others be willing to fall behind? Seeing these few people rush towards the Tao spirit fruit, each and every one of them sped over like the wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several streaks of powerful flames flashed past. Those few divine king experts, who were the first to sweep towards the Tao spirit fruit, were instantly burned into flying ashes. There's a grand array protecting. This Tao spirit tree has a grand array protecting. Everyone, don't go forward, someone yelled loudly. But it was already too late. There were several people following close on the heels and could not pull back in time at all and were similarly burned into nothing by the grand array. This grand array was too terrifying. Divine king powerhouses actually could not even stir up a single wave inside. At this time, an old man divided the crowd, walked to the front ranks, and said, "This is the ancient divine rank grand array heaven burning. Annihilation chaos grand array. Everyone don't act rashly. This array formation, even deity realm powerhouses might not be able to break through." The old man's words made everyone fall into despair. An array formation that even deity realm powerhouses could not break. How could they all, these people, possibly crack it? The Tao spirit fruit that could help them break through to the deity realm was placed before their eyes, and they actually could not reach it. Nothing was more tormenting than this. "Master Ding, you're a formations pathmaster. Can you lead us to break through the grand array?" somebody asked. This old man was none other than precisely the Heavenly Dawn Palace's formations pathmaster Ding Zhonghua. After the Heavenly Dawn Palace's people left Yi Yuan and his group, they went all the way deep in. When the essence energy here surged, they also rushed over right away. When Ding Zhonghua saw this grand array, he had a look of despair at that time as well. Ding Zhonghua shook his head when he heard that and said, "If divine rank array formations were so easy to crack, what did this old man come to find what Tao spirit fruit for?" Hearing his words, everyone had even more hopeless looks. They all looked at the Tao spirit fruit overflowing with essence energy. Their hearts like being scratched by cats, abnormally itchy and hard to bear. Could it be that we can only watch blankly like this? That is a Tao spirit fruit, someone said with unwillingness in their heart. This kind of situation no one would be willing either. Deity realm, this was countless martial artists' lifelong pursuit for 100,000 years. Within easy reach, but while right under their noses was far away at the horizon. In the crowd, Ao Qian asked Yi Yuan softly, "My lord, is that really a Tao spirit fruit?" Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Indeed, exactly the same as a Tao spirit fruit. It's just that I keep feeling that something is not quite right. If this place has a Tao spirit tree, it's impossible that Father didn't bring me over to have a look back then. Moreover, the Medicine King Hall was shut for 20 years, and Sun Man had never appeared before. His sudden appearance this time also makes me feel rather odd. Also, that black-clothed person is definitely not an ordinary person. I keep feeling that I've seen him before somewhere." The Tao spirit tree was a heaven and earth spiritual plant. It was born as a divine rank spiritual object and was incomparably rare. If the Tao spirit plant was sealed inside the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, there would not be any danger at all. With Ji Xingyang's strength, he could totally bring him over and experience it. But Ji Xingyang did not. "My lord, could it be that you're thinking too much? A divine rank spirit medicine coming into being, the Medicine King Hall is likely unable to stay calm either, right? Moreover, the Tao spirit fruit's undulations that surpasses tier 9, it shouldn't be fake, right?" Jiang Taitsong said. "Yeah, my lord, this essence energy undulation absolutely surpasses tier 9. It's also no different from the legendary Tao spirit fruit's aura. Shouldn't have any problem, right?" Ao Qian also said. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I hope so." Yi Yuan's heart realm breaking through to heaven man unity, he more or less had some inferences toward many things in the unseen world. He kept feeling that his concern was not groundless. Just as Yi Yuan was wavering hesitantly, Sun Man suddenly rose up into the air and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, since you've already arrived here, how can there be the logic of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? This Sun has a proposal. I wonder if everyone is willing or not." Sun Man's words immediately aroused everyone's attention. Hearing the meaning in these words, Sun Man had a way of dealing with this divine rank grand array. At present, everyone was currently in the midst of despair. Suddenly hearing that there was a way, how could they be unwilling? What method does Hall Master Sun have? Just feel free to say it. Yeah, Hall Master Sunday. The chance to achieve deity realm is right before our eyes. We can't just give up like this, right? These martial artists could not wait to listen to Sun Man's method. Even Ding Zhanggue did not have any means at this time. There was only making a hail merry effort. Sun Man sneered coldly in his heart. Just the likes of you fools also wish to achieve deity realm? But he naturally could not bring it out on the surface. He just slowly said, "Master Ding is a formation's path great master second only to the Grand Yen, divine king in the divine realm. Although this grand array is an ancient, divine rank grand array, I feel that he should be able to see through where this array formation's vulnerable area lies. Since we can't pass through this array formation, why not everybody joins forces and break this grand array together? We have so many people here, even a divine rank grand array probably can't withstand so many of our attacks too." Following Sun Man saying finish, the crowd burst into an uproar all of a sudden. They felt that Sun Man's proposal was truly brilliant and immediately echoed voices of assent. "Yeah, we probably have 100,000 martial artists here. If we're of one heart and join forces, the power is extremely terrifying. Perhaps we really can break this grand array." Hall Master Sun's suggestion is really too reliable. 100,000 martial artists, among which even have quite a few void mystic realm powerhouses. I don't believe that it can't break the grand array. Hall Master Sun, how about this? You take command. We'll all listen to you. Sun Man made a hand gesture, making everyone shush, and said in a clear voice, "I wonder what are the opinions of the fellow void mystic realms?" Ding Zhanggue and Shu Yunqing exchanged a glance, and both nodded their heads. Ding Zhanggue said in a clear voice, "This elderly self has no objections." "I have no objections." Sword 13 also voiced out, "I have no objections either." He Dajiang also spoke up at an appropriate time. His injuries finally recovered a little through a period of recuperating, but his current state was even worse than Shu Yunqing's. "No objections." Chao Tianyu, who appeared before everyone's eyes for the first time, also spoke up. Right on the heels of that, one voice after another sounded out. They did not have any objections towards Sun Man's proposal. Counting it, the Void Mystic Realm experts were actually as many as 13 people. Close to half of the people among them did not reveal themselves in front of people after entering the immemorial medicine garden. At present, it seemed like apart from Sun Man's suggestion, there was no other path that could be taken. These void mystic powerhouses asked for nothing else. Their only pursuit was the Tao spirit fruit. Letting them leave at this point, that was impossible. When the other martial artists heard all of these void mystic realm powerhouses agree, they immediately felt the pressure on their bodies surmount. Without a doubt, these void mystic realm powerhouses were the strongest competitors for the Tao spirit fruit. But the temptation of the Tao spirit fruit was seriously too great. They were unable to refuse at all. Furthermore, who knew that they could or could not obtain the Tao spirit fruit? Before the Spirit Bristle Divine King acquired the Spirit Bristle Nine Yang Divine Art, who knew him? Among the martial artists present, there were quite a few Divine King realm experts. There were even many peak Divine King powerhouses. These people were also just a step away from the void mystic realm. How could they be willing to give up on the Tao spirit fruit? Quite a few of them already made the decision in their hearts. Once they caught the Tao spirit fruit, they would swallow it at all costs, as long as they could escape and find a place to enter close seclusion. When they came out again, they would be able to sweep across the divine realm. This sort of temptation, nobody could resist it. Sun Man nodded his head, very satisfied with these people's replies. But finally, he turned his gaze to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Qingyun, the others have all agreed. What about you?" This sentence drew everyone's gaze toward Yi Yuan. Only then did they recall that Yi Yuan brought along 2 void mystic realm powerhouses. As for Ao Qian, they were still unaware that he had already broken through to void mystic. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Yuan mused for a moment, but said coolly, "We withdraw." The moment Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone burst into an uproar, especially those void mystic powerhouses. Each and every one of them used inconceivable gazes and looked towards Yi Yuan. Sun Man's expression darkened, and he asked, "Do you know what you're saying?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Bullsh *T. Would I not know what I said? Fine. Since you withdraw, this Tao spirit fruit doesn't have your share. If at that time you dare to snatch the Tao spirit fruit, then it is becoming public enemies with everybody," Sun Man said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan shrugged indifferently and said, "You guys play yourselves then. Although I very much want to urge everyone to not join in this matter, you definitely wouldn't listen. As for the consequences, shoulder it yourselves." Yi Yuan's words made Sun Man's heart sink. As for the rest, they all used a peculiar expression and looked towards Yi Yuan, because Yi Yuan's words were very odd. This was the one and only chance to break through to deity realm. What kind of consequences could there be? Any more severe consequences, they would also be willing to bear it. Heh, you want to mislead the masses with fallacies? The chance for deity realm is within reach. Who's willing to give up this opportunity? Sun Man said with a cold smile. His words reached the bottom of everyone's hearts. Not that Yi Yuan did not wish to stop these people, but because he knew that, even if he dissuaded them, it was useless too. There were so many void mystic realm powerhouses here. Dissuading with martial strength was even more futile. The chance for deity realm? You probably want to utilize everyone's strength to open this grand array, right? I'm very curious though, just what the hell is inside here? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The more Yi Yuan said, the more alarmed Sun Man got. Could it be that this brat knew something? Sun Man's expression darkened, and he said in a clear voice, "Everybody heard that Ji Qingyun gives up the right to fight for the Tao spirit fruit. Later, if he dares to make a move to snatch the Tao spirit fruit, it's becoming public enemies with everyone." Everyone did not speak up, because Qingyun's prestige was too high, but from their expressions one could also tell that they absolutely did not allow Yi Yuan to encroach on the Tao spirit fruit. After all, he was not willing to put forth strength. Sun Man said again, "Let's say the nasty things first. If the array formation opens, everybody gets the Tao spirit fruit based on your own capabilities. As for who it ends up with, it will depend on each one's good luck." This was also an inherent right to the problem everyone was already aware of. Regarding Yi Yuan's decision, Ao Qian trio naturally did not dare have any dissent, but looking at the Tao spirit fruit, the 4 of them were still incomparably hankered after it. "My lord, do we really not want that Tao spirit fruit?" Jiang Taizong could not resist asking. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Are you guys very moved? All feel that I'm making a big fuss over nothing, is that so?" Jiang Taizong's expression was ugly, and he said with an obsequious smile, "My lord, old Jiang doesn't mean that." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If any of you wish to join in, I won't stop you either. After all, this is the chance to become a deity. If I bar the way, I might appear to be too unreasonable." Jiang Taizong hurriedly waved his hands the moment he heard and said, No, my lord, I was just saying. You You just take it as me, old Jiang, letting out a fart. Ao Qian could not watch on anymore and spoke up. My lord, Taizong he. Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Ao Qian and said coolly, there is little common ground for understanding between people of differing daos. If anyone among you guys want to contend for that chance to become a deity, you can tell me. I absolutely won't stop it and can even undo the soul contract. But our fate will come to an end here. Yi Yuan's words made the four people palpitate with fear. His Excellency normally had a kind and pleasant countenance and rarely restrained them. But this time he seemed to have really become angry. Done talking, Yi Yuan minded his own business and went to one side and shut his eyes to rest his mind. The four people exchanged glances, their expressions all incomparably ugly. Over there, Ding Zhanghua was already feeling out the weak area of the grand array. Everyone was looking at him anxiously. While Ao Qian, the four of them were akin to ants on a hot pan. The time they followed Yi Yuan was not long, but they received tremendous grace from Yi Yuan. They were long dead set on Yi Yuan already. It was just that this time it concerned becoming a deity. They were really unable to remain composed. That was why they would question Yi Yuan's decision. Heh, he's already giving you guys the cold shoulder. You all are still chasing after him? G Brat already said that he's willing to undo your soul contracts. This is a chance to achieve deity realm. Do you all want to give up? At this time, Yu Xinping suddenly appeared and said with a laugh. Starting from Yi Yuan saying to give up on the Tao spirit fruit, he had been paying attention to the situation on this side. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually fell out with his subordinates, Yu Xinping was abnormally excited. He saw that Ao Qian and the rest could not make the decision. Hence, he wanted to incite them to betray Yi Yuan. This way, Yi Yuan being all by himself would be much easier to deal with. Those wanting to kill Yi Yuan here were not one or two people. Without these void mystic realm powerhouses, he would not be far from death as well. It was fine if he did not show up, but with this shooting off his mouth, Jiang Taizong immediately exploded. He pointed at Yu Xinping's nose and cursed. What the hell has it got to do with you here? What has it got to do with you if your father can't become a deity? Your father just doesn't want to become a deity, so what? Worrying over people eating salty carrots, you want to sow discord, is it? When your grandpa Jiang is playing this trick, you were still in your mother's tummy. Get lost. For your father. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you look all over the floor. For your teeth. Done talking. He did not bother with the dumbfounded and mouth gaping Yu Xinping either, and directly scurried before Yi Yuan and knelt down, slapping himself non-stop as he said viciously, My lord, it was old Jiang who was befuddled. Old Jiang understands that, my lord, you are doing it for our good. In this life, old Jiang isn't going anywhere. I pledge allegiance to my lord. For life. Seeing this scene, Yu Xinping opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief. This scene's change was seriously too quick. He did not think that this guy was actually really able to resist the temptation of becoming a deity. Right at this time, Ao Qian glared at him fiercely and said icily, Asked you to get lost, didn't hear? Want your grandpa Ao to send you off, is it? Yu Xinping did not fear Jiang Taizong, but he was not Ao Qian's match. Seeing Ao Qian about to fly off the handle, he said with an awkward look, haha, G going right now. Seeing Yu Xinping walk far away, Ao Qian trio came before Yu Xinping and directly knelt down. My lord, Ao Qian was muddled. My lord, please punish. Done talking, he also gave himself 2 tight slaps. Wu Luo and Ruan Shuangzhou also imitated Ao Qian and said, My lord, please punish. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over the 4 people's face, his tone somewhat cold as he said, This is the first time and also the last time. Everyone says that if you use a man, don't suspect him. If you suspect him, don't use him. To me, this is the case. To you guys, it's similarly like so. Although you all are my servants in name, I've never treated you guys as servants. If you all don't Even trust me, then our fate has also come to an end. The four people's hearts turned fearful, and they said in unison, "My lord, we were wrong." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. His tone relaxed a little and said, "Talking about deity realm, I yearn for it more than any of you, but this time, trust me, this Tao spirit fruit definitely has something wrong." Yi Yuan's such firm tone made the four people startled in their hearts. ***. Perk. Ding Zhanghua, who was currently studying the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, giving everyone a scare. "Master Ding, are you all right?" Seeing his appearance, there was immediately someone who went up to show great concern. At this very moment he was everyone's hope. Even if there was a bit of rustling of leaves in the wind, it would affect everyone's hearts. Ding Zhanghua waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. It's just overly exhausting. My mind. This divine rank grand array is indeed incomparably profound." This old man comprehended for 3 days and nights, and finally caught a trace of inkling. Hearing Ding Zhanghua say so, everyone all had excited looks. Sun Man came forward and said with clasped hands, "Since Master has some gains, please advise on how to break the formation." Ding Zhanghua slowly nodded his head and said, "I dare not say give advice, but everyone should be of one mind and work together. This heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. Even among divine rank grand arrays it should be an immensely powerful existence too. It's just that through the devastation of time it's already far from before. Otherwise, no matter how many people we have, it's impossible to break it too." Everyone waited for Ding Zhanghua to continue with looks of anticipation. They were completely unconcerned with how profound the grand array was. They only wanted to know how to break the formation. 3 days of waiting, they were already burning with impatience. Ding Zhanghua continued slowly, "Initially, this grand array is without any weakness to exploit, as if it's chaos making people having no way of making the first move. But no idea why, there's a nodal point in the southeastern direction that's very weak. When the time comes, everybody must attack this point together. There should be hopes of breaking the formation." When Ding Zhanghua finished talking, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, appearing very disdainful. These 3 days, he had nothing to do and was also observing this grand array the whole time. "My lord, did Master Ding say incorrectly?" Ruan Shuangzhou asked softly. Yi Yuan said, "This grand array has clearly sustained heavy damage before and is long a far cry from before already. Although that node in the southeast direction is a weak area, it's one of the array formation's strongest nodal points. This power is bound to be extremely strong. Even if they can break the array formation, probably over half of the martial artists present will be dead or injured." The words made Ao Qian and the rest feel a chill run down their spines. Over half dead or injured, that was at least 50,000 martial artists. Such terrifying power was simply unheard of. Very clearly, Ding Zhanghua did not see through this point. Yi Yuan's comprehension of this grand array had far surpassed Ding Zhanghua. While talking, that side already prepared to break the formation. It was only to see them all rub their fists and wiped their palms, abnormally excited. However, they did not know that the god of death had already quietly arrived. Once they broke the formation, the vicinity would definitely become hell on earth. The densely packed crowd of martial artists came to that weak node in the southeast direction. Sun Man stood in the air and called out in a clear voice, "Now everyone, each of you circulates your strongest attacks and await my command. Everybody make a move in unison and attack this nodal point at the same time. We only have one chance. If we can't break the grand array, we'll likely suffer the grand array's backlash immediately. Hence I hope that everyone doesn't think about holding back strength. Once the others are annihilated by the grand array, you all can forget about getting the Tao spirit fruit as well." One had to admit that Sun Man was an expert in stirring up the atmosphere. With him saying so, the expressions on everyone's faces became solemn. Among them, there were clearly quite a number of people harboring the mentality of fishing in troubled waters. They planned on showing up for the work but not exerting themselves, saving strength to snatch the Tao spirit fruit at the back. With Sun Man saying so, probably the vast majority of the people would not dare to have this notion anymore. A grand array's backlash was no joke. Those few divine king experts' outcomes. Previously, everyone already saw it. Sun Man slowly swept a glance over everyone and said coldly, "Now, begin!" Following Sun Man's order, all of the martial artists each displayed their strongest martial technique, accumulating power and awaiting release. With over 100,000 martial artists displaying martial techniques at the same time, this spectacle was truly incomparably astonishing. Casting one's gaze over, as far as the eye could see was filled with a dazzling multicolored light, incomparably breathtaking. Everyone was accumulating power and awaiting release. But the essence energy, undulations which everyone exuded virtually made people asphyxiated. This point, it was not just Yi Yuan and his group felt it, even they themselves felt it too. At this instant, they suddenly had a sort of blind confidence. They felt that this round of collective volley, even deity realm powerhouses would have to nurse a grievance too. They had never felt that they were so powerful before. Release! Sun Man gave a fierce cry. All of the martial artists practically fired over towards that grand array's nodal point at the same time. Those who entered the immemorial medicine garden, even the weakest had phaseless realm strength. This round of collective release was truly, unbelievably astounding. One wave after another of incredibly powerful attacks converged to form a terrifying destructive power, blasting on the grand array. That sort of feeling was akin to two armies facing off, 10,000 arrows, releasing together. The whole process being incomparably grand, but these martial artists' control over their own attacks, those soldiers, could not hold a candle to it. Each attack did not deviate in the slightest. 100,000 attacks landed on that node accurately, giving off a series of rumbling sounds. Rumble. The entire grand array started trembling intensely, especially that nodal point which actually fragmented apart. When those martial artists saw this situation, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. But, in the next instant their smiles froze on their faces. Swoosh! Swoosh! Terrifying fire essence power sprawled out above the grand array, turning into countless streams of light and shooting into the crowd of martial artists. That spectacle was akin to a meteor shower raining down. Except, the destructive power of these flames were countless times stronger. Compared to a meteor shower. Arg! Waves of miserable cries sounded over. How could those martial artists still bother with snatching what Tao spirit fruit? Each and every one of them, scattered in all directions, shrill miserable cries rising one after another. In a blink of an eye, this immemorial medicine garden really became hell on earth. Virtually half of the martial artists were directly burned to death by this raging flame. Yi Yuan hit the mark. Yi Yuan, let me out. Suddenly, a voice came from Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was Yi Qing. Ever since after Yi Yuan went to Bright Moon City, he had been in close seclusion in the vast heaven pagoda all along. After giving birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan helped him to tidy up his meridians too. This made his cultivation speed became very fast. Present, he was already middle stage tier 9. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he let Yi Qing out. What is it? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ever since Yi Qing entered the vast heaven pagoda, he never came out again. But this time, he had a rare show of initiative to request to come out. Yi Qing said, "That Tao spirit tree is already dead. I sense a terrifying aura transmitting over from underground. These fools seem to have poked a hole in the sky. Yi Yuan, quickly run. Any slower and you won't be able to escape. Any more. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Aoqian and the rest all changed drastically. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan's prophecy had come true and hit the mark. This whatever Tao spirit fruit indeed had a problem. Rumble. Right then, within the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, massive vine broke out of the earth and slammed onto the grand array from inside. The position it attacked was precisely that vulnerable nodal point. Crack, 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 cracking sounds as if glass breaking transmitted over. Thin lines of cracks appeared on the grand array. Ha ha ha. Holy Mother Devil Flower. You finally see the light of day anew. From this day forth, my fiend race shall rule the divine realm. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan was just about to cast merging into heaven and earth to leave when he suddenly heard that black-clothed person he exchanged blows with previously let out a burst of crazed laughter. At this moment, black gas wove around the black-clothed person's body, emitting a shocking power not the slightest bit weaker compared to void mystic powerhouses. It was not just that black-clothed person, but on the bodies of those Medicine King Hall's martial artists as well. Each and every one of them were swathed in black gas. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing drastically. He finally recalled who this black-clothed person was.
Faigo Yielang.
This guy actually ganged up together with the Medicine King Hall's people. No, wait, why would fiendish energy also billow to the skies on the bodies of those Medicine King Hall martial artists? Especially Sun Man, the fiendish energy on his body was not at all inferior to Jia Lan's either. Yi Yuan's head rumbled and went blank all of a sudden. All of the doubts were suddenly cleared up in this instant. Turns out that the fiend race had long infiltrated into the Medicine King Hall. That was why there was that massive accident back then. Most likely, Ji Kanglin was completely a member of the fiend race. He laid low in the Medicine King Hall. The goal was to be able to take over the position. One day, Ji Kanglin was simply an ambitious and savage wolf. The current Medicine King Hall had already been utterly reduced to a den of monsters. Even Sun Man already fell into the demonic path. "Milord, what's with you? Are you all right?" Jiang Taitsong asked concernedly. The current Yi Yuan was trembling from head to toe due to agitation. He never would have thought that the fiend race actually concealed so deeply. As early as several hundred years ago, they were already plotting to devour the Medicine King Hall. If Ji Kanglin was of the fiend race, then everything could be explained. Why he betrayed the Medicine King Hall. The root of all this was because of the fiend race. Moreover, Father Ji Xingyang had also said it back then. Ji Kanglin still had an even stronger faction behind him. Then this faction should be the fiend race. Even if Yi Yuan was impossibly smart, he was also unable to predict that the truth of the matter was actually like this. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. Forcefully composing himself, he waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, but this devil vine coming into being, the divine realm will likely have a change in rule." No need Yi Yuan to say, the few people already deeply sensed the might of the
Devil Vine.
That surging fiendish energy already gradually overflowed from inside the fragmented grand array. Just this tip of the iceberg practically made people give up all hope already. The Tao spirit tree, originally fluctuating with essence energy, actually directly withered to death at this time, while the Tao spirit fruit immediately disappeared. This was completely a hoax, a scheme. Only then did those martial artists, fleeing in any path they could, after swiftly coming to a realization, these 100,000 people were utterly wrapped around Sun Man's little finger. What Tao spirit tree, Tao spirit fruit, what becoming a deity, it was utter rubbish. This Sun Man really acted out a full play, deceiving everybody. And the only one who saw through Sun Man's play was only Lord Qingyunzi. However, they shrugged off Lord Qingyunzi's warning. As expected. It's a scheme. If I'd long known, I should have listened to Lord Qingyunzi's word and immediately leave this place. The Medicine King Hall has already been thoroughly reduced to the fiend race's lackeys. They deceived all of the people in the divine realm. What the hell is that? It's gonna break the seal and come out right away. Q quickly run. At the moment, those martial artists who were lucky to not be burned to death all put a desperate fight, wanting to escape. This devil vine had not come out yet, but they knew that this was not an existence that they were capable of dealing with. Rumble. That holy mother devil flower accumulated for a long time and gave the grand array another great attack. With this, the grand array fragmented with a loud bang. The next instant, a terrifying thing happened. The moment the grand array broke, countless vines grew crazily from underneath the earth, and they intertwined over towards those martial artists running desperately for their lives. Poochie. A vine directly pieced through a 7th-level Tao profound powerhouse's chest. That martial artist drooped down without any strength in his entire body. Following that, his whole body was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, then was directly absorbed to become a human jerky. Those countless vines rose and covered the skies, enveloping everyone inside. In virtually an instant, those martial artists' fleeing speed was already very fast. But the speed of the vines was even faster than them. As long as they were slightly touched by the vines a little, they would immediately be sucked into a human jerky, looking horrifyingly ghastly. In virtually a blink of an eye, there was a large group of martial artists killed by the vines. These vines were seriously too powerful. Beneath Divine King there was virtually not much leeway to resist, and they were instantly killed. Those Divine King powerhouses also all exerted themselves to the utmost before barely managing to resist and not letting the vines easily kill them. My lord, seize the chance that that vine has not charged over to our side here, and quickly run. Ao Qian said. Yes, my lord. This damn vine is too powerful. If it's really as you said, the divine realm's great catastrophe has come, Jiang Taizong said with lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, their group of people was far away. If they were close, it would be hard to avoid a great battle at this time too. That devil vine seemed to not have noticed the situation over here yet. This made everyone involuntarily heave a sigh in relief. The few people exchanged a glance, each seeing thick astonishment from the other party's eyes. The information that Yi Yuan's words revealed was too many. Firstly, it was Fiend God Jialan. Fiend God, this term only deity realm powerhouses were worthy of possessing, which was also to say that that black-clothed person they bumped into previously was actually a deity realm powerhouse. Although Jialan was a far cry from before, deity realm was deity realm. Was the realm that all of the martial artists yearned for. Of course, this was not what shocked them the most. What made them the most shocked was that when Fiend God Jialan came into being, Yi Yuan was actually present. Moreover, he even seriously wounded the Fiend God. Yi Yuan did not break through to Tao profound realm for very long too. Then, when he encountered Jialan, just what was his cultivation realm at that time? The Yi Yuan, who was inferior, actually defeated the Fiend God at the latter's own ground. This was too inconceivable. One could imagine that if not for Yi Yuan, the current divine realm would probably long have had a wave of sanguinary slaughter set off already. Because there was that serious injury that time, that was why it made Jialan have no choice but to cease all activities and search for a physical body anew, to recover strength again. This delay was several years' time. Except, everyone did not expect that the Medicine King Hall's connection with the fiend race was actually so deep. If not for the Medicine King Hall, probably Jialan's recovery of strength would still have to postpone several years, even as long as several dozen years. Another thing, this Holy Mother Devil Flower was actually an existence even more terrifying than Fiend God Jialan. What kind of existence was that? They could not imagine it. But it must be very dreadful. The only thing worthy of us rejoicing over is that this Holy Mother Devil Flower's strength is likewise greatly discounted due to being suppressed for too long. It should be incredibly weak right now. If we don't get rid of it at This time, it would likely sow seeds of trouble in the future. Moreover, I feel that it's just like a mother, inoculating fiendish energy. In my view, this holy mother devil flower should be a very important thing to the fiend race. We absolutely cannot let it come into being just like that. Yi Yuan said solemnly. But, my lord, even if it's very weak, it's also not what we're able to deal with. You look at those few, Jiang Taitsong said. Everyone looked over but saw that Sword 13 and Shu Yunqing, these void, mystic realm powerhouses, were all put in a miserable state by the devil vine. Furthermore, in pace with the increase in slaughtered martial artists by the devil vine, its strength was gradually building up. The more it dragged, the greater the danger those void mystic powerhouses would be in. The weak holy mother devil flower was also not what they could shake. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "My mind is made up. Don't say any more. In a while you guys enter the vast heaven pagoda. I'll dash to the vicinity of its main body with merging into heaven and earth. Everyone listen to my command and attack its main body together." The four people's expressions turned austere, all nodding their heads. Although they were somewhat fearful, they also knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Not dealing with the holy mother devil flower today, there would likely not be any more chance in the future. Yi Yuan and Ji Kanglin's score had to be settled sooner or later. If Ji Kanglin got the holy mother devil flower up the Medicine King Hall, Yi Yuan would virtually have no hope of taking revenge anymore. Moreover, if they let this holy mother devil flower out, the divine realm would definitely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Whether for the collective or personally, eliminating the holy mother devil flower was a must. "I'm going too," Yi Qing suddenly said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Today's Yi Qing seemed to be rather unusual, but he did not say much either and just nodded his head. Yi Yuan's mind stirred and took everyone into the vast heaven pagoda. Then, directly vanished on the spot. The next instant, he already arrived in the proximity of the giant flower. However, Yi Yuan still underestimated the holy mother devil flower. His figure had yet to appear when a devil vine suddenly stabbed out diagonally, slamming directly onto the void. Bang! Yi Yuan's figure was actually directly smashed out. His merging into heaven and earth actually lost effectiveness a second time. Attack! Yi Yuan seemed to have been long prepared about this. Undying body. Jialan's words made Yi Yuan startled in his heart. He knew that Jialan was not deceiving him. This holy mother devil flower seemed to be able to provide him fiendish energy unceasingly. Yi Yuan knew how terrifying his attack earlier was. Even if Jialan had divine King cultivation realm currently, it was also not possible to be completely unscathed. This was also to say that if he was unable to destroy that flower, he would forever not be able to defeat Jialan. Furthermore, there were still so many devil vines giving him help. Undying body, is it? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly took out the Star Moon Sword. Limitless Life-Death Sword. The moment the quasi-divine king domain appeared, even Jialan felt incomparably amazed too. "Fine lad, just second-level Dao profound and you actually comprehended divine king domain already. Your talent is truly heaven-defying in this age of declining laws. However, using it to deal with me, still too tender." Shock was only shock. Jialan's present strength was much stronger than Yi Yuan. Jialan was not what trash could compare to. He was once a fiend god, cultivation realm powerhouse. His comprehension of laws was far stronger than ordinary martial artists. He did not avoid the incomparably sharp sword intent in the slightest and directly smashed a punch over towards Yi Yuan. Rumble. After one blow, Yi Yuan's divine king domain was actually struck until it directly crumbled, his figure being sent flying out too. Those vines also seized the opportunity and wanted to capture him, coiling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared, evading the devil vine's attack. Ingeniously, what a powerful physical body. Jialan actually only relied on the power of the fleshy body to forcefully scatter Yi Yuan's divine king domain. Once the fiend race obtained a fleshy body, they were truly unbelievably powerful. The current Jialan was more than several times stronger than when at the boneyard. Ha ha ha. Boy, your divine king domain is too weak. If you really reached the realm of void mystic, I'd really not be your match. But the current you, I can crush you casually, Jialan said insolently. Toward Yi Yuan, Jialan hated to the max in his heart too. If not for Yi Yuan severely wounding him, he would have long already recovered to a considerable strength now, and not reach an extent of making compromises to salvage the situation for the past few years. Being seriously injured by the soul-suppressing peel that time, he had not recovered his vitality until now as well, using a trick to let the Holy Mother Devil flower out this time. A very large part of the reason was in order to recover vitality. Now that he ran into Yi Yuan a second time, Jialan would naturally have to overpower properly, so as to give vent to the hatred in his heart. Yi Yuan spat and said with a cold smile, casually crushing me. Huh? Bring it on. Roar. A shocking dragon roar tore through the horizon. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. The place he was originally standing at, 1,000-foot-long massive azure dragon, actually appeared at this time, different from ordinary azure dragons. This azure dragon's right claw presented a golden color. Seeing this scene, Jialan's pupils constricted, unbelievably shocked. Complete dragon transformation. This boy actually wants to compete in fleshy body with me. Golden right claw. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. The massive azure dragon spoke human language, its right claw smacking out with a whistle. Immediately, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An enormous essence. Energy palm carried the might of heaven and earth, smacking over in the direction where Jialan was standing. After complete dragonification, the power of Yi Yuan's physical body skyrocketed several times, adding on the late-stage spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, as well as the golden right claw refined and formed with the primeval dragon bone. The might of this palm was incomparably shocking. This palm could absolutely blow up an ordinary divine king. Jialan's expression changed and suddenly slammed a fist out. Peerlessly, violent fiendish energy headed for that enormous palm, incomparably savagely. Evil fiend divine fist. In the sky, one azure and one black, two terrifying attacks collided together, stirring up an incomparably violent air billow. The 1,000-foot-long azure dragon that Yi Yuan transformed into was struck, until he flew out in reverse, but Jialan was even more tragic. He was smacked into the ground by Yi Yuan's palm once again. Terrifying essence energy rippled out, directly destroying a large stretch of the devil vines. But with this, it rescued a large group of martial artists. They looked at that incomparably magnificent huge dragon in the sky, incredibly in awe and veneration in their hearts. 20 years in a blink of an eye, Lord Qingyunzi is truly remarkable. Now he's no longer that Qingyunzi who only knows how to refine pills. Divine King Domain, complete dragon transformation, also that golden right claw. Simply too terrifying. That blow earlier could absolutely blow up an ordinary divine king. Lord Qingyunzi is truly the only one awake while the world is drunk. To think that we were still afraid of him snatching the Tao spirit fruit with us previously. Thinking about it now, really ashamed. Yeah, Lord Qingyunzi originally could run away, but he chose to stay behind. We can't watch him fight alone. Everyone attack together and exterminate that devil flower. Those martial artists saved by Yi Yuan were all incredibly ashamed. Quite a number of people were moved by Yi Yuan and charged over toward the Holy Mother Devil flower without heed for their lives. Don't! Yi Yuan roared. However, it was already too late. Countless vines extended out from under the ground once more, virtually devouring those martial artists in an instant. At present, of the 100,000 martial artists, those who died were dead, those injured were down. There were already less than 10% remaining. In this short while, the devil vines already slaughtered several tens of thousands of martial artists and absorbed large quantities of blood essence. And these blood essences were currently regurgitation feeding the medicine. King Hall's martial artists. Up till now, only Jialan alone took action, while the medicine King Hall's martial artists all had not made a move yet. Sword 13, Shu Yunqing He Dajiang, what are you all still waiting for? Once the devil flower comes into being, none of you can escape. Yi Yuan roared furiously in the air. He knew that these guys had been watching the fire on the opposite shore the whole time and did not exert their utmost effort. Void mystic realm powerhouses were unlikely to be effortlessly finished off by a few tendrils of the devil vine. Being exposed by Yi Yuan like this, the few people knew that they could not carry on feigning any longer. Each and every one of them had a grand display of invincible might and dispersed the vines very quickly. Swoosh! After He Dajiang broke apart the vines, he did not remain but sped straight for the immemorial medicine garden's entrance. He Dajiang, you're shameless! Shu Yongkung cursed. But he had not finished scolding yet when several more figures fled outwards. They were precisely Wu Yuanqiao, Yu Xinping, and the others. At this time, Jialan tunneled out from underneath the earth again and still surged with heinous fiendish energy, without any hints of suffering injuries at all. He looked at the few profiles currently leaving at full speed and said with a cold smile, "Heh, wanna run? You all are also looking down on Lord Holy Mother too much." His voice had yet to fade when intense tremor sounds suddenly came from below the ground. Rumble. Several vines suddenly tunneled out from underground and bound He Dajiang trio up with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. But these vines were different from those in front of them. They were all purplish-black color. When Sword 13 and the rest saw the scene, they all turned pale with fright. Turns out that until now, this devil vine hasn't used its full strength yet. Sword 13's expression was very ugly as he muttered, "These purplish-black devil vines should be that Holy Mother devil flowers. Main body, previously not attacking was because it hasn't broken free from beneath the earth yet. Now that it absorbed so many martial artists' blood essence, its strength has already recovered too much," Yi Yuan said solemnly, absorbing several tens of thousands of martial artists' blood essence. The devil vine finally revealed its fangs. He Dajiang trio's bodies were currently shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Void mystic powerhouses of an era actually perished just like that. The scene made everyone suck in a cold breath. Jialan laughed loudly and said, "Lord Holy Mother will become more and more powerful after absorbing blood essence. Although the current divine realms laws don't allow deity realm powerhouses to exist with her foundation, there isn't any difficulty in reaching half-deity realm. Hence, none of you can escape today. Everyone here today, all have to die." Jialan's words made Sword 13 and the rest incomparably horrified. Half-deity realm sounded extraordinary, but they did not know that Yi Yuan knew what half-deity realm was. Back then, Fang Tian and that heavenly fiend god were half-deity realm. Any one among them was an existence capable of sweeping across the divine realm. If the Holy Mother Devil Flower could reach that kind of existence, forget about them, it was a catastrophe to the entire divine realm too. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Is that so? Then I'll kill you first." Done talking, Yi Yuan deployed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm once more, planning to severely injure Jialan again. Jialan laughed loudly and said, "It's no use, boy. Your golden right claw is indeed formidable, but no matter how you fight, it's impossible to kill me." Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "We'll only know if I try." When Sword 13 they all saw He Dajiang's miserable state, they could not hold back anymore as well. Sword 13 cried out, "Fight it out with them. Exterminate the medicine King Hall's people first. Sword 13 was the one whose strength was the most intact among all of the void mystic powerhouses right now. He did not hesitate in the slightest before charging towards Sunman. The other void mystic powerhouses knew that there was no way to resolve things today anymore, and also through the last trace of mentality of getting lucky to the back of their minds, all charging over towards the Medicine King Hall that side. The Medicine King Hall's experts were surrounded by a cloud of fiendish energy, at this time, appearing very dark and frightening. Seeing Sword 13, they all took action. Sunman laughed coldly and stepped forward wielding his sword. The two groups of people instantly clashed together. What made this group of people astounded was that they all, so many void mystic powerhouses, did not form a one-sided suppression. Those Medicine King Hall's divine king powerhouses, each and every one of their strength was actually not beneath theirs. Especially Sunman, in just the work of a few moves he forced Sword 13, until he was teetering on his feet, all the way until Shu Yunqing joined the group battle before both sides barely managed to fight to a draw. As for the others, they could not gain any advantage at all. Furthermore, the purplish-black vines also harassed those void mystic powerhouses from time to time. These void mystic powerhouses were actually surrounded by peril. While on another side, a violent coiling dragon heaven devastating palm arrived with a howl once more. Jialan was not careless either. It was the evil fiend divine fist again, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Two terrifying attacks looking as if they were about to collide in the air. But a change suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan carried the horrifying coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and vanished before Jialan's eyes. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in the vicinity of the Holy Mother Devil Flower. At this time, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was just about to finish accumulating power. Yi Yuan suddenly smacked a palm out. Seeing this scene, Jialan revealed a look of shock. He completely did not think that Yi Yuan actually pulled this trick on him, making use of merging into heaven and earth to ruthlessly play with him. This bit of distance was seriously too near to merging into heaven and earth. Even if his speed was any faster, he could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. Either. He could only watch Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm rumble towards the Holy Mother Devil Flower helplessly. That Holy Mother Devil Flower clearly had intelligence, but also did not expect Yi Yuan to pull this move. But its reaction was also extremely swift. The instant Yi Yuan merged into heaven and earth, it detected Yi Yuan's intentions. Purplish-black vines rose to the sky, desperately wanting to block off Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. This move of Yi Yuan's directly caught a time lag. From merging into heaven and earth to revealing his body, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palms. Palm force already completed. It was just moving places. Rumble. The vines were directly treated as meat cushions for the Holy Mother Devil Flower, being pulverized into shreds by the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But with this block, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm did not have much power remaining anymore as well. This bit of attack could not cause the least bit of threat to the Holy Mother Devil Flower at all. Yi Yuan still wanted to attack when another wave of devil vines flew out. Jialan also rushed over already, not giving him any opportunity at all. Helpless, Yi Yuan battled together with Jialan once more. But all of the people did not notice that when Yi Yuan unleashed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm just now, an azure light quietly entered inside the already withered Dao spirit tree under the cover of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The attack this time, Yi Yuan had long predicted that he would return without accomplishing anything. His true objective was in order to send Yi Qing over. Jialan intercepted Yi Yuan. This time he was really seething with rage. Boy! To actually pull this trick on me. If a tiger doesn't demonstrate its prowess, do you really take this Lord Fiend God as someone to be trifled with? Jialan said with a furious roar. Dogfart Fiend God! Aren't you just a divine king right now? What's there to be cocky about? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. When Jialan came into being back then, Yi Yuan was merely just a heaven. Enlightenment realm martial artist and could already play with him by relying on various kinds of methods. Several years passed. Yi Yuan's progress rate far exceeded Jialan's imagination. For Jialan to want to thrash Yi Yuan again like back then, it was already impossible. But Yi Yuan's words stepped onto Jialan's tail. He howled furiously, "Boy, your Lord Jialan will let you take a look at what's a true fiend god." Fiend god. 9 transformations. 6th transformation. Rumble. Jialan's body grew rapidly all of a sudden, and actually grew as much as 100 feet. His fiendish energy also instantly skyrocketed several dozen times. At the same time, sinister protruding fangs grew out of his mouth. The human hands also grew sharp talons. He looked just like a fiend god descending to the earth. Evil fiend divine fist. Still the same move. But displaying it at this time was entirely different from earlier. Bang! Yi Yuan had no time to display any move and was directly struck by this punch. The massive dragon body was smashed into the depths under the ground like a cannonball. At this moment, Jialan utterly went berserk. That terrifying power, even other void mystic realm powerhouses also trembled with fear when they felt it. After Jialan went berserk, his strength skyrocketed more than 10 times. Compared to earlier, this whatever fiend god 9 transformations was truly powerful to the extreme. Those void mystic realm powerhouses were all endlessly alarmed and secretly rejoiced that their opponent was not Jialan. Jialan's figure instantly vanished on the spot. Then, a series of rumbles came from beneath the earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The vines slaughtered the remnant martial artists wantonly, while on the other side, the group of void mystic powerhouses was also beaten until they did not have the least bit of strength to ward off blows. The entire battle situation was already completely controlled by the fiend race firmly. Yet, everyone did not notice that on that Tao spirit tree which had long withered already, was akin to a withered tree sprouting new leaves in spring, growing out a tender shoot. The delicate shoot was incomparably weak but was growing and strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tiny bud became a little shoot. The little shoot became a small tree. The small tree gradually grew thick, the branches and leaves gradually flourishing. A large evergreen tree grew on the Tao spirit tree's dead wood. The Holy Mother Devil Flower was currently absorbing the martial artists' blood essence crazily when all of a sudden, it started quivering intensely. That bright and juicy petal actually gradually became dim. Those void mystic powerhouses were currently put into a sorry state by the devil vines. Suddenly, those vines retreated like tidewater. The vines pursuing martial artists similarly retracted back. Everyone looked at this scene, all incomparably astounded as if returning to the human world from hell. In a twinkle, that small tree already grew into a large tree. Although it was less than a 1/10,000th of the Tao spirit tree, it was currently rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In contrast, the Holy Mother Devil Flower actually seemed like it withered. Not only did its color dim, but the giant flower petals were also currently gradually shrinking. Holy Mother Devil Flower looked like the small tree absorbed away all of the nutrients. Rumble. Jialan's punch sent Yi Yuan rumbling out of the surface of the earth. But he did not pursue it anymore. He felt that the strength in his body was disappearing bit by bit. At this time, Yi Yuan had long recovered to human form already. But his body was lacerated with wounds everywhere, looking very miserable. The strength of the Fiend God 9 transformations Jialan was truly, incomparably terrifying. But the expression on Jialan's face was even more terrifying than Yi Yuan's injuries. "You, what the hell did you do to Lord Holy Mother? Why is my strength disappearing?" Jialan said in terror. Yi Yuan flashed a miserable smile and said, "Hoo-hoo. Looking at that strange flower's appearance, it seems to be suffering. Don't ask me what I did, because I don't know either. Jialan's expression turned black, and he roared angrily, "I'll kill you!" Jialan suddenly slammed a fist out, aiming for Yi Yuan. Right at this time, that giant glower actually gave off a shrill and miserable cry, piercing until everyone's eardrums hurt. This cry made all of the martial artists jittery, goosebumps breaking out all over the body. The Holy Mother Devil Flower was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally becoming the size of a person. Then it actually transformed into a beauty. The beauty collapsed beside the large tree that had just grown weakly, unconscious to the world. That large tree suddenly transformed with a sway of its body and became the appearance of a youth. Who could it be if not Yi Qing? But Yi Qing's current condition, even Yi Yuan was greatly shocked too. Just how long had it been? Yi Qing actually directly rose to peak tier 9. What on earth did this guy do? Just as Yi Yuan was in amazement, Yi Qing already mustered up enough essence, energy, planning on giving that beauty a lethal blow. Jialan's expression changed drastically. How could he still care about Yi Yuan? His figure sped towards Yi Qing like lightning. However, it was too late. Rumble. The place the beauty was at was directly smashed into sludge by Yi Qing. The attack power of the peak tier 9 Yi Qing could not be underestimated. Everything was over. Jialan looked at the debris all over the ground blankly but already could not find traces of that beauty. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. This great fiend came into being and was actually finished off by a youth. Right away, Yi Yuan looked at Yi Qing and said with a tragic smile, "You punk really have some capabilities. What on earth did you do? Why would your strength advance tremendously?" Yi Qing said with a smile, "You all know that the Tao Spirit Fruit is able to let martial artists step into deity realm. Then do you know the origin of the Tao Spirit Tree?" Yi Yuan was stunned. The him who boasted of being all-knowing was also stumped. This time, legends only had it that the Tao Spirit Tree was a divine tree that could only bear one Tao Spirit Fruit every 1.5 million years. But the origin of the Tao Spirit Tree Yi Yuan had never heard before, because it was likely very hard for even deity realm powerhouses to live for as long as 1.5 million years. Looking at Yi Qing's expression, Yi Yuan suddenly had some realization. Tao Spirit Tree, Azure Spirit Tree, one word apart, could it be the two actually had some connections? Sure enough, Yi Qing said, "Once the Azure Spirit Tree attains Tao, it will transform into a Tao Spirit Tree. But the time required for the evolution of this process is far too long. Hence, there are virtually very few people who know." Hearing these words, Yi Yuan was endlessly amazed too. He even thought that the Tao Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spiritual plant and was born a divine tree. He did not think that it actually evolved from an Azure Spirit Tree. But this Tao Spirit Tree is clearly already withered. So how did you? Yuan said curiously. This Tao Spirit Tree should be what an ancient powerhouse used to assist the Grand Array in suppressing the Devil Flower. It's just they never expected that this Devil Flower was incomparably cunning and actually planted a devil seed on the Tao Spirit Tree, leaching onto the Azure Spirit Tree. Countless years passed, but the life force of the Azure Spirit Tree was drained away by the Devil Flower. The Tao Spirit Tree and Tao Spirit Fruit that we saw previously were merely an illusion formed by the Devil Flower. Because she leached on the Tao Spirit Tree, we were completely unable to differentiate the truth and false through the Grand Array at all. Yi Qing's words made Yi Yuan sighed endlessly. Perfectly fine Tao Spirit Tree was actually gone just like that. Yi Qing continued unhurriedly. Although the Tao Spirit Tree died, how vibrant was its life force? Furthermore, even though that Devil Flower exhausted the Tao Spirit Tree to death, countless years of suppression still made her expenditure immense. I'm from the same origin as the Tao Spirit Tree, latching onto it directly severed that Devil Flower's escape route. Then I siphoned her life force crazily. Under my scheming, her vitality was greatly injured as, well. Yi Qing did not avoid Jialan when talking. After Jialan heard, his face turned livid with rage. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but without the Holy Mother Devil Flower, he was completely powerless and alone currently. Retreat! Jialan gritted his teeth and said. He was just thinking of moving but discovered that a large group of martial artists already encircled the surroundings. These martial artists were all remnants under the Holy Mother Devil Flowers. Besiegement. 100,000 martial artists, only 2,000 to 3,000 people remained. Their hatred towards Jialan was completely unable to use words to describe. Run. Go on and run. You, these insidious and cunning fiends, didn't think that there would be instant retribution, right? Everybody attack together. We must rip this guy's corpse apart. The martial artists able to survive were all experts among experts. Even if not divine king powerhouses, their concept's comprehension was definitely very high as well. Their strength left no room for doubt. These 2,000 to 3,000 martial artists attacking together was really more than what Jialan could handle. Except, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, still feeling that something was not right. Logically speaking, the die was cast. But why was the foreboding premonition in his heart getting heavier and heavier? Right then, a glint appeared in Yi Yuan's gaze. He caught a hint of a mocking smile at the corners of Jialan's mouth. Although it was only that instant, it was absolutely not wrong. Not good. Everybody quickly scatter. The Holy Mother Devil Flower isn't dead at all. She lured everyone over to catch all in one fell swoop. Yi Yuan yelled. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's faces changed greatly. They would no longer doubt Yi Yuan's words. Each and every one urged their movement technique to the limits, wanting to escape this stretch of land. Right at this time, black gas rose up on the surface of the ground and enveloped everyone inside all at once. In a blink of an eye, countless devil vines broke out of the earth. In a relatively narrow and small radius, these martial artists had no time to even run at all. Those countless devil vines towered up into the sky, sealing off all of their escape routes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Purplish-black devil vines entangled these people tightly. Not a single one escaped, including Yi Yuan and Yi Qing. With this, it was actually total annihilation. Yi Yuan was still thinking of merging into heaven and earth. But the devil vines did not give him any chance at all, directly smacking him out of the void. Yi Yuan's hands and legs were completely restrained. All the essence energy in his body actually could not be used at all. This Holy Mother Devil Flower was seriously too bizarre. That Holy Mother Devil Flower was not finished off by Yi Qing at all, but infiltrated underground in order to prepare this final blow. The more those martial artists killed, the more scattered they got and the more powerful their strength as well. Routing individually was rather difficult. But this Holy Mother Devil Flower acted out a big play together with Jialan, appearing weak to the enemy and deceiving everyone. Arg! 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 Waves of tragic screams lingered incessantly. The remaining martial artists were also drained of blood essence one by one. Yi Yuan and Yi Qing, however, the devil vines seemed to not have the intention of making a move for the time being yet. That beautiful woman walked out from among the devil vines and came before Yi Yuan and Yi Qing, while Jialan followed closely behind. Giggle, little babies whose hairs aren't even fully grown yet actually pulled tricks with this Holy Mother. You guys are still a bit too inexperienced. The beautiful lady said with a chuckle. This beautiful woman was peerlessly amorous. Slender and graceful, blue upper garment half exposed, one look, and it could hook away a person's soul. With this chuckle, she was even more stunningly beautiful. But how could the current Yi Yuan be in the mood to go and admire her beauty? This fiendish woman was not a kind person. That was an existence that could claim lives. The devilish woman lightly caressed Yi Qing's face and said with a smile, Azure Spirit Tree Child, Even your ancestor wasn't my match, let alone you. Allowed you some benefits, but you know how to give a plum in return for a peach and lured so many people over. This holy mother really doesn't know how to thank you. Yi Qin glared at the devilish woman, bared his teeth in anger and said, "You, despicable and insidious woman, this young lord will definitely kill you, personally." But the devilish woman did not care a whit. She still giggled and said, "Why? Does it sound like you're praising me? Little child, you can't even fend for yourself right now. Still thinking about killing me? Shameless."
Ye Yuan spat.
The devilish woman spun in front of Yi Yuan, her breath like orchids as she said with a light laugh, "Little child, you're very decent. All of the people were beguiled by the Tao spirit fruit, but only you were able to maintain your original heart. Truly not easy. It's just a shame that your strength is a little weak. Otherwise, you really might pose a threat to this holy mother." At this time, Jialan stepped forward and said to the devilish woman, "Lord, Holy Mother, this boy is this era's son of heaven's mandate. Not only does he have absolute heaven's vast heaven steel, even the soul-suppressing pearl, which the Heaven One sect lost, is actually in his hands too. This boy can't be spared. Lord Holy Mother better kill him as soon as possible." The moment Jialan said that, even the devilish woman was endlessly shocked. 2. What did you say? The vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl. These two items are both in his possession. The devilish woman's voice raised an octave, looking at Yi Yuan with flickering bewilderment. Jialan nodded and said, "Absolutely true." He recounted the matter of just breaking open the seal several years ago, leaving the devilish woman unbelievably astonished. The vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl were existences capable of threatening the fiend race, but gathered in the hands of one person. Could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's destiny was. If it's as you said, this boy absolutely can't be spared. Forget it, kill and be done with things here. With the death of the son of heaven's mandate, nobody can stop the footsteps of my fiend race's ascent," said the devilish woman. No one saw the devilish woman made any action. But then vines started to devour Yi Yuan's blood essence frenziedly. The vines seemed to have grown roots and sprouted on his body directly, growing into his flesh, drawing all the blood in his body out. Yi Yuan's body started to be like the other martial artists, rapidly shriveling. This devilish woman killed people with batting an eyelid from start to end and was not the least bit long-winded at all, killing right away. At this time, the essence energy in Yi Yuan's entire body was being controlled. He was completely unable to use an iota of strength. Yi Yuan knew that at this rate he was dead for sure. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yuan poured all of his emperor qi into the vast heaven steel in one go. Rumble. A surge of terrifying strength that originated from the primordial suddenly awakened within Yi Yuan's body, directly sending the devilish woman and Jia Lan flying out. The devil vines immediately collapsed under this surge of power that swept away all obstacles in the way, turning into a pile of fine powder. The devilish woman's expression suddenly changed and said, "Not good, this boy is already capable of controlling the vast heaven steel." Yi Yuan gave a loud cry. He shouted, "Vast heaven steel, suppress for me." The vast heaven steel immediately flew out from inside the vast heaven pagoda and suppressed down on the devilish woman and Jialan, akin to an enormous mountain. Rumble. The earth immediately started quaking. The vast heaven steel directly suppressed the devilish woman and Jialan below. Yi Yuan was very clear that the vast heaven steel's suppression carried powers of law. Back then, when resisting the greater five elements heavenly tribulation, it was evenly matched too. Using it to suppress a few fiendish things should not be any problem. Dong dong dong. Those vines retreated like tidewater once more. It was just that this time, the martial artists that still survived were scanty few. Even a void mystic powerhouse like Sword 13 was also more dead than alive at this time, only left with one breath. How could those divine king experts still be capable of surviving? But Yi Yuan completely could not be bothered with them anymore. His blood essence was also drained as much as 40% in one go. Adding the 10% blood essence that using the sacred dragon token previously expended, half of the blood essence within his body was drawn away. Adding on activating the vast heaven steel, the Emperor Qi in his body was stripped empty. Current, Yi Yuan's entire person was dispirited and inert, also merely left with one breath hanging in there. This devilish woman was too terrifying. In just this half a day's time, close to 50,000 martial artists were actually slaughtered clean by her. However, Yi Qing's condition was much better than Yi Yuan's. He came over to support Yi Yuan and said, rather embarrassedly, "Sorry, was my oversight." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Nothing to do with you. This devilish woman is too cunning. Furthermore, she's an existence that even an ancient major power could not take care of. How could she be so easy to kill?" His voice had yet to fade when the vast heaven steel suddenly started to shake vigorously. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and Yi Qing's expressions both changed drastically. Could it be that this devilish woman still had the strength to spare? The vast heaven steel was already Yi Yuan's final means. If it was still useless, they could only wait to die. Yi Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. However, the matter still developed in the worst direction. Hehe. Such a shame. You've only barely managed to activate the vast heaven steel and can't even use 1/10,000th of its capabilities. Using it to suppress this holy mother is still inadequate. Boy, you can go and die already. The devilish woman's coquettish voice suddenly sounded out, making Yi Yuan and Yi Qing give rise to despair in their hearts. The vast heaven stone steel suddenly started trembling intensely. Clouds of black gas crept out from the bottom of the vast heaven stone steel. The more black gas that gathered, the more terrifying the fiendish energy. That violent fiendish energy actually propped the vast heaven stone steel up. Rumble. The vast heaven stone steel was actually pushed flying just like this. This surge of fiendish energy was seriously too powerful. The devilish woman's lithe figure indistinctly appeared and disappeared in the black gas. Hehe, without heaven and earth laws, there's no way to achieve the deity realm. Even if you're the son of heaven's mandate, you're unable to unleash the true power of the vast heaven stone steel. You're still too tender to be suppressing this holy mother. Little child, this big sister will send you on your way right now. It won't be too painful. At this time, the devilish woman's fiendish energy surged to the sky, dying the entire sky black. Jialan's fiendish energy simply paled in comparison in front of her. However, even though the devilish woman was fine, Jialan's fleshy body was crushed into pieces by the vast heaven stone steel. The fleshy body that he cultivated for several years was actually ruined just like this. The current Jialan became a cloud of black gas once more, even emitting wailing sounds continuously. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he revealed a look of despair as well. No wonder Jialan was so respectfully in front of her. Being suppressed for countless of years, she actually still had such formidable strength. The terrifying devil vines turned into sharp spikes and directly stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. This was a lethal blow. Yi Yuan no longer had strength left over to resist. Yi Qing's expression changed. Two hands forming a seal, he similarly summoned innumerable vines, attempting to resist those sharp spikes' assassination. It was just that his vines could not stand up to a single blow at all in front of the devil vine. The sharp spikes broke through the blockade like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, charging towards Yi Yuan and Yi Qing. Yi Yuan shut his eyes painfully. Even the vast heaven stone steel could not deal with this devilish woman. He was really completely out of ideas. He knew that this devilish woman still had not recovered to her peak state. Currently, once this devilish woman came into being, probably even the 10 great divine kings were not a match either. Just as Yi Yuan was at the boundary of awaiting death, a change suddenly occurred. Rumble. Inside the void, incomparably piercingly cold sword energy suddenly erupted. Above the sky, countless pale yellow sword energy surged willfully, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. That towering fiendish energy was actually gradually dissipated by these. Whoosh! A ray of pale yellow sword energy tore through the sky, directly chopping down. From high up in the air, the vines currently stabbing towards Yi Yuan were actually forcefully chopped in half by this ray of sword energy. The devilish woman was just being pleased with herself when all of a sudden, her expression changed greatly, and she looked towards above the sky abruptly. Damn it! Absolute heaven, that old bastard. He actually even prepared a contingency plan. This sword energy is definitely evil extermination. The devilish woman cried out in alarm, her scream filled with dread. On the face of the all along incomparably composed devilish woman, a look of panic finally appeared on her face. Seizing the opportunity where the devilish woman was absent-minded, Yi Qing grabbed Yi Yuan and sprinted into the distance. Toward Yi Qing's action, the devilish woman did not stop him at all. She had a look of panic on her face and yelled, "Quickly leave! It's the evil extermination sword. Absolute heaven, that old bastard. So irritating even after he died." How could the devilish woman still care about finding trouble with Yi Yuan? She immediately turned into an afterimage, speeding for the immemorial Medicine Garden's exit. Jialan, Sun Ma, and the rest also knew that things were bad, all fleeing for their lives like flying. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, shattering sounds came from above the void. A rift was actually directly torn open in that space. An enormous threaded pommel longsword slowly came out from within the void. The entire space was trembling. The originally already incomparably piercingly cold sword energy became several times more violent at this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of sword energy directly tore through the sky and struck the devilish woman and the others who were currently running with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. Arg! A series of miserable cries reached over. Those few whose strengths were slightly weaker were actually immediately ground to death by the sword energy. The devilish woman also let out a shrill, miserable scream, but her body only slightly paused for a bit before speeding hastily into the distance again. That threaded pommel longsword already appeared fully from within the void. The sword energy that exuded made Yi Yuan's scalp tingle, virtually unable to breathe. Is this the might of a deity realm powerhouse? So powerful. Really. So powerful. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with the injuries on his body as he muttered. After the enormous threaded pommel longsword appeared, it stopped in the air. Just like that, the void behind it gradually closed up. The devilish woman could not resist turning around to take a look at the longsword. Her eyes immediately became wide saucers. Damn it! Absolute heaven, you old bastard! Don't let this holy mother find your grotto. Otherwise, I'll definitely dig you out and whip your corpse. The devilish woman cried out shrilly. However, the threaded pommel longsword naturally would not be threatened by her. After it stopped in the air for a few breaths of time, it transformed into a streak of flowing light with a whoosh, chopping towards the devilish woman. The threaded pommel longsword's speed was unbelievably fast. It drew a beautiful half-arc in the air. In virtually a blink of an eye, it caught up to the devilish woman. Arg! A shrill, wretched cry cut across the sky. Even when separated so far away, it made Yi Yuan break out in goosebumps all over too. A cloud of faint black gas surged to the skies. But Yi Yuan discovered that the black gas's aura was incomparably weak, practically on the verge of withering away already. Yi Yuan used all of his abilities and was also incapable of shaking the holy Mother Devil Flower, but she was actually nearly eradicated by this slash. Yi Yuan and Yi Qing exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock in the other party's eyes. Lord Holy Mother, Quickly leave. The target of this slash was the Holy Mother Devil Flower. But the threaded, pommel giant sword was too terrifying. Jialan was implicated by the sword energy, aggravating his existing injuries even more. However, Jialan's condition at this time was slightly better compared to the Holy Mother Devil Flower. He grabbed hold of the Holy Mother Devil Flower, transformed into 2 clouds of black gas, and vanished from within the immemorial medicine garden. All of the dust settled. Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. This great battle was truly perilous to the extreme. If that threaded pommel giant sword was any slower, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Looking at the immemorial medicine garden in disarray, Yi Yuan sighed. Unceasingly too. Over 100,000 martial artists entered inside and were actually slaughtered. Easily. Even Yi Yuan did not think that this immemorial medicine garden was actually a place where an ancient major power suppressed a fiend race's major power. And this fiend race major power was even adept in schemes, and actually deceived 100,000 martial artists into breaking the formation together, letting her break free. That devilish woman's strength was too horrifying. Even if Yi Yuan possessed a heaven-defying item like the vast heavenstone steel, he felt powerless to handle too. Right at this time, a streak of flowing light flew over from a distance. Incomparably fierce and sharp sword energy approached from far away, making Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. Not good. This sword wouldn't kill even us two, right? Yi Qing turned pale with fright and said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "If it wants to kill us, we can't run either." Clank. That threaded pommel longsword flew right in front of Yi Yuan and stood in the air quietly. At this time, the threaded pommel longsword was already no longer as massive as when it just appeared. It was just slightly longer than an ordinary sword. There was not much difference. It was just that the sword energy emanating off its body still made one's blood run cold. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that 2 words were engraved below the sword hilt. Evil extermination. Then, ***. Yi Yuan, it wouldn't kill us, right? Sensing that oppressive sword energy, Yi Qing still had some lingering fear in his heart. The impression that evil extermination's unyielding slash left for Yi Qing previously was simply too deep. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Doesn't seem like it. Seems to be making me accept it." Yi Qing was stunned and said in disbelief, "Are you joking? This evil extermination sword is a divine artifact. On what basis would it want you to accept it for no reason whatsoever?" Yi Yuan struggled, wanting to get up, but because his injuries were too severe, it made him feel a wave of heart-tearing pain. "Help me over," Yi Yuan said. Really have to go over?" Yi Qing was still rather afraid. "No sh**t. If it wanted to kill us, we'd be long dead. Hurry up," Yi Yuan urged. Yi Qing had no choice and could only support Yi Yuan, following him at every step, and came before the evil exterminating sword. When Yi Yuan drew close, the evil extermination sword became resplendent all of a sudden, giving off a pale yellow light. Yi Qing jumped in fright and involuntarily took a step back. But this retreat tugged onto Yi Yuan's wounds, making it hurt until he winced in pain. "I say, you're a heaven and earth spiritual plant too, so why are you intimidated by a sword? Isn't it shameful?" Yi Yuan said crossly. Yi Qing said, rather embarrassedly, "The power of deity realm is
unimaginable."
Yi Yuan rolled his eyes, but he actually understood Yi Qing very much in his heart too. That attack earlier, forget about Yi Qing, even he was also deeply shaken. That was the true power of deity realm. Yi Yuan knew that even though that blow did not surpass the limits of deity realm, what it used was absolutely divine Tao laws. The power of that sword should be the strongest attack that could be released, present in this world. This sword made Yi Yuan feel a deep longing towards deity realm. But Yi Yuan understood that he was currently too far away from deity realm. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Yuan stepped forward and grabbed hold of the evil extermination sword's sword hilt. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly sending Yi Qing flying. Yi Qing tumbled a few rounds on the ground, scrambled to his feet, and was just about to go save Yi Yuan, but discovered to his shock that the injuries on Yi Yuan's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This evil extermination sword was actually helping Yi Yuan treat his wounds. Currently, Yi Yuan's entire person was enveloped in a ball of yellow light, his expression serene, an appearance of enjoying immensely. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing was incredibly shocked. Could it be that this evil extermination sword really acknowledged Yi Yuan as its master? Really strange. Yi Qing knew that Yi Yuan acquired many treasures these last few years. Could be said to be heaven-defying destiny. But something like today where a divine artifact took the initiative to come knocking on the door was too preposterous, right? Even obtaining the sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan escaped death by a hair's breadth too, only obtaining after passing the final trail. But speaking of which, the treasures currently on Yi Yuan were simply heaven-defying. Tier 9 Primordial Spirit Essence Fire, Tier 9 Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood, Sacred Dragon Token, Vast Heaven Pagoda, Vast Heaven Stone Steel Soul, Suppressing Pearl. Taking any item out would drive the world insane. But something like today where a divine artifact was urging Yi Yuan to accept it was really for the first time still. One had to acknowledge that Yi Qing's eyeballs fell to the ground. In truth, how was Yi Qing the only one whose eyeballs dropped onto the ground? Sword 13, the few of them were not thoroughly dead yet. Although they had quite a bit of blood essence drawn away, they were not in danger of losing their lives. It was just that their strength would likely have to be greatly diminished. Their bodies were unable to move currently, but they did not fall unconscious. This scene of Yi Yuan taking an evil extermination landed in their eyes, nearly making them faint dead. This evil extermination's shocking earlier, they all saw it crystal clear. That power simply sent their minds reeling. Such a supreme treasure actually acknowledged Yi Yuan as master without doing anything at all? Why didn't this sort of good thing land on their heads? Currently, Yi Yuan was basking in comfort from head to toe. The pain and fatigue brought about by the battle earlier were swept clean very quickly. Abundant essence energy flowed into his essence energy sea. Emperor Qi also rose densely. What gave Yi Yuan a pleasant surprise was that these essence energies were not ordinary essence energy, but divine essence. In the essence energy sea, that tiny bit of divine essence was going to be depleted fully very soon. He did not think that evil extermination actually replenished it for him. Before long, the divine essence within Yi Yuan's body grew to even more than when Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pagoda in the past. With this evil extermination sword, the power of Yi Yuan's divine king domain would increase greatly. Yi Yuan knew that these divine essences were merely a tiny residual bit of what remained after that slash by evil extermination. But this bit was already sufficient to Yi Yuan. Even if inside his essence energy sea was full of divine essence currently, Yi Yuan was also unable to unleash evil extermination's true power. His current strength was too weak. Yi Yuan completely did not think that he actually profited from a misfortune. This time, not only did divine essence spike greatly, he even obtained a divine artifact again. The Star Moon Sword was already somewhat impeding to the current Yi Yuan. Absorbing so much divine essence, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already reached peak second level Dao Profound, looking as if he was about to break through to third level Dao Profound already. But his current blood essence losses were too severe, and he was totally unable to break through. Helpless, he could only suppress his cultivation realm and make a breakthrough again after recovering blood essence. Done with these, Yi Yuan deployed a spell and put the vast heaven stone steel away into the vast heaven pagoda. While at this time, the evil extermination sword disappeared with a whoosh. Yi Yuan was first startled, then immediately revealed a look of realization. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, the evil extermination sword suspended quietly. In the sky above the vast heaven stone steel, the two chimed to each other. Across a distance and actually seemed like old friends who had not met for many years. No wonder the evil extermination sword would acknowledge him as its master. Seemed like it was all because of the vast heaven stone steel. Furthermore, when the devilish woman came into being previously, the evil extermination sword held off on coming out. The moment the vast heaven stone steel emerged, it came into being. Looks like the crux of drawing out the evil extermination sword was still the vast heaven stone steel. Could it be that these two treasures were actually of the same source? Countless years ago? Finishing with all this, Yi Yuan came beside Sword 13 and the rest, and said with an emotional sigh, "If you brought Jian Wushuang away back then, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state either. This world has divine objects, but it's easier said than done to want to break through to deity realm. Present, how can this heaven and earth possibly give birth to the Tao spirit? Fruit, this kind of miraculous item." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sword 13 turned his head over painfully and ashamedly. In the great battle previously, Jian Wushuang ultimately still could not escape misfortune and was killed by the devil vines. Thinking about it, how sincere was Yi Yuan's warning back then? If they were not blinded by obsession, how could they have this outcome today? Jian Wushuang's demise was a tremendous blow to the Heavenly Sword sect. Although he was not a void mystic powerhouse, he was the sect master's successor that the Heavenly Sword sect spent extremely great resources to groom. With his demise, the Heavenly Sword sect would have to face the danger of an interrupted generation. The decline of a great holy land would most likely start from this incident. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Today's situation, you all experienced it, too. The fiend race has already plotted for God knows how many years for the sake of today. There's already not the slightest bit of meaning for us to carry on fighting internally. The spirit medicines in this immemorial medicine garden are extremely abundant. Later on, I'll refine several mystic grade medicinal pills to help you all recover blood essence." Inside the immemorial medicine garden, Sword 13, Shu Yunqing, Ding Zhanghua, and the others, all 5 void mystic powerhouses, looked towards Yi Yuan with a grateful look. 2 months had already passed since the incident with the fiend race. In this period of time, Yi Yuan collected quite a few spirit medicines inside the immemorial medicine garden and refined a batch of blood essence recovering medicinal pills, letting these few people recover blood essence at long last. Including Yi Yuan, the injuries this time was too severe. Even with large quantities of spirit medicines, everyone also spent 2 months' time before barely managing to recover. But after the few of them went through this, even if they recovered blood essence, their strength was greatly diminished too. These few people's age were not young anymore. This battle could be said to have greatly damaged their vitality. They were already no longer able to reach peak condition anymore. The void mystic powerhouses that entered this time, not counting Yi Yuan's side, were as many as 13 people. But currently there were only a measly few people left. The brutality of this great battle could be imagined. Young Master Ji, this time, it was all thanks to you. I am ashamed. Sword 13's gratitude carried bashfulness as he said, "Young Master Ji saved this Shu twice altogether. Such a great favor, this Shu will never forget it. In the future, if young Master Ji has anything you need my Heavenly Dawn Palace to help with, feel free to ask away," Shu Yunqing said. Gratefully, he was schemed against by He Dajiang the last time and almost died. It was Yi Yuan who saved him. Even though Yi Yuan snatched away the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, Yi Yuan saving his life was a fact. The other few people were also endlessly grateful, expressing thanks to Yi Yuan. This great battle, from start to end, it was Yi Yuan restraining the holy Mother Devil Flower and Jialan, these 2 great fiends. These void mystic powerhouses basically played supporting characters. Even that deadly slash at the end had extremely deep connections to Yi Yuan. 2. These few people were all extremely perceptive people. They could naturally discern that a divine artifact like evil extermination absolutely would not acknowledge Yi Yuan as master without rhyme or reason. Prior to this, their impression of Yi Yuan still stopped at that kid who only wholeheartedly knew pill refinement. But now, their impression of Yi Yuan was already thoroughly overhauled. Scheming, strength, destiny, plus alchemy path cultivation, Yi Yuan was a heaven-defying existence in all of them. The present Yi Yuan was already totally different from that Ji Qingyun back then. He had already matured into a genuine powerhouse. Everyone, no need to be courteous. Saving you all isn't because this Yi is very kind-hearted. I just want to preserve a portion of strength for the divine realm. Probably before long, the calamity of the fiend race will utterly erupt. At that time, the human race is bound to have a great battle with the fiend race. All of you leaving behind a useful body, when the time comes, contribute a portion of strength for the human race. Yi Yuan said coolly. If it were before, Yi Yuan definitely would not care about the few of them and just let them run their own course. But now, Yi Yuan's thinking was different. Evil extermination sword acknowledging him as master made a sort of mission spontaneously well up in his heart. Even though many things were buried in the annals of history, after going through so much, Yi Yuan knew that the war between the human race and fiend race had actually been continuing all along. The vast heaven stone steel should have already changed several masters. Each master likely had an earth-shaking great battle with the fiend race. The most recent one should be Fang Tian. Very clearly, the fiend race was suppressed. But no matter how they were suppressed, the fiend race did not die out. Yi Yuan walking along the way, one after another fiend races powerful existences were clearly intentionally let out by people. Coupled with the Medicine King Hall's change, the fiend race was probably scheming another counterattack to regain lost ground. And this time it was likely different from any one time in the past. That time 50,000 years ago, there was only one heavenly fiend god. But this time there was the additional Holy Mother Devil Flower and Jialan. Once these fiends recovered strength, they absolutely did not pale the slightest in comparison to the heavenly fiend god. Where would the present human race go to find a second Fang Tian? Even the 10 great divine kings likely could not reach Fang Tian's level 2. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan was most apprehensive of was still that faction behind Ji Kanglin. Just how long had that faction been infesting in the divine realm? Yi Yuan did not dare to imagine at all. The vast heaven stone steel found him. Now the evil extermination sword found him too, making the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders suddenly become heavy. Natural laws cycle, the great responsibility in this age may fall on him. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the expressions of Sword 13 and the rest turned fearful. Those two fiends were seriously too powerful. Such a horrifying slash of evil. Extermination was actually unable to kill them. Young Master Ji, rest assured. After returning this time, our heavenly sword sect will officially declare war on the Medicine King Hall. Sword 13 pledged solemnly. Our heavenly Dawn Palace will also declare war on the Medicine King Hall. Right away, Xu Yunqing said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the Medicine King Hall being closed for 20 years, their present strength we have no way of finding out. With my understanding of Ji Kanglin, he probably won't wait passively for the end. If we're a pile of loose sand, we might suffer a huge loss instead when the time comes. When the few people heard these words, they did not say anything on the surface, but in their hearts they were very disdainful. The Medicine King Hall's strength at their prime could only rank in the middle, among the 8 great super holy lands as well. Now that Ji Zhongyang and Ji Qingyun, these two people were no longer around, how great could the Medicine King Hall's strength be? How many powerhouses could be created in 20 years' time? With 2 great super holy lands declaring war on them at the same time, the pressure on them would increase suddenly. Even if they sought refuge from the fiend race, how many powerhouses could the fiend race groom in 20 years' time? Super holy lands powerhouses. The majority had a kind of fervent self-confidence. Of course, one could not say that they were wrong to have this sort of fervent self-confidence, because in normal understanding they were that group of people standing at the very summit of the divine realm. They controlled the direction of the entire divine realm. Yi Yuan knew that this sort of perception could not be changed in a short time. He thought about it and said, "How about this, after you two return, notify Sect Master Jian and Palace Lord Lin first. This Yi will head for the holy region within the next few days and inform those few old fellows about the fiend race's matters. Let them come forward and unite the other holy lands to launch an attack towards Jikanglan together. At that time he'll be hard pressed to escape even if he grew wings." Among the 8 great super holy lands, the holy region was one of the most powerful super holy lands. Those few old monster-class powerhouses, each and every one of them was not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. The divine realms matters were normally each acting of their own free will, but everyone would still answer and gather under the holy region's rallying call. The state of affairs was so serious this time. Yi Yuan reckoned that those few old fellows should also be incapable of sitting still anymore. As long as they eradicated Jikanglan and dug out the faction behind them, then dragged the Holy Mother Devil Flower and Jialan in seriously injured conditions out, the crisis of the fiend race would be easily resolved. All right, then we'll have to trouble young Master Ji to make a trip. When we eliminate Jikanglan, I welcome young Master Ji to come to my heavenly sword sect to be a guest. I'll take my leave here. Done talking, Sword 13 immediately left the immemorial medicine garden. Young Master Ji don't need to worry too much. That Jikanglan throwing his lot with the fiend race has already infuriated public wrath. He absolutely won't have a good end. Once this matter is over, young Master Ji must come to my heavenly dawn palace to be a guest and let this Shu carry out the hospitality of a host somewhat. Shu Yunqing and Ding Zhangguo greeted and also left. Looking at the few people's departing back view, Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Seemed like Sword 13 and Sword 13 did not take his words in at all. But a super holy land's every movement and action was also not that easy. He needed to hurry and make a trip to the holy region. With a bout of great battle, the entire immemorial medicine garden was already in utter disarray. Those few million-year-old medicine spirits had long run to God knows where. The matter of finding spirit medicines, Yi Yuan could only give up as well. 2 months had passed, the outside world still did not know what kind of accident happened. This trip to the holy region was best as soon as possible. At Cloudmarsh City, inside the city lord manor, Old Man Han furrowed his brows when he finished hearing Yi Yuan giving an account of the immemorial medicine garden's events this time. Old Man Han, you're also a divine realms bigwig class figure. Absolutely impossible to not have heard about the fiend race's matters. Now that the fiend race has come into being once more, you probably can't look on with folded arms, right? Yi Yuan said. Old Man Han said with knitted brows. Such an important matter, this old man naturally won't look on with folded arms. When exterminating the Medicine King, Hall send a word. This old man will naturally make my way over. It's just that. Sigh. As Old Man Han was talking, he let out a long sigh. The Holy Mother Devil Flower coming into being virtually extracted all of the immemorial medicine garden's essence energy dry. The current immemorial medicine garden was practically just an empty husk. Those several dozen million-year-old spirit medicines virtually all fled in all directions and could not be gotten back at all. With a great battle, no idea how many spirit medicines were ruined either. Just think about it. A great battle that affected over 100,000 martial artists, that destructive power was simply unimaginable. The entire immemorial medicine garden was practically a wasteland. Without the immemorial medicine garden, Cloudmarsh City's status in the divine realm would naturally be greatly reduced. As Cloudmarsh City's city lord, Old Man Han naturally had sorrow in his heart. Yi Yuan looked at this scene in front of him, but he simply said with a cold smile, "Old man Han, your skin is really getting thicker and thicker. I had a great battle inside the immemorial medicine garden with Fiend Race and barely escaped death. You actually still want to extort the spirit medicines on me." Old man Han had a problem, that was that he liked to collect all kinds of spirit medicines. Even though this was the common disease of all alchemists, Old man Han was clearly much more ill than the others. This Cloudmarsh city did not restrict outsiders from entering the immemorial medicine garden. But the things that martial artists obtained inside the immemorial medicine garden, Cloudmarsh city took a cut. Below void mystic experts, even if they were a peak divine king, they also had to hand over the share obediently. Otherwise, they would die very miserably. These several thousand years, how many spirit medicines Old man Han collected was already unimaginable. The immemorial medicine garden's upheaval this time, only Yi Yuan the few of them escaped. Old man Han naturally wanted to take his share of the loot. However, Yi Yuan rebuffed him with a word. Old man Han's face did not turn red, nor did his heart beat any faster. He said, with a broad smile, "The immemorial medicine garden is already ruined. This Cloudmarsh city of mine won't live up to its reputation anymore. Younger brother Ji, you can't fold your arms and not save me from ruin." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Old man Han, don't give me that." The Fiend Race lurked by the side, but you did not detect it all, resulting in poking such a large hole in the basket. My small life was almost lost inside. Aren't you going to give me a bit of compensation? Old man Han was stupefied, not expecting Yi Yuan to actually make a false countercharge. Ha ha. Younger brother Ji, making a joke? Don't take it for real. I don't want it anymore. All right? Old man Han joked about it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old man Han, don't think that I'm joking with you. I recently want to refine some medicinal pills and just happen to still lack several spirit medicines. Have a heart and compensate me." Old man Han was startled and said with a black face, "Younger brother, you know that spirit medicines are this old man's lifeblood. If you really have designs on them, don't blame me for not being courteous." Old man Han was a first-rate expert, an apex existence in the divine realm. Even void mystic powerhouses did not dare to be impudent in front of him too. But Yi Yuan did not buy it in the slightest. "Don't you want to know how I escaped from the hands of the Fiend Race? Old man Han, how about we try it out? You can give it a shot whether your medicine garden can still be preserved or not," Yi Yuan threatened. Old man Han's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Currently, his intestines were already green with regret. If he had long known, he would have met Yi Yuan outside and not bring him inside. Previously, hearing Yi Yuan talk about the events inside the immemorial medicine garden, Old man Han was very astonished in his heart too. Over 100,000 martial artists all died inside. The Fiend Race's strength was definitely incomparably fearsome. How did Yi Yuan escape? Old man Han was very confident in his own strength. But facing Yi Yuan, he had no confidence in protecting his medicine garden. The immemorial medicine garden was even ruined, let alone talk about his medicine garden. Finally, Old man Han still yielded. "You punk, when did you become a scoundrel? Forget it. Forget it. Consider yourself ruthless. Whatever spirit medicines you required, pick yourself. But above 300,000 years, you're absolutely not allowed to take them away." Old man Han said hatefully. He did not expect that he failed to fleece a sum and was blackmailed by Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Don't you worry, the spirit medicines for my refinement, 200,000-year-old is already enough." Looking at Yi Yuan pluck away the spirit medicines in his medicine garden one stalk by one stalk, Old man Han's heart was dripping blood. "Yi Yuan, any discovery yet?" Kwang Tianming asked when Yi Yuan returned to the residence. Through 2 months plus of refining medicinal pills, Kwang Tianming finally recovered to his peak state. when he was informed about that unbelievably tragic battle in the immemorial Medicine Garden, his shock could not be any greater. And today, Yi Yuan going to extort Old Man Han was not targeting his spirit medicines at all. He felt that Old Man Han was very suspicious, so he deliberately wanted to go and probe things out, except the result made him very disappointed. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with furrowed brows, "Old Man Han is a cunning old fox. He doesn't have any flaws at all, but I keep feeling that he's somewhat unusual. He has been adjacent to the immemorial Medicine Garden for several thousand years. Could he be completely unaware of the situation inside? Moreover, the news of the divine rank spirit medicine coming into being this time was also very fishy. I initially thought that it was news disseminated by the Medicine King Hall, but thinking back for a bit, it doesn't feel too probable either. If say who's the most convenient to spread this intel, it's naturally Cloudmarsh City. With this bout of probing today, Yi Yuan did not find any clues at all. Kwang Tianming let out a sigh and said, "The matter of the fiend race is complicated and confusing. The only thing that we can be certain right now is the Medicine King Hall looks like wanting to open up new prospects. There's only starting from the Medicine King Hall." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "There's only like this. It's just that those few old fellows from the holy region aren't that easy to convince." Kwang Tianming said, "The matter concerns the rise and fall of the human race. It's not up to them to not take it seriously." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the power, and the more selfish wanting them to take action, it is difficult." The two people were currently chatting when Ruan Shuangzhou suddenly came in to report, "My lord, someone who calls himself Yu Jianfeng arrived outside, saying that he's paying a visit to Miss Lear." Yi Yuan was stupefied and could not help being somewhat doubtful. What did the Yu family send Yu Jianfeng to come to find Lear for at this time? After Yi Yuan left the city lord manor, a figure appeared beside Old Man Han. "Looks like he's already suspicious of you," said that person. "This brat is too clever. In the past, he didn't place his thoughts on this. Returning this time, even I, this old antique, feel a headache towards him." Old Man Han said, "Hoo-hoo, this junior apprentice brother of mine is a peerlessly talented person. To begin with, previous life it was the environment he grew up in that was too comfortable. Hence, that's why he could not be bothered to place his thoughts on scheming and conspiring. Once he gets serious, even I'm not a match either." This figure was actually Yi Yuan's senior apprentice brother, Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan attempted to probe Old Man Han, but he never would have thought that Old Man Han actually got together with Ji Kanglin. Hearing Ji Kanglin's words, Old Man Han deeply felt that way too as he nodded his head and said, "This brat's maturing speed is too terrifying. The last time he came, I already wanted to make a move to keep him behind, but I discovered that I couldn't see through him at all. That's why I didn't act rashly without careful consideration." Ji Kanglin said, "Luckily, you didn't make a move against him. Otherwise, this time, Lord Holy Mother probably won't have a chance to escape." "You really view him so highly? The two of us taking action, keeping him behind shouldn't be hard," Old Man Han said in surprise. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile, "It's not that I view him highly, but that it's heaven that thinks highly of him. The son of heaven's mandate isn't said for fun. If it was so easy to be killed, then it wouldn't be called the son of heaven's mandate. I've already killed him once, except he's not dead yet, isn't it so? Our fiend race has counterattacked God knows how many times in the divine realm, but each time it's foiled at the hands of the child of destiny. This time, we must be doubly cautious." Old Man Han's expression turned austere as he said, "Could it be that, holy son, you infiltrating into the Medicine King Hall was actually because of him?" Although Old Man Han's strength was formidable, this sort of top-secret matters he naturally did not know. Most likely, the only ones who knew were The Lord Divine Master out of Ji Kanglin's mouth, as well as Ji Kanglin himself, right? Only hearing Ji Kanglin say so at this time, did Old Man Han have a feeling of suddenly seeing the whole thing in a clear light, thinking through the cause and effect. The divine realm had 8 great super-holy lands. Even if it was infiltrating, they should also pick the most powerful holy region. Although the Medicine King Hall was powerful, it was still not worth the Divine Master doing so. Moreover, after the Holy Son killed the Ji father and son, he did not seem to have any further actions either. Looking at it now, the Holy Son infiltrating the Medicine King Hall, his goal from the very start was Ji Qingyun. Ji Kanglin smiled slightly and nodded as he said, "That's right, Lord Divine. Master purged the fiendish energy in my body with a great magical ability, sealed my memories and sent me into the Medicine King Hall. The goal was
Precisely Qingyun.
long during 1,000 years ago, Lord Divine Master somewhat sensed that this era's child of destiny will appear in the Medicine King Hall. I laid low for several hundred years and plotted for a long time, before finally finding an opportunity to take action, striking dead with one blow. It's just, I never thought that didn't kill him either. Hence, if Ji Qingyun died here muddle-headedly, then he wouldn't be the son of heaven's mandate." Hiss! Old Man Han drew a cold breath. Such detailed setup, such a deadly blow was actually unable to kill Ji Qingyun too. This boy's life was also truly too tenacious. In the past, he still scoffed in contempt towards the saying of son of heaven's mandate, but now he believed it. Ji Kanglin continued slowly. I even suspect now that 20 years ago, when I made a move and killed him, it precisely gave him the chance to have a nirvanic rebirth. It was also precisely because I killed him that it gave him a chance to soar up to the heavens with one bound. Perhaps all of this was long foreordained already. If without me, maybe he'll still be that Medicine King Hall's young lord who's wholeheartedly obsessed with alchemy Tao. Thinking about it further back, perhaps Divine Master's response might also have been something long predetermined. The more Ji Kanglin talked, the more alarmed Old Man Han was. These words sounded very incredible, but thinking about it carefully, wasn't it exactly so? With Ji Kanglin's status, he definitely would not utter such incomprehensible words. These words were definitely after he thought it over carefully. The life of the son of heaven's mandate was too tenacious. Doesn't that mean that no matter what we do, we ultimately still can't escape the outcome of defeat? This Ji Qingyun can't be killed at all. Old Man Han said in amazement. According to Ji Kanglin's way of saying things, everything that they were doing right now was all futile. Then what was the point? Ji Kanglin smiled and said, "Not unkillable, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. Since we've already failed once, we absolutely can't fail a second time. The next time we make a move, there must be 100% assurance." How to kill? Old Man Han said speechlessly. Ji Kanglin's expression turned intent, and his gaze was deep as he said, "Want to kill the child of destiny, one must first break his destiny. As long as one breaks his destiny, killing him will be as easy as blowing off dust." Old Man Han was stunned and blurted, "Breaking destiny? How to break?" Fate was determined by heaven. Regardless of whether it was the human race or fiend race, how could one possibly break destiny? Ji Kanglin just smiled, and he did not answer Old Man Han. "Uncle Feng, why have you come?" Seeing Yu Jianfeng, Lier was very surprised too. Yu Jianfeng looked to be laden with worries, an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back. The moment Lier saw this appearance, her heart thumped. To be able to make Yu Jianfeng personally make a trip, something unforeseen must have happened. To Bright Moon City. Yu Jianfeng heaved a sigh and said, "Ancestor's longevity is drawing to an end and is going to pass away in meditation very soon." Lier's entire body involuntarily trembled when she heard that. How can it be? Wasn't Ancestor in close seclusion all along these few years? Why would he suddenly Lier said in disbelief. Yu Jianfeng also let out a sigh and said, Ancestors matters, I believe you. Also no. In his early years, he had a battle with the Zhou family's ancestor, and had long left behind hidden injuries already. A few days ago his hidden injuries relapsed. Hence, his lifespan is exhausted ahead of schedule. Passing away in meditation is also a matter of these few months.
Lier.
You're my Yu family's most important junior presently. His elderly self hopes to meet you before passing away. There are some things that he wants to instruct you face to face. This, the moment Lier heard, she became caught in a dilemma. As a matter of fact, she and the Yu family's ancestor did not have overly deep feelings. Ever since birth, the ancestor was in close seclusion all year round and never showed face before. But now that his elderly self was about to pass away in meditation, she had to make a trip back no matter what. It was just that Yi Yuan's pressing matter on hand right now was to make a trip to the holy region. This way it would be marching in opposite directions to Yi Yuan. Big brother Yuan Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since your ancestor wants to see you, you naturally have to make this trip back. Making a trip to the holy region, I'm just having a couple of words with those few old freaks. It won't take too much time, either. Once the matters over there are settled, I'll go to Bright Moon City to find you. Actually, Yi Yuan could not bear to part with Lier too. But a person's death was major. The Yu family's ancestors passing away in meditation was near at hand. If he did not let Lier return, it was seriously going against moral principles. Others might, but he himself would not be able to disregard his own conscience. On this, during his previous life, Yi Yuan had heard before that the Yu family still had a void mystic ancestor who stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was just that did not think that his longevity actually drew to an end coincidentally. At this time, the Yu family had already gotten to know Yu Mengli's potential and would naturally take her to be the Yu family's hope. How could such an important figure not show up? No matter how Yi Yuan loathed to part with Yu Mengli, he also could not do such a thing. Yu Mengli hated to part with Yi Yuan even more. To her, she only walked together with Yi Yuan after going through hardships and dangers. She wished that she could keep sticking on to Yi Yuan and forever not part with him. But the affairs of human life were hard to predict. The Yu family's important matter, she obviously could not really ignore it.
Ao Qian, follow Lier.
Make sure not to let her suffer any bit of harm. Otherwise, I'll hold you solely responsible. Yi Yuan's tone was a never-before solemn. Ao Qian's expression turned stern as he said, Yes, my lord. But Lier refused and said, Big brother Yuan, this trip of yours is perilous. Those few holy regions' major powers aren't that easygoing. Eldiros, strength is very strong. You'd best bring him along beside you. I'm just making a trip back to Bright Moon City. Why would I need any protection? If you really can't put your mind at ease, just let Wu Luo take a trip back with me. Yu Jianfeng also said, Yeah, Lord Qingyunzi. Bright Moon City is Lier's home. Could it be that there are still people who dare to bully her? Yi Yuan was helpless and could only let Wu Luo accompany Lier and leave together. Watching Lier's silhouette disappear in the transmission array, Yi Yuan felt a sense of loss. Holy region, it was a very special existence. It only had one large domain. But this place, it was the entire divine realm's strongest place. Not one of. The Lord of the Holy Region was the heaven-stabilizing divine king. And the Holy Region was also the one and only faction that possessed a 10 great divine king among the 8 great super-holy lands. Apart from this, the Alchemist Association that established the entire alchemist system was also situated in the Holy Region. Of course, there was still the Heaven's Secret Tower that was veiled in mystery. So many powerful forces, including major forces, gathered in one region. The magnitude of might could be imagined. The title of void mystic powerhouses was mostly passed down from mouth to mouth, but the titles of the 10 great divine kings were set by the Heaven's Secret Tower. Whether or not the rankings of the 10 great divine kings were accurate or not, nobody knew as well, because they had never fought before amongst themselves. At least, they had never exchanged blows before in front of people. But the 10 great divine kings themselves did not seem to have much dissent towards this ranking. They tacit acknowledged this ranking. The Lord of the Holy Region was titled the Heaven-Stabilizing Divine King. Such a peerlessly tyrannical name naturally also represented his incomparably powerful strength. This holy region is simply miraculous, supporting the divine realm's largest city in the sky. How terrifying the essence energy does this require? Zhang Taizong looked at that city high above the clouds and exclaimed with shock. The holy city was the holy region's hub, and also the divine realm's largest city. Except, this city was not on the ground. It was established in the sky. The city was submerged in the clouds, unable to see through the actual situation at all. Could even be claimed as miraculous. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The holy city is a miracle in the first place, so what's there to kick up a great fuss over? If talking about which factions inheritance in this divine realm is preserved the most completely, it's none other than the holy city. If not for this case, how could it give birth to Zhuge Qingxian, that kind of monster?" Zhuge Qingxian? Jiang Taizong could not help being stupefied when he heard this name. Clearly it was very unfamiliar. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is the heaven-stabilizing divine king out of everybody's mouth, the rank 1 existence among the 10 great divine kings." With this, even Ao Qian could not help perking his ears too. He had long heard of the name of the 10 great divine kings, known as the 10 strongest people in the divine realm presently. Then wouldn't this rank 1 be the present divine realm's number 1 person? Such an existence, how could they not be interested? Ruan Shuangzhou muttered. Turns out that the heaven-stabilizing divine king's true name is called Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I told you all long ago that these guys like to pretend to be mysterious. But Zhuge Qingxian is really very strong. The other divine king's titles are mostly related to their most skilled fields, while Zhuge Qingxuan's isn't. This guy has virtually no weakness to exploit. His might practically makes people despair." The so-called 10 great divine kings were unfathomable existences to other people. To a divine king expert like Ruan Shuangzhou, he did not even know Zhuge Qingxuan's name. But Yi Yuan had friendly relations with quite a few of the 10 great divine kings. Their mysterious veil was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. But toward Zhuge Qingxuan's strength, Yi Yuan still admired greatly. Even such a proud fellow like the spirit-bristle divine king was full of praises towards Zhuge Qingxian. His might naturally need not be elaborated. Really that impressive? When I recover my strength, I want to find him to exchange views. I want to take a look if this divine realm's number 1 person currently is really that incredible or not. O Qian said with an unconvinced look. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "The reason why Zhuge Qingxian is powerful is also that the holy city's inheritances are very complete. The holy city's foundation has lasted all the way from the divine Tao era until today. What ordinary factions can't imagine. Just take this grand array for example. It has operated for countless tens of thousands of years and didn't wane for a long time. Probably only deity realm powerhouses had such ability. The secrets in the holy city were numerous. Just this divine rank grand array, before their eyes, made people marvel endlessly with admiration. Among those fleeting and ephemeral clouds, concealed an incomparably powerful grand array. This grand array had operated all the way from the divine Tao era till today, but did not have the slightest trend of weakening. Such a foundation was naturally not what ordinary forces could compare to. There had once been many powerhouses who wished to enter into the clouds to check things out, but without exception they were all turned to dregs. Over the course of time, nobody dared to enter inside anymore. My lord, everyone says that the holy region is easy to enter, but the holy city is hard to go into. How should we enter inside? Wan Shuangzhou said. Yi Yuan said with a smile. You look, hasn't the ones fetching us arrived? Everyone looked over. Sure enough, they saw a group of people floating down from the holy city. A young man leading cupped his fists towards Yi Yuan and said, May I ask if it's Lord Qingyunzi? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Precisely so. The young man said very cordially, Haha, it's really Lord Qingyunzi. This one is Ho Yu, Holy City Purple Gold Hall's 5th seat disciple. Half a month ago, Ho Yu received Lord Cloudsky's Dermic decree to let me welcome your Excellency here. I didn't think that today your Excellency finally arrived. Regarding the Holy City knowing about his arrival, Yi Yuan was not surprised. The Holy City was the Divine Realm's central. It was incomparably well informed. Yi Yuan did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts either. With their strength, grasping his whereabouts was beyond easy. When this Ho Yu said that he was a disciple of the Purple Gold Hall, a trace of pride flickered across his eyes. The Purple Gold Hall was the hall where the Holy City's most elite disciples were at. Inside were virtually divine king powerhouses. To be able to rank 5th, his strength was rather out of the ordinary. Yi Yuan looked at Ho Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile, What haughty airs Cloud Sky old punk has. This young master arrived and he actually doesn't receive personally. The moment these words came out, the countenance of Ho Yu and the group of disciples behind him suddenly changed. This guy proclaimed to be Qingyunzi before their eyes. His age was much younger than them, but he behaved like a senior when saying these words. Who was Cloud Sky? Cloud Sky was one of the 3 titans of Holy City. His status in the Holy City was second only to the heaven-stabilizing Divine King. Such a character personally appointing a disciple to come out and welcome. Could it be that it was still not grand enough? This fellow in front of them was also a little too insolent, right? Haha. Lord Cloud Sky is too busy and truly can't find time to come and receive your Excellency. I hope that your Excellency doesn't take offense. Your Excellency, enter the city first. When Lord Cloud Sky is done with work, he'll definitely come and pay a courtesy call to Lord Qingyunzi, Ho Yu said, with an obsequious smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a cold smile, Heh, this Cloud Sky old punk, isn't it seeing that this young master is no longer the man I was? Having a high opinion of his identity, that's why he dispatched you all to come forward? Forget it, coming this time is for important matters on hand. Won't stoop to the level of you all, these juniors. Ho Yu had an appearance as if a heavy burden was lifted off. He extended his hand to lead the way as he said, Lord Qingyunzi, please. The place Ho Yu pointed at was a mass of golden-colored cloud. Under the shine of the sunlight, it appeared glistening. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, Yo, golden cloud sky stairs. Cloud Sky old punk is still giving a lot of face. Huh? Ho Yu said smilingly. What's Lord Qingyunzi saying? Your Excellency is the Divine Realm's pinnacle-most alchemist. With your status, naturally, there's only the golden cloud sky stairs that's fitting. But Ao Qian's expression changed, and he looked at Ho Yu viciously as he said, What do you mean, brat? But Ho Yu said calmly, This senior, I don't understand your words. The golden cloud sky stairs is the holy city's highest treatment of receiving distinguished guests. 1 step, 3,000 stairs, what do you think I mean? You. Ao Qian was tongue-tied for a moment and could not help looking at Yi Yuan as he said, My lord, we'd best go up from the ordinary cloud sky stairs. Ao Qian, this kind of old monster, naturally came to the holy city before. Flying was prohibited within 10,000 miles of the holy city. If someone attempted to fly into the holy city, they would be decimated by the divine rank grand array. The only way to enter the holy city was this cloud sky stairs. Under the holy city, there were masses of clouds. The shade of colors varied. As long as one stepped onto the clouds, a cloud and mist staircase would naturally form step by step. It was called cloud sky stairs. The color of the cloud sky stairs went from light to dark. It was divided into a total of 9 ranks, corresponding to martial artists' 9 ranks, respectively. Rank 1 cloud sky stairs, 1 step 1 stair. Reaching the holy city from the bottom required a full 1 year's time, while the rank 9 cloud sky stairs, 1 step, 300 stairs. Ascending to the holy city required a day's time, while above rank 9 there was an even higher level staircase still, named Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. The Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, 1 step, 3,000 stairs. One only needed several hours to be able to reach the holy city. This Golden Cloud Sky Stairs assumed a golden color, looking extremely deluxe. It was indeed what the holy city used to welcome distinguished guests. But this Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, even ordinary void mystic powerhouses might not be able to ascend it safely either. When Ao Qian saw Hou Yu's very cautious manner, he even thought that Hou Yu was really apprehensive of Yi Yuan's identity. He did not expect that Hou Yu was scheming something. He was also perplexed earlier. His Excellency normally treated people very modestly. Why did he have a high and mighty attitude toward this brat in front of him? One had to know that him calling Cloud Sky old punk was placing him and Cloud Sky on the capacity of the same generation. These few were merely the Purple Gold Hall's disciples. They immediately became a generation lower compared to Yi Yuan. Only then did Ao Qian come to a realization why Yi Yuan had a very cocky appearance just now. Turns out that he had long seen through this Hou Yu's little thoughts and deliberately postured for him to see. Hearing Ao Qian's words, Hou Yu feigned surprise and said, "How can this do? Lord Qingyunzi is the divine realm's pinnaclemost alchemist, a person of the same generation as Lord Fengtian. How can he go up from the ordinary cloud sky stairs? This way is also too deigning, right?" Ao Qian's face turned black, and he berated, "Brat, shut your mouth for this. Old man, do you believe this old man will tear your mouth or not?" But Hou Yu did not care about him at all and pretended to have a sudden realization again as he said, "Ah, I know, could it be that Lord Qingyunzi, reincarnating, he can't even mount this Golden Cloud Sky Stairs now? Lord Qingyunzi, this Hou Yu had good intentions. I didn't think that your Excellency actually can't go up.
Sorry. Truly sorry."
Ha ha ha. His words being uttered, the group of disciples behind him all roared with laughter. Hou Yu apologized verbally but was delighted in his heart. Ask you to posture. Ask you to offend eldest senior brother. Isn't it just a lousy alchemist? Only climbed on top of eldest senior brother's head by taking advantage of trickery. Really think that you're some important character? Reaching the holy city, even a dragon had to coil for your father. Ao Qian was just about to fly off the handle when Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop him from speaking. He looked at Hou Yu and said smilingly, "Guosu, made you do it, right? Already been so many years, that fellow is still so small-minded. How will he take on big responsibilities in the future?" The Guosu out of Yi Yuan's mouth was precisely Hou Yu's eldest senior brother, the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple. This Guosu was the same as Yi Yuan and Jian Wushuang, genius martial artists that grew up in the same generation. But Guosu's growing speed was similarly far from comparable to Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan became a peak alchemy emperor, Guosu was still just a peak divine king and had not stepped into the realm of void mystic. Originally, the two were of the same generation. But with Yi Yuan's breakthrough, Guosu became a junior all of a sudden. How could this not make him depressed? Back then, Guosu was known as the divine realm's #1 genius, with hopes of inheriting the heaven-stabilizing divine king's mantle. But he was crushed by Yi Yuan until he was black and blue all over. Even though the two people never had a frontal clash before, every time Guosu saw Yi Yuan, that thick enmity could not be concealed no matter what. Living in the same era as Yi Yuan, regardless of what kind of a genius, it was all a tragedy. Jian Wushuang was like that. Guisu was similarly like so. Huoyu was choked badly by Yi Yuan's words, but he forcefully pressed it down. In the end and switched to a smiling face as he said, "What's Lord Qin Yunzi saying? Huoyu doesn't understand. Huoyu has good intentions. What has it got to do with eldest senior brother? Sai, it was Huoyu who was rash. If your excellency can't ascend the golden cloud sky stairs, then change to an ordinary one then." Huoyu was certain that Yi Yuan could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs. Hence, that was why he kept on using words to squeeze Yi Yuan ceaselessly. This trip here for him was indeed sent by Cloud Sky. But before coming, Guisu greeted him and told him to make things tough for Yi Yuan. His current thoughts were very simple, that was to give Yi Yuan some trouble. Either way, he could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs. Even eldest senior brother, this void mystic powerhouse, could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs, let alone Yi Yuan, this third-level Dao profound. He deliberately raised Yi Yuan's status high in order to extol him to death. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan's present bit of strength, he actually dared to climb up along the shaft too. But he had also repulsed enough for him to choke on. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Forget it. Forget it. Since Guisu is so cordial, wouldn't it brush off his good intentions if I don't mount this golden cloud sky stairs? Yi Yuan lightly leaped and stepped right onto the golden cloud sky stairs. Seeing this scene, Huoyu's face revealed a look of derision. The cloud sky stairs was this divine rank grand array's subsidiary, containing extremely profound powers of law. If one's cultivation realm fell short, there was no way to stand firmly on top at all. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was simply inadequate to stand on it. Cultivation realm not matched, the grand array would immediately eject Yi Yuan out, even get injured by powers of law. This move of Huoyu's was in order to make a fool of Yi Yuan. If he could let him suffer a big loss, that would be for the best. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan stood on it, the golden cloud sky stairs spilled over with light and was about to throw Yi Yuan off. Beneath Yi Yuan's foot quaked unceasingly, making his entire body start swaying, looking as if he was going to be thrown off. Ha ha ha! This is our Lord Qin Yunzi. You're a major power of the divine realm. To actually not even be able to stand on the golden cloud sky stairs. Huoyu laughed loudly and said, Ha ha! What's wrong, Lord Qin Yunzi? The golden cloud sky stairs, 1 step. 3,000 stairs. You haven't taken this step yet. Hold steady. Quickly hold it there steady. Being flung off the golden cloud sky stairs isn't that pleasant. Is this really that Lord Qin Yunzi hailed as closest to the alchemy god realm? Wouldn't be a fake one, right? Ha ha ha. For a moment, mocking laughter sounded out everywhere. The group of purple gold hall disciples laughed themselves into convulsions, all mocking Yi Yuan. Non-stop. Ao Qian and the rest all had black faces. This bunch of fellows was clearly long prepared to watch a spectacle. If not out of fear of delaying the important matters, they wished that they could teach these guys a good lesson. But on the golden cloud sky stairs, Yi Yuan was not panicky. A faint surge of power of laws slowly spilled over from his body, converging into the golden cloud sky stairs. Very soon, his body no longer swayed. The golden cloud sky stairs also stabilized. This surge of power of laws was precisely those divine inscriptions, divine Tao laws. The eyeballs of those purple gold hall disciples all popped out. The original mocking laughter abruptly ceased. What kind of situation was this? Why was a third-level Dai profound martial artist able to stabilize himself on the golden cloud sky stairs? This was something that had never happened before. This face-slapping was simply resounding. A lot of their faces were still carrying that strange smile earlier, currently frozen on their faces. But now they could not smile no matter what. Yi Yuan turned around and gave Huoyu a pitiful glance as he said with a smile, I was only teasing you just now. You expended such a great effort. If I didn't let you be happy for a bit, it would seriously let you down. Done talking, Yi Yuan took a step out and immediately appeared above 3,000 steps. Jiang Taizong also froze there. Seeing Yi Yuan disappear before his eyes, he let out a guffaw and said, "You see it? You bunch of dumbasses, take a good look. This is disparity. You guys think that Qingyunzi, these 3 words, is casually shouted?" Ao Qian was also akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said with a cold snort, "A bunch of things who overestimate their own abilities. Really, unbelievably foolish." Eldest senior brother, Qingyunzi reincarnating. He's merely an initial stage. Dao profound minor character now. Lord Cloud Sky actually made you come and receive personally. We really feel not worth it for you. Yeah, eldest senior brother. Why don't you go back? This sort of minor character will do the waiting. You're a void mystic powerhouse now. How can you humble yourself and bend your knee to welcome a puny little initial stage? Dao profound martial artist. For him to want to come up from the rank 9 Cloud Sky stairs, it still needs a day's time, but I'm looking very forward to his badly battered appearance when he comes up. Ha ha ha! Outside the holy city's gates, several young men were gathered together. The one at the front was actually a void mystic powerhouse. Who could it be if not Guisu? Toward the group of junior apprentice brothers' flattery, Guisu quite enjoyed. Except, he had a reason that he must be here as well. He very much wished to personally take a look at what kind of state the Qingyunzi who commanded the wind and clouds back then ended up in. Especially the appearance of tumbling until his nose was bloody and his face swollen. Guisu felt very thrilled in his heart even thinking about it. Of course, he would not utter this sort of words in front of a group of junior apprentice brothers. Talking rubbish. How can Lord Cloudsky's orders be brushed over? Although I broke through to the realm of void mystic, I'm just the purple gold halls head disciple in the end, Guisu reproached. Although it was a reprimand, not a hint of reproof could be heard in his words. Right at this time, a silhouette burst right through the clouds and appeared in everyone's line of sight. "It's the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs!" somebody exclaimed in shock. There was no need for him to say this, because Guisu already discerned that it was the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. Moreover, that unfamiliar young man on the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs was precisely 3rd level Dao profound. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Guisu looked at Yi Yuan absent-mindedly with a look of disbelief. How could 3rd level Dao profound possibly come up from the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs? Yi Yuan leaped, jumping down from the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, and arrived before Guisu and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Guisu." Guisu said in a daze, You're really Qingyunzi? But how did you come up from the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs?" Yi Yuan reached his hand out and patted on his shoulders twice and slowly walked into the city as he said without even turning his head back, "So many years of not seeing, you're still such a good-for-nothing. You're at any rate a void mystic powerhouse now too, still playing this sort of child's play tricks. Don't you find it disgraceful?" The moment Guisu heard, his lungs wanted to explode from fury. This guy still postured just like in the past to actually use the tone of a senior to reprimand me. You're merely a 3rd level Dao profound right now. To actually dare talk this way to a void mystic powerhouse. You really don't know how the word death was written. Ji Qingyun. Stop right there for me. Guisu looked at Yi Yuan's back view and shouted coldly. Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear it and paid no heed to all as he walked into the city. Guisu's expression sunk and he said, "If you're looking for a bashing yourself, then you can't blame me." Finished saying, he immediately reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. This grab, Guisu intentionally wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan, mustering up essence energy fully. As long as he grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's shoulder, it could absolutely make him hurt until he knelt down. The power of a void mystic powerhouse's grab could be imagined. The group of junior apprentice disciples only saw a blur before their eyes, and Guisu vanished before them. while at this time Yi Yuan seemed to be oblivious and still walked forward, neither too fast nor too slowly. With a whistle, a strong wind already arrived. Guosu's grab directly aimed at Yi Yuan's shoulder. However, just as his hand was about to touch Yi Yuan, he only felt a blur. Before his eyes, his body actually passed right through Yi Yuan's body. Guosu abruptly turned his head back and discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well. It was as if he never moved before at all. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said with a shocked look, "Heaven Man, unity. You actually already comprehended Heaven Man unity. Just 20 years' time. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't play such childish stuff anymore. Bring me to go see Cloud Sky. Coming this time I have important matters to discuss with him. Lord Cloud Sky is currently in close seclusion, and it's inconvenient to meet him. I'll bring you to the courier stations first. Other matters talk again later." Guosu came back to his senses and said impatiently. Hearing Guosu's words, Yi Yuan had a bad premonition. This trip probably would not be that smooth. "Where's Nangong Zifeng and Zhuge Qingxian?" Yi Yuan asked with a frown. The holy city's three titans, Zhuge Qingxian, Nangong Zifeng, and Cloud Sky. These three people were the holy city's most powerful existences. Since Cloud Sky was in close seclusion, Yi Yuan could only look for Nangong Zifeng. Lord Nangong and Lord Zhuge are both not in the city. If you have urgent matters, there's only waiting for Lord Cloud Sky to exit seclusion. Guosu said. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tightly together. Cloud Sky was clearly intentionally avoiding and not meeting here. Could it be that he had already guessed his intention of coming and did not plan on intervening in the Medicine King Hall's matters? If it was like this, the matter would be rather troublesome. Without the Holy Region's support, it was very hard for the 8 great super Holy Lands to join together. Wanting to deal with the Medicine King Hall would be doubly difficult. Moreover, Yi Yuan kept feeling that the Medicine King Hall was likely not as easy to deal with as on the surface. There were no walls without any cracks under the heavens. The immemorial Medicine Garden had such a huge commotion, it was impossible for the 8 great super holy lands to not have any intel at all. The Medicine King Hall concealed so deeply, taking the risk of being exposed. This time and drawing so many experts, it was impossible for them to never have thought that they would become a common target for scorn. If say Ji Kanglin had no preparations at all, Yi Yuan would not believe it. Even if he was beaten to death. Cloud Sky said that he was in close seclusion. Yi Yuan had no other methods. 2. He could only follow Guosu to the courier station together. Guosu escorted Yi Yuan inside the courier station and left on his own without caring about the latter. Inside an independent space in the holy city, 2 elderly men were currently conversing. Ji Qingyun coming to the holy city this time is definitely for the matter of the Medicine King Hall. With his character not seeing our faces, he probably won't easily leave. To think that after a time interval of 50,000 years, the fiend race staged a comeback once again. Looks like this time it can't dispense with a bout of sanguinary slaughter again. Since Yi Yuan is this era's son of heaven's mandate, then we naturally don't need to poke our noses into what isn't our business. How many times have the fiend race jumped around? They never truly succeeded before, even once. With the son of heaven's mandate around, just let them fight first. After fighting finish, we'll come out again to clean up the messy situation. I didn't think that Ji Qingyun is actually this era's son of heaven's mandate. Since he came to the holy city, it means that he won't sit idly by and remain indifferent to the fiend race's matters. Ji Kanglin failed to kill Ji Qingyun, but helped him instead, indicating that his destiny is extremely strong. As long as one lets him mature, he'll naturally be able to exterminate the fiend race. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that these two were precisely the Nangong Zifeng and Cloud Sky who avoided meeting him. Except Yi Yuan probably also did not think that the divine realm's secrets that the holy city was aware of were far more than he imagined. Hearing the meaning in their words, they actually wanted to watch. Indifferently regarding the fiend race's matters without lending a hand, harboring the idea of sitting it out and reaping the spoils later. The matter of Yi Yuan being the son of heaven's mandate, they were also perfectly aware. Looking at it like this, the matter of the fiend race gradually surfacing, they were actually long aware, except they did not have the intention of stopping. Instead, they had the intention of letting it develop unchecked. Qing Xian, that fellow, has already entered the Godsfall mountain range for 20 years' time. I wonder if he really has any harvests or not. Without him holding down the fort, once the crisis of the fiend race erupts, the two of us probably can't suppress it. Cloud Sky said. There's no big deal. Once the holy city's array formation activates, even deity realm powerhouses are unable to break through. Even if the fiend race was any stronger, it's also impossible to breach the holy city. Furthermore, divine artifacts coming into existence consecutively, heaven and earth will presumably have a great change. Perhaps deity realm powerhouses will really descend upon the mortal world anew. If that's really the case, Qing Xian will definitely be the first powerhouse to step into deity realm. Nangong, Zifeng said. Makes sense. Our holy region's foundations are deep and profound. Furthermore, we've avoided several great battles of two races. Accumulations are very deep. If say talking about who has the greatest hope of breaking through to deity realm in this world, it's definitely Qing Xian. Cloud Sky said. Ji Qingyun, that brat. Leave him out in the sun to dry first. When he feels snubbed, he'll naturally leave. Nangong, Zifeng said. Cloud Sky nodded and said, there's only like this. After encamping at the courier station, out of Yi Yuan's expectations, Long Teng manifested himself. Senior Long Teng, you are? Yi Yuan asked rather surprisedly. Long Teng looked at Yi Yuan and said, are the holy region's personnel in charge avoiding you and not meeting? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said unhappily, no idea what's with Cloud Sky, that old man. The holy region is the human race's leader. At present, the fiend race's feathers are gradually fluffing up, but he's avoiding meeting me. Truly detestable. When Long Teng heard that, he could not help giving a cold laugh. Over 50,000 years have passed. Looks like this holy region is still so shameful. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that. Hearing the meaning in Long Teng's words, there seemed to be veiled criticism towards the holy region. Thinking about it, Yi Yuan could not help feeling rather odd. The pandemonium of the heavenly fiend god 50,000 years ago, it was actually the dragon clan who had a great battle with him in the end. Then, where did the holy region, such a super faction, go to? Although the dragon clan was at the height of its power and splendor 50,000 years ago, possessing a large batch of void mystic powerhouses, looking at the holy region's strength, it shouldn't be inferior to the dragon clan. Why didn't news of them resisting the fiend race pass down? With this thought, Yi Yuan felt that something was not right. Long Teng clearly saw through Yi Yuan's puzzlement and said with a cold smile, do you know why the holy region was able to become the human race's number one power? Why? Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. All along, the impression that the holy region gave people was powerful. Very powerful. Regardless of how the other super holy lands changed, the holy region stood firm from beginning to end. There had never been a faction that was able to shake the holy region's position of a Goliath. In the people's view, the holy region possessed the rank one of the 10 great divine kings, the heaven-stabilizing divine king, and also had an incomparably terrifying divine rank grand array. They could naturally claim to be the human race's number one faction. But a faction like this, could it be that they did not have any losses during the turmoil of the fiend race? Long Teng said with a contemptuous look, over 50,000 years ago, the blood god temple swept throughout the entire divine realm. the Dragon Clan had once issued an invitation to the Holy Region before, inviting them to encircle and quash the Blood God Temple together along with them. But they actually did not respond to the Dragon Clan's invitation in the slightest. From start to finish, they never sent a single soldier. Furthermore, they activated the Grand Array, sealing off the Holy City, cutting off all connections with the outside world. That battle, they did not have any losses at all. Naturally, they could become the Divine Realm's #1 faction. Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard. He did not think that the Holy Region actually still had such a past. It seemed like they did not wish to tread into the muddy waters at all by relying on that they had a divine rank Grand Array protecting. Whether the Divine Realm fell into the enemy's hands or not seemed to not have any relation with them at all. But if the Fiend race truly occupied the entire Divine Realm, even if they sealed off the Grand Array, they can't last for a long time either, right? Yuan thought about it and said. Long Tongue had a cold smile as he said, but in reality, the Divine Realm didn't fall into the enemy's hands. Isn't it so? Fong Tian's sudden emergence salvaged the entire Divine Realm, while they are just a group of trash that sat idly by and reaped the fruits of others' labor. Senior's meaning is that the Holy Region is probably long aware of the existence of the Son of Heaven's mandate already. Hence, that's why they would intentionally preserve their strength. Yi Yuan understood with a snap and guessed. If the Fiend race really unified the Divine Realm, even if the Holy Region was a tortoise shell, with the Fiend race gathering the entire Divine Realm's strength to assault it, its shell would also be broken. This point, it was impossible that the Holy Region's powerhouses did not figure out. The only possibility was that they knew that there was someone capable of saving the Divine Realm. That was why they harbored the thinking of not taking sides in order to save their own skin and deliberately not exert strength. Long Tongue smiled coldly and said, the human race and Fiend race's war has lasted for at least 1,000,000 years. What's strange about a major power with a long-standing inheritance like the Holy Region knowing about this? It's just that their actions are truly beneath contempt. Didn't think that 50,000 years have passed, but they are still like this. Hearing Long Teng say so, Yi Yuan was also contemptuous toward the Holy Region, to the extreme in his heart. This kind of major matter that concerned the entire Divine Realm's survival. The Holy Region, as the Divine Realm's #1 major force, actually wanted to look on with folded arms. Truly disgraceful to the extreme. Other people fought dauntlessly in bloody battles, but they sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor, stepping on other people's skeletons to move up. Furthermore, this actually even became a tradition. 50,000 years ago was like this. 50,000 years later today was similarly like so. Yi Yuan said, Cloud Sky old punk definitely didn't enter close seclusion. He wants to use the delay tactic to let me beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Heh. How can I, Yi Yuan, be so easy to send away? Long Tongue shook his head and said, it's no use. He has already made up his mind to not see you. Even if you knock on his door to beg him, he won't meet you either. Yi Yuan did not speak and started pacing slowly inside the room. When Long Tongue saw the situation, he shut up and did not speak as well. He knew that Yi Yuan was definitely thinking of a way. After some time, a hint of a smile surfaced on Yi Yuan's face. When Long Tongue saw the situation, he knew that there was a chance. Heavenly Saint Plaza was the Holy Region's largest public square. The human traffic here was immensely heavy. It could be said to be one of the Holy City's most prosperous areas. The second day morning, an additional stall appeared in the Heavenly Saint Plaza. On the left and right side of the stall, each had an enormous vertical scroll. On the left-hand side of the scroll was written, all requests will be granted, while on the right-hand side of the scroll it was not taking a single penny. The moment this lineup was put out, it immediately drew a large group of martial artists to crowd around. Yi, what's this? Is it fortune-telling? Martial artists all defy the heavens and change fate. How many believe in fate? Are you dumb? You look at this lineup. Does it look like fortune-telling? Quite a few medicinal cauldrons are placed over there. It's clearly refining pills on people's behalf. This means that helping people refine pills for free, there's still such a good thing. But even if it's free pill refinement, this brat is also too cocky, right? Still, all requests will be granted. Who does he think he is? Heh, you're out of touch with the outside world and its affairs, right? This young man isn't an ordinary person. He's the peak alchemy emperor, Qing Yunzi. Back then, Qing Yunzi didn't die. A trace of remnant soul fled to the lower realms, and he seized possession and revived. Qing Yunzi. My God, Qing Yunzi actually set up a stall to help people refine pills here. What does he want to do? Right beside is the Alchemist Association's headquarters. This is also too provocative, right? Yi Yuan's identity was already not some secret now. The Holy City had no lack of some well-informed people who knew that Yi Yuan was Qing Yunzi. With this wave of discussion, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. What kind of status did the peak alchemy emperor Qing Yunzi have? If it was in the past, forget about begging him to refine pills. Even meeting Hip was extremely hard to come by. Today, he was actually helping people refine pills for free. Furthermore, on the scroll, it stated that all requests would be granted. More importantly, he actually set up a stall at the front gates of the Alchemist Association's headquarters. This was simply monumental. There had never been anyone who dared to provoke the Alchemist Association like this before. Even at the Medicine King Hall's most powerful and prosperous, they never did such a face-slapping action before either. The Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Association's contending, that was all playing tricks in the dark. This sort of posturing and face-slapping action, it never happened before. Of course, even though the Medicine King Hall was impressive, the Alchemist Association was not to be trifled with either. Ji Xingyang's alchemy path strength was merely around on par with Jing Fengtian. Where did Qing Yunzi's courage come from to dare slap people's faces at their front door? At this time, the people surrounding the watching were many, but people who genuinely dared to come forward and request for pills, there was not a single one. This place was the Alchemist Association's front gate. Requesting Qing Yunzi for pills, wasn't this slapping the Alchemist Association's face? Not everyone had this nerve to dare oppose the Alchemist Association. Right then, a person suddenly scurried out from within the crowd. It was a middle-aged martial artist. It was only to see him come before Yi Yuan and immediately kneel down with a thud. Lord Qing Yunzi, I beg you, save this lowly one's wife. The middle-aged martial artist made a pitiful plea. This middle-aged martial artist was merely a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. In this holy city, he was merely a minor character that was not important. Yi Yuan, who was originally sitting rigidly upright, hurriedly went up to support the middle-aged martial artist when he saw him getting so worked up, and said, "This elder brother, you don't have to be like this. Since I said that all requests will be granted, no matter who comes, I won't reject it. Speak about it. What's the matter with your wife?" The moment the middle-aged martial artist heard, he could not help being overjoyed, and hastily recounted his wife's situation briefly. This middle-aged martial artist was called Lu Wu. Half a year ago, he and his wife went to a mystic realm in the holy region to search for treasures. He did not expect that his wife would be bitten by a little snake. A small snake that did not take human form. They did not pay attention at that time as well and continued going deep in after expelling the poison. But very soon Lu Wu discovered something amiss. Many red spots quickly erupted on his wife's body. Then her skin started to fester. Until now, Lu Wu's wife's body was practically completely rotten already, looking as if her life was almost going to be lost. He sought medical help from the Alchemist Association's alchemists, but the Alchemist Association's alchemy saint could not diagnose it at all. As for alchemy venerable powerhouses, Lu Wu could not afford that money at all. And the alchemy venerable that he found said that without heavenly essence crystals there was no talk. Lu Wu loved his wife deeply. Hence, he pestered that alchemy venerable every day, hoping to be able to use his sincerity to move the other party. Except, he did not appreciate it at all. He did not think that coming over today he just happened to see Yi Yuan set up a stall here. He did not recognize Yi Yuan either, but when he heard that this one in front of him was the widely renowned Lord Qingyunzi, he did not hesitate in the slightest to be the first one to step forward. Hearing Lu Wu's circumstances, Yi Yuan immediately had a sudden realization, and said, "That's a 7 extreme dual-flower snake. Its venom has 2 kinds of toxins. One type is active, very easy to expel, but the other type is dormant, exceedingly difficult to detect. Want to expel this poison? 1. Requires a Tier 8 medicinal pill, the Tai Clear Wind Pill." The moment Lu Wu heard, his face revealed a look of wild elation. A peak alchemy emperor was a peak alchemy emperor. Just listening to his description, he determined what kind of poison his wife was inflicted with. That alchemy saint was simply weak to the max. But the elated feelings on his face died down very quickly. He said with a dejected look, "Lord Qingyunzi, I can't afford Tier 8 spirit medicines." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No worries, I still have some Tier 8 spirit medicines on me. Just happen to have the spirit medicines to refine the Tai Clear Wind Pill. I'll refine it for you right away." One rock kicking up a tidal wave. After consuming the medicinal pill, in less than an hour Lu Wu's wife recovered. He brought his wife to the Heavenly Saint Plaza and was endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan only urged this husband and wife couple away after a bout of persuasion. With this, many people were no longer calm. The Alchemist Association's alchemists all had their noses pointing up at the sky. How could they be as amiable and approachable as Lord Qingyunzi? More importantly, Lord Qingyunzi did not take a single cent for the pill, refinement, and even chipped in spirit medicines. This sort of opportunity go where to find? I was recently just about to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill, 3 lives.
Profound gate pill.
The spirit medicines are finally collected. But the price demanded by the Alchemist Association's alchemy emperor, I can't afford it at all. Me too. My immortal polyporous soul recall pill has also just gathered together the spirit medicines, emptying out my bank and even almost losing my small life. How is there still anything that those great deities in the Alchemist Association will take fancy on? Lord Qingyunzi is a peak alchemy emperor. This kind of powerhouse personally. Refining pills for us, this sort of treatment can't be encountered even once. In 10,000 years, going past this village, there wouldn't be this shop anymore. Yi Yuan said it, he would only refine Tier 9 and above medicinal pills. The rest would be handed to his pupils and grandpupil to refine. Lu Wu's medicinal pill was refined by Guyu, Xiaoruyan, and Rendong, the 3 people taking action ordinary. Medicinal pills were naturally nothing difficult. With somebody striding out the first step, how could each and every one of those Tao profound realm powerhouses still be able to remain calm? It was not that these Tao profound realm powerhouses were miserly, but that Tier 9 spirit medicines seriously burned too much money. And inviting ordinary alchemy emperors to take action, the price normally far exceeded the price of a medicinal pill itself. There was no choice. Alchemists were really a scarce species. Each and every one was in high demand. Even if you did not look for them, there would already be a whole group of people queuing to find them to refine pills. How could there be, like today, refining pills completely free? What was damnable was that Lord Qingyunzi was far stronger compared to those guys with eyes at the top of their heads. Finally, someone could not hold back anymore. A Tao profound realm martial artist came before Yi Yuan, bowed down and said, This lowly one wants to refine a 3 lives profound gate pill. Can your Excellency please take action and refine it? Yi Yuan did not put on the slightest bit of airs and said with a nod, take out the spirit medicines then. In less than 4 hours, a 3 lives profound gate pill came into existence. A transcendent grade pill. That Tao profound realm martial artist held the transcendent grade 3 lives. Profound gate pill, feeling like he was dreaming. If he went to find the Alchemist Association's alchemy emperors to refine the 3 lives profound gate pill himself, it would at most be middle grade, even low grade, because he could not afford the price to let high-level alchemists take action. When ordinary initial stage alchemy emperors refined tier 9 medicinal pills, being able to refine out middle grade was already considered pretty good. But now, he obtained a transcendent grade 3 lives profound gate pill. Thank you very much, Lord Qingyunzi. Thank you very much, Lord Qingyunzi. He held the medicinal pill in both hands and immediately knelt down. To be able to make a Tao profound realm powerhouse agitated, how important this medicinal pill was to him could be imagined. Peak Alchemy Emperor is Peak Alchemy Emperor. This alchemy skill is simply a godlike technique. Yeah, I saw before the Alchemist Association's high-rank Alchemy Emperor refine pills before. At that time it was greatly astonishing. But compared to Lord Qingyunzi, he's too trashy. Furthermore, this is a tier 9 medicinal pill. Refining it in 4 hours and it's even transcendent grade. What kind of concept was this? If Lu Wu's incident was just a preface, then this 3 lives profound gate pill just now ignited a bomb and immediately blew up in the heavenly saint.
Blather.
No one could resist the allure of a transcendent grade tier 9 medicinal pill. Those Tao profound powerhouses swarmed forward like bees, scrambling after one another to let Yi Yuan help them refine medicinal pills. At this time, they already could not be bothered with whatever Alchemist Association anymore. Could the Alchemist Association let a peak alchemy emperor help them refine pills? Would the Alchemist Association help them refine pills for free? They would not. This sort of situation was precisely what Yi Yuan had foreseen long ago. What he wanted was this effect. He did not believe that those Alchemist Association fellows could still sit still. As the Holy City's subsidiary, the Alchemist Association helped the Holy City to amass innumerable riches, letting the Holy City's alchemists have endless resources to groom their descendants' strength. Smacking the Alchemist Association's face, they would definitely go find Cloud Sky. This was Yi Yuan's plan. You don't come out, I'll force you out. Yi Yuan's comprehension of divine Tao laws became increasingly deeper. Currently, right now, refining these tier 9 medicinal pills was already at his fingertips and did not take too much time at all. If he was willing, he could even refine a large pile of arcane insight rank medicinal pills. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice, no need to worry, one by one. Those that need to refine tier 9 medicinal pills, queue up on my side. Those who need to refine tier 8 and below medicinal pills, go to the 3 of them there to queue. The few of them are my pupils and grandpupil. Their alchemy path strengths are still passable, so everyone rest assured. However, if there are people who want to stir up trouble, don't blame me for not being courteous. Ao Qian and the few void mystic powerhouses released their auras. Those martial artists who were just about to cut queue and start a fight immediately shriveled up. With Ao Qian, Kuang Tianming, and Jiang Taizong present, the order at the scene was maintained very quickly. Hence, Yi Yuan and the others started refining pills one by one according to the order. Smash! Inside the Alchemist Association, Chuanqing Zi smashed the cup in his hand into pieces. 1. Bullying others too much. Bullying others too much. Qingyun Zi, this punk, is getting more and more lawless. To actually dare block the Alchemist Association's front door and use this sort of underhanded trick to deal with the Alchemist Association. He's challenging the entire alchemy world here.
Guangxing Zi howled.
Only later on did Chuanqing Zi know that that young man he wanted to recruit was actually Ji Qingyun. Even he, this person who was almost entering the coffin, felt his face burn. Red hot at that time too. Before reincarnating, Ji Qingyun's strength already surpassed him, this veteran peak alchemy emperor. Furthermore, the Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Association had always been at loggerheads. He was actually silly enough to go and recruit Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan had an incomparably arrogant attitude back then, making practically unable to step down the stage. Thinking about it now, he was completely making things hard on him on purpose back then. And now, this guy actually ran to his doorstep to slap faces. One had to know, inviting alchemists to take action to refine pills, the price was very costly. This was the alchemy world's rule, because the resources required for grooming an alchemist was far greater, compared to a martial artist. Yi Yuan helping martial artists refine medicinal pills for free, this was breaking the rules. How could Chuanqing Zi not be furious? But Ji Qingyun is all alone in the world right now without any attachments. We can't do anything to him at all. Unless the one speaking was one of the Alchemist Association's three great peak
Alchemai Emperors, Gudao Zi.
At this time, he made a neck-swiping hand gesture. The meaning was actually to kill Yi Yuan. But Chuanqing Zi shook his head at that and said, "Do you think that Ji Qingyun, that boy, is so easy to deal with? You look at who those people around him are. Just the void mystic realm martial artists number quite a few. Jing Fengtian isn't around either. Sigh. What a headache." He merely brought along 3 void mystic powerhouses. Inside the holy city, there are no less than 5 void mystic powerhouses. Wanting to deal with him shouldn't be difficult, right? Gudao Zi said with a frown. The holy city was the place where powerhouses gathered. Although void mystic powerhouses were seldom seen, they were no big deal to the holy city. Even if the strongest heaven-stabilizing Divine King and Jing Fengtian were not around, no one dared to act wildly in the holy city too. Chuanqing Zi gave Gudao Zi a glance and said with a bitter smile, "You just exited seclusion and might not know yet. The current Yi Yuan is already no longer that Ji Qingyun, who studies alchemy Dao wholeheartedly. The holy city's strength even a fool knows. For him to dare to do this, could it be that he would have something to rely on? This brat has a divine artifact in his hands. If he were so easy to deal with, you think Cloud Sky, that fellow, wouldn't covet it?" When Gudao Zi heard the 2 words, divine artifact, his entire body involuntarily quivered. His eyes filled with disbelief. He had just left seclusion and really did not know about the outside world's affairs. Did not think that the Ji Qingyun who disappeared for 20 years actually had such a precious treasure on him presently. Then, you and I go out to work things out with him? If he loses, he can't go so far as to be utterly devoid of shame and still refine pills for free. Here, right? Gudao Zi thought about it and said, he left seclusion recently and had new comprehension of alchemy Dao again. Just nice, borrow this opportunity to display his strength in front of the world. Chuanqing Zi shot him a glance and said with a sigh, "You might not believe it if I say it. You go and take a look at him refining pills yourself then. These 20 years, not only did his alchemy path strength not decline, it improved. Further instead, if he has Divine King cultivation realm currently, his alchemy path strength would probably already not lose out to the Ji Xingyang."
Before this.
What did you say? Gudao Zi's eyes went wide, filled with disbelief. He had just exited seclusion and was called over by Chuanqing Zi, and had yet to have time to go see Yi Yuan refine pills. But Yi Yuan stirring up such a huge commotion, it was impossible for Chuanqing Zi to not pay attention at all. He had long observed Yi Yuan refine pills in secret. It would have been fine if he didn't, but this observation really gave him a fright. He had never thought that refining Tier 9 medicinal pills would be so effortless. Even for the Ji Qingyun back then, there was also absolutely impossible to reach this sort of degree. That could only mean that Yi Yuan's current alchemy path strength was even stronger than his past life. Going to find him to compete in alchemy now. Wasn't it looking for a face? Slapping himself? It was fine if they won, but if they really lost, the Alchemist Association would not be able to lift its head up. It has just been 20 years' time. What right does he have? Gudao Zi felt that this world was too unreasonable. In just 20 years he only improved that tiny hint and was already patting himself on the back. But he, Ji Qingyun, actually already reached the true pinnacle of this divine realm. What was the true peak? That was the likes of Jing Fengtian and Ji Zhengyang. Gudao Zi was very confident in his alchemy skills. But compared to Jing Fengtian, he could only concede. Chuanqing Zi let out a sigh and said with a bitter smile, "This is a true genius. Even if you and I exhausted all the strength of a lifetime, we're also unable to catch up, although I don't wish to admit it, that title of being hailed as the closest to alchemy god realm, it wasn't joking around. You think about it yourself, apart from him, who else is capable of achieving such heights at this age?" Gudao Zi was demotivated. Chuanqing Zi's words beat him down until he was black and blue all over. "This can't do, that won't work either. Then what in the world should we do?" Gudao Zi said rather frustratedly. Chuanqing Zi said helplessly, Forget it, you brat, producing such a great commotion. Isn't it in order to force me to go look for Cloud Sky? Go, all right?" Chuanqing Zi did not hesitate and immediately came over to find Cloud Sky. Cloud Sky could choose not to give Yi Yuan face and avoid meeting him. But towards Chuanqing Zi he was unable to ignore. For the holy region to have such a flourishing situation today, the Alchemist Association contributed immensely. Furthermore, the Alchemist Association spanned the entire divine realm. From a certain degree, it controlled every corner of the divine realm. This was another type of reigning method, but it was very effective. Putting aside official business, Cloud Sky himself also had to look for Chuanqing Zi for help. The medicinal pills that his level required, only Chuanqing Zi could refine them. If they really pressed the Alchemist Association into a corner, the holy city would also not be able to bear the consequences. Upon meeting, Chuanqing Zi had a stomach full of grievances. "Cloud Sky, the matter outside is stirred up so significantly, don't tell me that you don't know anything at all. I say, what's your idea here? Could it be that the association's reputation getting damaged have benefits to the holy city?" Chuanqing Zi said with a black face. Cloud Sky originally still had the idea of sitting it out and watching the tigers fight, but did not think that the Alchemist Association did not even let out a fart, and Chuanqing Zi immediately rushed over already. "Haha, old chap, don't be agitated. How can this cloud have that intention? Even thought that you had immediately come out and bring down that punk's prestige. Isn't this a chance to walk with your head held high to you guys?" Cloud Sky said with a laugh. It was fine if Cloud Sky did not say it. The moment he said it, Chuanqing Zi became even more incensed. "Walk with my head held high my ass. What will I compete with him in? Competing in mystic-grade medicinal pills? There are so many people at the Heavenly Saint Plaza. You want this old man to thicken the skin on my face to bully an initial rank alchemy emperor?" Chuanqing Zi said crossly. Cloud Sky said with an obsequious smile, "Then compete in Tier 9 medicinal pills. Old chap, could it be that your strength can't beat a third-level Dao? Profound brat still?" Even though he seized possession and revived, his reputation of a peak alchemy emperor is still there in any case. When Guisu came to the Heavenly Saint Plaza, it was as unpleasant as having eaten a fly in his heart. He really could not figure it out. Lord Cloud Sky already said that he would not meet Ji Qingyun, so why would he make him come and find him again so anxiously? Furthermore, he even had to have a pleasant countenance and be sure to invite over. Wasn't this wanting a person's life? Waves of shocked exclamations came from the Heavenly Saint Plaza from time to time. Those were all cries of shock due to Yi Yuan's consummate alchemy skills. Yi Yuan already refined for a day and night in the plaza and refined over 20 medicinal pills. Even so, when those people saw Yi Yuan's godlike alchemy skills, they still felt lost in wonder. The refinement of a peak alchemy emperor was not what anyone could see. Too newfangled. All move aside for me, Guisu shouted fiercely in a cold voice. Those Dao profound powerhouses were all taken aback with fright by this roar. That void mystic realm pressure immediately sent their displeasure packing. Looking again, it was actually Guisu, the purple gold hall's head seat. They were all incredibly astonished. Especially those Dao profound realm martial artists that had not reached their turn yet. Each and everyone could not help crying bitterness without ceasing. Looking at Guisu's appearance, it was clearly coming to find trouble. Seemed like the holy city finally could not resist and was going to intervene. This way, wouldn't their medicinal pills have no way of refining anymore? Guisu parted the crowd and came before Yi Yuan. But he was immediately stopped by Ao Qian. Guisu's brows furrowed and he said icily, "What? This place is the holy city. You dare to act wildly here?" Ao Qian said with a disdainful look. "A baby whose hair hasn't grown fully, using the holy city to scare your grandpa Ao? Your father will act wildly today, so what about it? If you dare to interrupt His Excellency's pill refinement, do you believe that your father will pummel you until even your mother can't recognize you?" Hiss! Everyone drew a cold breath of air. Someone who dared to be so rampant in the holy city, this was still their first time seeing. Guisu was the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple. Furthermore, he was a void, mystic powerhouse. It was basically able to represent the holy city's attitude already. Moreover, they all knew that this Purple Gold Hall's head disciple was not so easygoing. Just as everyone thought that Guisu was going to explode, something that made their eyes fall out happened. At first, Guisu really blew his top. But upon recalling Lord Cloudsky's words, he forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a cold voice, "Then I'll wait for him to finish refining." Done talking, Guisu hugged his sword and retreated to one side and stared at
Yi Yuan refining pils koldu.
Eyeballs dropped onto the floor. When did the Guisu whose arrogance reached the clouds become so nice to talk to? Ao Qian looked at him and similarly said with a cold smile, "Good that you're sensible." By the side, Guisu's expression gradually became solemn as he watched Yi Yuan refine pills. He had seen before Yi Yuan refine pills, but the current Yi Yuan seemed to be even more formidable than compared to the past. Prior to this, Cloud Sky called him over and said a whole bunch to his face, but did not give a reason to invite Yi Yuan over. But now, he seemed to somewhat understand. Even though Guisu was conceited, he was also an extremely intelligent person. Guessing it to the Alchemist Association delaying in taking action. Then, linking it to Cloudsky's change in attitude, he finally figured it out. But letting him come and invite Yi Yuan, he was still 100 times unwilling. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan definitely would not give him a good attitude in a short while. Yi Yuan seemed to spend significantly more time compared to before when refining this medicinal pill. Originally, he required roughly 4 hours to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill, even lesser time. But this medicinal pill was already refined for a full 4 hours. Guisu was restless and uneasy by the side but was powerless to do anything. He did not know, but the other martial artists all saw through it. Yi Yuan was deliberately hanging him out to dry. Finally, this medicinal pill was done. Guisu, whose patience was already wearing thin, already immediately stepped forward, stopped Yi Yuan, and he said with a somber look, "Ji Qingyun, may I have a word with you?" However, it was like Yi Yuan did not see him, circling right past him and came to the side of a Dao profound realm martial artist, giving the medicinal pill to the other party cordially. Transcendent grade medicinal pill again. Lord Qingyun Z is truly remarkable. The medicinal pills refined these 2 days. Each one was transcendent grade. No idea who let out a sigh of admiration in the crowd. Everyone all deeply felt that way too and nodded their heads. This Tier 9 withered glory pill's medicinal strength is too powerful. With Your current strength, you're completely unable to fully refine it. At that time, it will cause considerable damage to your internal organs. After going back, you can search for Essence Creek Spirit Milk to dissolve this pill, then split into 5 times to consume. This way, not only can it let you absorb the medicinal pill's medicinal strength adequately, there won't be any side effects. Understand? Yi Yuan instructed that martial artist. That martial artist had a look of gratitude. Prostrating on the ground, he said, "Thank you very much, Lord Qingyunzi." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No need to be overly courteous. Who's next?" With this question, there was complete silence. Guosu was currently glaring like a ravening tiger. Who dared to answer him? Ji Qingyun. This is the holy city. I'm currently standing here. Without my approval, which of them dare to find you to refine pills? Guosu said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at him as he said smilingly, "Is that so? Then that means that, as long as you're not here, they can find me to refine pills." Guosu was stunned and had yet to figure out what was happening when Yi Yuan said to Ao Qian, "Old Ao, throw this noisy fellow out." "Yes, my lord." Ao Qian had an excited look and was about to take action to deal with Guosu. Guosu's face fell, and he said furiously, "Ji Qingyun, you're simply impervious to reason. I'm not here to pick a fight with you. I just want to invite you to make a trip to the Heavenly Saint Pagoda." Heavenly Saint Pagoda was the holy city's core, also the place where the holy city's 3 titans were at. One could say that the Heavenly Saint Pagoda was the holy city's brain. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Inviting people? Is there inviting people with your attitude? This young master refining pills for free here is benefiting the holy city's martial artists. You actually threaten them. What are your intentions?" Yi Yuan's words struck the heart one by one. Guosu's face turned black, and he said, "Lord Cloud Sky is waiting for you in the Heavenly Saint Pagoda." When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a look of surprise, "Cloud Sky, isn't he in close seclusion, not seeing anyone?" Lord Cloud Sky is one of the holy city's 3 titans. Each time he enters close seclusion, it will affect the holy city's safety. If he wants to be in close seclusion, then let him stay in seclusion a while more. How can I go and meet him? Guosu's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He even hauled Cloud Sky out. He did not think that Yi Yuan would not give face at all. Back then, Cloud Sky used close seclusion as an excuse. But now Yi Yuan used these words to retaliate. How ironic. Yi Yuan continued saying unhurriedly, "You go back and tell Cloud Sky, say that I have plenty of time, so let him slowly be in close seclusion. There is no need to hurry. The holy city's martial artists are still very warm-hearted, and their need for medicinal pills are also very great. Just nice I can let my few pupils and grand pupil practice. When everybody's strength increases and the fiend race attacks, our human race can also have an additional portion of assurance." Yi Yuan's words made everyone shudder from head to toe. Fiend race. What did Lord Qingyunzi's words mean? Guosu was also stupefied, not expecting Yi Yuan to say such words. The matter of the fiend race only the 3 titans that level knew. Although he was a void mystic powerhouse, he completely had not entered the holy city's true nucleus yet. Lord Qingyunzi, just now you said, fiend race? A divine king powerhouse, said flusteredly. Although legends of the fiend race were few, the divine realm's martial artists were not absolutely ignorant. In history, the human race and the fiend race fought several times. It was impossible to not leave behind any traces at all. Except legends were legends after all. Now that it was uttered from Yi Yuan's mouth, it was another feeling. Yeah. Lord Qingyunzi, the fiend race that you mentioned just now, what on earth is happening? Another divine king powerhouse asked. One could feel that the atmosphere in the plaza became somewhat different. Kind of atmosphere called fear gradually spread out. In the fragmented legends, the fiend race was famous for being powerful. They virtually possess undying bodies. Ji Qingyun, lay it out straight. What the hell is going on? Guosu said with a grim look. At this time, a horrifying to the extreme pressure descended from the sky. An old man in luxurious clothing stood in the air, appearing in the sky above. The heavenly Saint Plaza. Lord Cloud Sky. It's Cloud Sky. Paying respects to Lord Cloud Sky. Paying respects to Lord Cloud Sky. This old man in magnificent clothing was precisely one of the holy cities. 3 titans, Cloud Sky. The holy city's 3 titans possessed a paramount position. Each and every one of them was existence's equivalent to the 10 great divine kings. Even though Cloud Sky was not in the ranks of the 10 great divine kings, that was only because the Heaven's Secret Tower only picked 10 great divine kings. His strength was similarly not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. The moment Cloud Sky appeared, the martial artists in the holy city all bowed down in submission. The 3 titans were the gods in their eyes and hearts. Hoo, younger brother Ji, many years of not seeing, your elegance is even more pronounced than in the past. This old man was in close seclusion a few days ago, resulting in neglecting younger brother. I hope that younger brother doesn't take offense. Cloud Sky stroked his beard and said to Yi Yuan with a smile. This old man really could act. Yi Yuan viciously looked down on this old dog in his heart. His appearance was really opportune. He was just about to say out the matter of the fiend race, and this guy jumped out. It was clearly deliberate, but since Cloud Sky personally showed up, it was inappropriate for him to carry on saying some things. Yi Yuan looked at Cloud Sky and said with a smile that was not a smile. Who, not to the extent of neglecting. The holy city's brothers and sisters are still very warm-hearted. I even thought that elder brother Cloud Sky is going to be in seclusion for 8 to 10 years. I may as well get closer to everybody. Cloud Sky knew that Yi Yuan was intentionally repulsing him. Forget about 8 to 10 years. At the rate you mess around with, wouldn't the entire holy city be turned upside down by you in another few days? Haha. Look at what younger brother is saying. This old man just had some comprehensions recently and went into seclusion for a month's time. I just happened to exit seclusion today and let Guosu invite you over. Who knew that? This brat failed to live up to expectations and actually offended younger brother Ji. Going back, I'll definitely punish him severely. How could a cunning old fox like Cloud Sky be so easy to get along with? When speaking, there was no leakage of any kind, not giving Yi Yuan any chance to launch an attack at all. Yi Yuan understood that whatever severe punishment was complete rubbish. Even though Guosu was just a purple gold hall's disciple in terms of status, he was comparable to an elder. Severely punish? Punish how? These words were merely said for Yi Yuan to hear. Except, these words in Guosu's ears was unprecedented humiliation. Lord Cloud Sky actually said that he wanted to punish him in front of so many martial artists for an outsider. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder brother Cloud Sky is treating me as if I am a stranger. With my status, could it be that I'm going to stoop to the level as a junior? Guosu had not pulled himself together yet when Yi Yuan's sentence gave him another 10,000-point violent strike, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. This was too freaking capable of posturing. You are clearly someone of the same generation as me to actually raise your status yourself without any sense of shame at all. Not feeling ashamed uttering these sort of words? But the current situation, even if he was any more displeased, he could only swallow the broken teeth into his stomach. Didn't he hear Cloud Sky called younger brother again and again? Cloud Sky was his senior. The two people calling each other brothers, wouldn't Yi Yuan become his senior? But the way the other martial artists saw it, Yi Yuan's words did not have any inappropriateness. The martial artist world had always been the one who attained first as the revered. Before reincarnation, Ji Qingyun was already talking on equal footing with the likes of Cloud Sky. Saying that he was a junior was also something very normal. Even though Guasu already broke through to Void Mystic compared to an existence like Cloud Sky, the disparity was still too wide. It was just that Guasu himself did not think so. Cloud Sky chuckled and said, "Younger brother G's heart is big enough to sail a boat. Since that's the case, then I'll thank younger brother G on behalf of Guasu, this child. Younger brother G, this place isn't a venue to talk. Is it all right to have a hearty talk at the Heavenly Saint Pagoda?" Yi Yuan did not hesitate much either and nodded his head. Cloud Sky coming out, free pill refinement this play naturally could not carry on acting out anymore. But Yi Yuan was not really putting on an act either. Although his words were partially true, partially false, him helping these people refine pills naturally also had the intention of resisting the fiend race in it. It was impossible for him to help every martial artist refine pills. He could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Inside the Heavenly Saint Pagoda, Cloud Sky appeared incomparably cordial. But in his heart, he had a splitting headache over Yi Yuan. He discovered that the present Yi Yuan was really not that straightforward. Youth back then who only pursued alchemy Dao wholeheartedly anymore. Although it was just a small twisting of his arm, Cloud Sky was thoroughly defeated. In terms of scheming, in terms of methods, Ji Qingyun was absolutely a troublesome adversary. He was calculating in his heart how to send away this great deity. Serving up good tea, Cloud Sky retreated to the side and asked Yi Yuan with a radiant smile, "I wonder what business younger brother Ji came to the holy city this time for?" Yi Yuan did not reply. He just looked at Cloud Sky with a smile that was not a smile, staring until he got goosebumps. Seeing ghosts. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this brat obtain in 20 years? His entire person was completely reborn. Cloud Sky secretly cursed in his heart. Hoo-hoo, elder brother Cloud Sky asking this, could it be that I can't come and find you if there's nothing? Calculating it, you and I have not met for 50 to 60 years as well. Just as Cloud Sky was at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan said. With a smile. Cloud Sky froze, not expecting Yi Yuan to actually say such words. He thought that Yi Yuan was going to mention the fiend race's matter the moment he opened his mouth and had long thought of a strategy to respond. Already, either way, Zhuge Qingxian was not around. As long as he used unable to make the decision as the reason and pushed everything to Zhuge Qingxian, it would do. But Cloud Sky never thought that Yi Yuan actually started to chat about everyday life with him. The cannon that was prepared could not be fired. Cloud Sky nearly stifled out internal injuries. What kind of expression does elder brother Cloud Sky have? Could it be that elder brother Cloud doesn't care for this G to come and see you?
Yi Yuan
Suddenly furrowed his brows and said. Only then did Cloud Sky come back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand, and said smilingly, No, of course not. For younger brother G to be able to think of elder brother can't even wait to be happy. How can I not care? Since younger brother came, why not stay in the holy city and play for a few more days? It also lets elder brother carry out the hospitality of a host. I care my ass. If I were to dare say a word of disagreement, you'd probably go to the plaza right away to refine pills again, right? This guy simply craves to see the world plunged into chaos. When Yi Yuan heard that, he nodded and said, Since elder brother is so warm-hearted, then this G thanks elder brother for your hospitality. The smile on Cloudsky's face was somewhat awkward. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually climbed up along the shaft and immediately agreed to it. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this brat was planning on staying behind to fight a protracted war? Cloudsky discovered that he actually could not figure out Yi Yuan's thoughts. This punk completely did not play cards according to order. He clearly came for the matter of the fiend race and also successfully forced him out, but kept his mouth shut about the fiend race's matter. What was this playing at? Yi Yuan's words were said until Cloudsky did not even know how he should follow up. Yi Yuan did not care about Cloudsky's awkwardness at all and said smilingly, The holy city is the divine realm's leader. This G has admired for a long time already. Coming this time, I can just nice take this opportunity to go on a proper sightseeing. Only a ghost would believe you. Cloud Sky was unhappy in his heart, but had a smile on his face as he said, if younger brother G wants to sightsee, this old man can personally be a guide. Yi Yuan said smilingly, no need for that. Elder brother Cloud Sky deals with a host of problems every day. How can you take time from your main duties and attend to this sort of small matter? Moreover, there are still quite a number of people in the heavenly Saint Plaza waiting for this G to go and refine pills. If elder brother Cloud Sky were to follow me and refine pills all the way, how boring is that? Cloud Sky was speechless. This brat went one big circle and actually circled back around. Cloud Sky's expression darkened. He had also discerned that Yi Yuan had long known about the holy city's attitude. Hence, that was why he did not mention a word about the matter of the fiend race. But now, Yi Yuan continued to linger around and not leave. It seemed like he had other requests. This beating around the bush, no idea how long this brat was going to beat around for. Gee brat, what the hell do you want? But I warn you, don't be too overboard. The holy city's mane are not what you're capable of stroking. Cloudsky's speed of turning hostile was even faster than turning pages of a book. Just now, he was still all smiles and friendliness. At this instant, he struck with the force of a thunderbolt. The moment his void mystic realm aura released, that sense of oppression came from head on. A profound power of laws instantly appeared on Yi Yuan's body. Cloudsky's oppressive sensation instantly dissipated to nothing. Cloudsky's expression changed, and he said grimly, divine Tao laws. You actually comprehended divine inscriptions. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile as he said, Elder, brother Cloudsky's skill of turning hostile has truly attained the acme of perfection. This G is in admiration, but to say stroking your whiskers, it seems like I've already stroked before. After that, you still invited me here. Cloud Sky could not help freezing when he heard that. When did this boy become so razor-tongued? Put away that ruse of yours. With your strength and status, if you really have confidence in making me stay, you'd have probably long made a move, right? About the divine artifact on this G, I don't believe that you aren't moved at all. Yi Yuan continued with a calm and composed appearance. Cloud Sky was utterly defeated and instantly recalled his aura, looking at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. It was not once or twice that he had dealings with Yi Yuan, but he had never felt nowhere to bite down like today before. As one of the holy city's 3 titans, Cloud Sky always held a pearl of wisdom in his hands, taking every conceivable possibility into account. But facing Yi Yuan, he had a feeling of having his hands and feet tied up. Today, what the hell do you want? Cloud Sky asked with a black face. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, I want to enter the Blood Rain Wilderness. Cloudsky's expression changed, and he immediately said, impossible. Toward Cloudsky's reaction, Yi Yuan did not feel surprised. He just said, calmly, you know that I'm the son of heaven's mandate, so you want to let me duke it out with the fiend race unchecked. Hence, that's why you didn't make a move on me. But how much threat do you think I can pose to the fiend race with my current realm? Cloudsky's expression changed again and again. He was almost breaking down. Yi Yuan actually even knew this sort of thing. The son of heaven's mandate, as well as the matter of the fiend race, were both the divine realm's secrets. Many super holy lands with shallow foundations did not even know. He did not think that Yi Yuan had actually long known that he was the son of heaven's mandate. That was fine, but he actually even knew that the holy city knew that he was the son of heaven's mandate. It sounded somewhat awkward, but the astonishment in Cloudsky's heart could not be any greater. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face, and he welcomed Cloudsky's gaze just like this. After a long time, Cloudsky finally recovered from his shock and drew a deep breath as he said, how did you know? If you didn't want people to know, best if you didn't do it. How I found out? You don't need to care. I'm only asking you, agree or not, Yi Yuan said, coolly. Cloud Sky narrowed his eyes and said, if I don't agree,
Ich correct no.
but before long the entire divine realm will know about the holy city's filthy past. How do you think martial artists all over the world will view you guys? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Do you think that they will believe you or believe the holy city? Cloud Sky said with a cold snort. My words alone are naturally inconsequential. But if the demon region's four great divine beasts progenies united and voice up, 50,000 years ago the ones who fought dauntlessly in bloody battles were them. I think nobody has a greater right to speak than them, right? Cloud Sky discovered that the things Yi Yuan knew were far more than he imagined. Humph! This old man knows that you're bearing dragon blood. But how proud are the four great divine beasts progenies? Will they listen to you ordering them around? Cloud Sky said with a cold snort. Not that Cloud Sky was out of touch with the outside world, but that the exchanges between the human race and demon region were too few. The matter of the Medicine King Hall ambushing the White Tiger clan, the holy city, had somewhat heard of it, but the rest he did not know, especially the Azure Dragon clan and White Tiger clan's internal affairs. Cloud Sky was even less informed. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, you might not know yet, but this Ji is currently the Dragon clan's common lord, while my brother White Light is of the perfect white tiger physique that's hard to encounter once in 100,000 years in the White Tiger clan. Do you think that I have this capability or not? Cloudsky's body trembled all over, and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He wanted to see through that Yi Yuan was lying from his eyes, but he was disappointed. No idea when Yi Yuan had an additional fire rod in his hands. Seeing that fire rod, Cloudsky's eyeballs nearly fell out. I think you should be very curious about what this divine artifact in my hand is. With the holy city's foundation, it shouldn't be that you don't recognize it, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Sacred dragon token? How is this possible?
Before Divine Dao.
Disappeared, the sacred dragon token had already vanished. Why would it appear in your hands? Cloud Sky said in disbelief. At this instant, he no longer doubted Yi Yuan's words anymore. The Dragon Clan's ancestral teachings, Cloud Sky was naturally aware. Yi Yuan holding the sacred dragon token in his hands, then he was the Dragon Clan's common lord. This point there was nothing to doubt, except he was very perplexed. Why would the Dragon Clan's supreme divine artifact acknowledge Yi Yuan, a human, as their leader? Looking at the sacred dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands, Cloud Sky suddenly had an intense notion of forcibly taking possession of it. He knew that this sacred dragon token was not an ordinary divine artifact, but a legendary heavenly divine artifact. Even in the Divine Dao era it was exceedingly rare as well. However, after a fierce mental struggle he finally still gave up. The Son of Heaven's mandate carried the mandate of heaven. There had never been a slip-up since time immemorial. No matter how strong Cloud Sky was, it was also not possible to defy heaven. Today, the shock that Yi Yuan gave him was too many. He was seriously unable to imagine what on earth Yi Yuan experienced in these 20 years. Fine then, I promise you. But you can only go in alone. Cloud Sky finally, still compromised. The divine realm had two great lands teeming with spirit medicines. One of them was naturally the immemorial medicine garden, while the other was the holy city's blood rain wilderness. Different from the immemorial medicine gardens once every 500 years opening, the blood rain wilderness was the private property of the holy city and the Alchemists Association. If they wanted to go in, they could do so at any time. The blood rain wilderness was a mystic realm. The entrance was inside the Heavenly Saint Pagoda. Bystanders were completely unable to enter. Of course, the blood rain wilderness was similarly very dangerous. Inside was the playground of desolate beasts. It was precisely because so that the blood rain wilderness had always been the place where the holy city trained the disciples under them. However, the Bloodrain Wilderness had a total of 7 levels. Each level was more dangerous than the other. The holy city training their disciples was also merely within the first 2 levels. After the 3rd level, without void mystic realm strength, those who enter would definitely die. Yi Yuan had heard Ji Xingyang mention before. It was said that the deepest area of the holy city reached even the 6th level. But no one had ever ventured into the fabled 7th level before. Even Zhuge Qingxian also did not dare to enter the 7th level. Of course, all of these were just legends. Whether or not Zhuge Qingxian entered the 7th level before, probably only he himself knew. The reason why the Bloodrain Wilderness got its name was that blood rain was always falling inside this mystic realm. This blood rain was not a bad thing. Instead, it contained terrifying essence, energy, and could help martial artists to break through. All in all, this Bloodrain Wilderness was a treasure land. Originally, it was not the time yet for the trial of the holy city's disciples, but because of Yi Yuan's request, Cloud Sky had no choice but to bring forward the trial this time. Opening the Bloodrain Wilderness naturally had to expend considerable resources. It was impossible for Cloud Sky to open it specifically for Yi Yuan alone. Moreover, if he really let Yi Yuan go in alone, Cloud Sky would be worried too. Entering the Bloodrain Wilderness this time was a trial in name, but in reality it was more important to keep tabs on Yi Yuan. Of course, it was not by relying on those Dao Profound Realm and Divine King Realm disciples, but by relying on Guisu and the Spirit Hound Divine King. The Spirit Hound Divine King was a void mystic powerhouse on the same level as the Extreme Sword Divine King. But if they really fought the Extreme Sword Divine King was probably not the Spirit Hound Divine King's match. The reason why the Spirit Hound Divine King got his name was that he always brought a contract beast along by his side, the Howling Sky Divine Hound. This Howling Sky Divine Hound was similarly a void mystic powerhouse. He did not take human form. When coupled together with the Spirit Hound Divine King, ordinary void mystic powerhouses were really not a match. With him leading the team to keep watch on Yi Yuan, Cloud Sky was naturally reassured. It was because Yi Yuan agreed to his request to enter the Bloodrain Wilderness alone. Ao Qian, Kuang Tianming, Jiang Taizong, even Ruan Shuangzhou, they were all not allowed to enter this time. Yi Yuan agreeing to this request naturally made his group of subordinates endlessly worried. "Milord, it's too dangerous for you to enter by yourself. Better bring old Ao along," Ao Qian said. "Milord, this Bloodrain Wilderness isn't a safe place. I heard that the holy city once had quite a few void mystic realm elders perish inside too. How can it do for you to enter alone?" Jiang Taizong said. "Younger brother, this trip is perilous. You need to think thrice before you act. That pair of dog person isn't anything good. What if they harm you inside?" Kuang Tianming also urged. The dog person he was talking about was naturally the Spirit Hound Divine King and his dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You all don't have to worry. Just wait for me outside. At most half a year's time, I'll definitely come out." Yi Yuan agreed to Cloudsky's terms. He naturally would not stupidly leave a bunch of people at the holy city either. He made Cloudsky swear a heavenly Dao oath to ensure the safety of Ao Qian and the rest inside the city before setting his mind at ease and leaving. Cloudsky not daring to make a move on him was because he could not see through him. But once he entered the Bloodrain Wilderness, it was hard to guarantee that he would not make a move on Ao Qian and the rest. On the other side, Cloudsky also grabbed hold of the Spirit Hound Divine King and Guisu, and personally gave confidential instructions on how to proceed. For Ji Qingyun to want to enter the Bloodrain Wilderness, he's definitely aiming for the spirit medicines inside. He already swore a heavenly Dao oath that he would at most only harvest 5 stalks of spirit medicine. But I feel that the spirit medicines he wants to find are definitely not simple. Perhaps he's aiming for the 5th level. You guys got to remember to absolutely not let him enter the 5th level understood. Cloud Sky said with incomparable solemnness. The spirit hound divine king remained silent. He just nodded his head slightly, but Guasu answered, "Yes, Lord Cloud Sky." Cloud Sky gave Guasu a glance and reminded, "I know that you remain unconvinced towards him in your heart. But trust me, you're not his match. Guasu, you're the holy city's future. You have to have a longer-term view of the situation. Ji Qingyun is someone destined to die. But the one who kills him definitely won't be you. When you reign the divine realm in the future, he'd long be a withered skeleton in the graveyard already." When Guasu heard that, he had all sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. Cloudsky's words had a deep meaning. But one thing was very clear, that he was inferior to Ji Qingyun. Furthermore, it was that he was forever inferior. Only after Ji Qingyun died could he have a chance to surpass the former. He understood the logic but was even more unconvinced in his heart. Based on what that he was inferior to Ji Qingyun, he could not compare to the previous life's Ji Qingyun. Could it be that he could not even compare to this third-level Dao profound rookie in front of him? Carrying this grievance and unwillingness to submit, Guasu entered the blood rain wilderness. A continuous pattering of blood-red drizzle lightly brushed on everyone's faces, rousing people's spirits. Traces of essence energy entered the body through the skin, then converged into the essence energy sea. Yi Yuan felt that his third-level Dao profound, that had just broken through not long ago, gradually consolidating. Originally, Yi Yuan forcing Cloud Sky out, he did indeed thought of ruthlessly berating the other party by enumerating his wrongdoings. But later on he changed his mind. Rather than hope for the holy city to deal with the fiend race, he might as well increase his strength himself to defend the divine realm. Since he was the son of heaven's mandate, then he should shoulder the responsibility of this era. Exterminating the Medicine King Hall, rather than doing it through others, it was way more satisfying for him to take revenge himself. The actions of Cloud Sky and the others were naturally deplorable, but why not borrow the holy city's strength to make himself powerful? If the Tao-defying pill was really able to let him charge up to deity realm, then dealing with the fiend race might not need to borrow the holy city's strength at all. At that time, even Zhuge Qingxian would also have to be at his mercy. When they knew that he was able to break through to the deity realm because he borrowed the holy city's strength, who knows what their mood would be like. Thinking about it, Yi Yuan also looked forward to it very much. Yi Yuan only obtained the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma inside the Immemorial Medicine Garden. Out of 9 core medicines, it was still missing 8 strains. If the place the 8 strains of spirit medicines had the greatest hope to be found, it was undoubtedly the Blood Rain Wilderness. Hence, that was why he threatened to disseminate the Holy City scandal and made Cloud Sky let him into the Blood Rain Wilderness. After a round of meditation, Yi Yuan's third-level Dao profound thoroughly consolidated. His cultivation advanced significantly again. He could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. No wonder the Holy City was so powerful. This Blood Rain's baptism could roughly match ordinary martial artists' 10 years of bitter cultivation, although the absorption effects of the essence energy would continuously diminish. Staying in this Blood Rain wilderness for as long as half a year was likely comparable to several decades of bitter cultivation in the outside world already. This sort of condition, which faction could match it? Just as Yi Yuan was filled with vicissitudes of emotions, Guasu suddenly came over and said coldly, "Ji Qingyun, I want to challenge you." Yi Yuan shot Guasu a glance and said smilingly, "Held it in for very long, right?" One sentence made Guasu flush till his entire face turned scarlet red. It turned out that Yi Yuan had long seen through his thoughts. Cloudsky's words made him extremely unconvinced in his heart. Actually, in his view, with him holding the line was already sufficient. There was no need to send the spirit hound divine king here at all. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended heaven-man unity, it also would not work too well. In front of him, this void mystic realm powerhouse At most, it was just a little troublesome. Just say whether you dare to agree or not, Guosu said with a cold face. Yi Yuan did not answer him but looked towards the Spirit Hound Divine King. The Spirit Hound Divine King had an unconcerned appearance. It was as if he did not have the intention of interfering. Looks like you also wish to measure my current strength? Yi Yuan said coolly. The Spirit Hound Divine King did not speak the entire time. But when he heard that, he opened his mouth and said 2 words, "That's right." Yi Yuan slowly got up and let out a sigh as he said, "Looks like not thrashing. You'll forever not know how great the disparity between us is." "All right, then as you wish," Guosu said with a disdainful look. "Do you think that I'm still that person back then? A mere 3rd-level Dao Profound also dares to be so cocky in front of me. Guosu, today, I'll let you broaden your knowledge at what's called a true martial Dao genius. Heaven Massacring Sword Domain." Done talking, the moment Guosu's Divine King domain released horrifying sword energy instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. The Heaven Massacring Sword domain was Guosu's Divine King domain. Furthermore, it was the Holy City's divine rank martial technique with boundless power. These few years, Guosu devoted to comprehending supreme true intents, improving exceedingly quickly. He was already almost catching up to those older generation void mystic powerhouses. The likes of Yu Xinping was utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. By the side, when the Spirit Hound Divine Realm saw the Heaven Massacring Sword domain, he also nodded his head slightly. Guosu was treated as the next heaven-stabilizing Divine King to groom by the Holy City. This Divine King domain was indeed praiseworthy. Eldest senior brother is mighty. Come on, eldest senior brother. Beat this dogfart Qin Yun Zi down. Eldest senior brother is the junior generation's #1 person. The ones who came this time, apart from Yi Yuan, were all the Purple Gold Hall's disciples. These people would naturally stand on Guosu's side, but their admiration toward Guosu came from the bottom of their hearts. These few years, Guosu already hardly ever made an appearance in the Purple Gold Hall. They also extremely seldom saw Guosu take action as well. Seeing Guosu's Heaven Massacring Sword domain this time, each and every one of them all exclaimed with incomparable admiration. 3rd-level Dao Profound against Void Mystic, this was a battle without the least bit of suspense in the first place. But they all knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in his possession. Although a Divine King domain was strong, divine artifacts were nothing to be trifled with. In this world, only divine artifacts could make up for the tremendous gap in between this. Guosu's sword domain made a showy display of his ability. Within a 500 feet radius around him, it formed a death zone. Anything that entered this field would be sliced into shreds by countless sword lights. He suddenly unleashed his Divine King domain. Yi Yuan was right within these 500 feet radius. This first round was already considered as a sneak attack. Facing Yi Yuan, Guosu would not lower his guard. He knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in his hands. Hence, he did not plan on killing with one blow. He already prepared contingency plans to cope with the power of Yi Yuan's divine artifact. Yet, Yi Yuan did not seem to immediately use the divine artifact, allowing the countless sword lights to engulf him. What's going on here? This Ji Qingyun was still posturing just now. Could it be that he died all of a sudden? Haha, really not doing up an act when bragging. He died without even using the divine artifact. Eldest senior brother is mighty. This Ji Qingyun is simply a paper tiger. Looking from the outside world, one could not see the actual situation inside the sword domain at all. But Guosu's face was incomparably solemn at this time. The Spirit Hound Divine King, who had been steady as a mountain all along, also trembled all over. He opened his eyes wide and stared fixedly at the Heaven Massacring Sword domain. They distinctly sensed that inside the Heaven Massacring Sword domain there was still a miniature Divine King domain. Ji Qingyun actually comprehended a divine king domain with third-level Dao. Profound cultivation realm? This sort of thing was truly too startling, right? Damn it! I really underestimated you. But, with such a weak divine king domain, how long can it resist? Guosu gnashed his teeth hatefully and suddenly deployed 70% of the Emperor Qi. Within his body, the power of the heaven-massacring sword domain skyrocketed. Several times all at once. For a moment, sword light surged within that 500 feet radius and was incomparably gorgeous. Guosu's juniors finally detected a hint of something not right. The shouting also gradually ceased. Each and every one of them was incredibly shocked, not understanding how a third-level Dao profound survived inside the heaven-massacring sword domain, under the situation where he did not deploy a divine artifact. But, seeing Guosu's appearance akin to facing a great enemy, they knew that this Ji Qingyun was really not easy to deal with. Sensing Yi Yuan's divine king domain becoming smaller and smaller, a look of smugness surfaced on Guosu's face once more. How strong could the divine king domain displayed by a third-level Dao profound be? Still not using the divine artifact? I admit that you're very impressive, but carry on pretending like this, you'll die very horribly, Guosu said with a cold smile. As you wish. Guosu's voice had yet to fade when a voice transmitted out from inside the heaven-massacring sword domain. Immediately after, Guosu suddenly sensed that his heaven-massacring sword domain actually showed signs of imminent collapse. Yi Yuan's divine king domain was actually in the midst of rapid expansion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several azure sword lights broke out akin to breaking out of a cocoon, piercing right through Guosu's divine king domain. After that, more and more sword lights penetrated out, poking Guosu's heaven-massacring sword domain until it was like a wasp's nest. Seeing this scene, Guosu's expression changed greatly and knew that he could no longer suppress Yi Yuan's divine king domain, and hastily retreated. Rumble. A tremendous force spread out, immediately blasted Guosu out far away. Yi Yuan's pseudo-divine king domain finally emerged in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Yi Yuan stood while holding his sword, his aura imposing. It was actually not much weaker compared to Guosu in the least bit. The spirit hound divine king's gaze turned intent, looking at the long sword in Yi Yuan's hands in disbelief. Long sword divine artifact. The spirit hound divine king's voice exuded thick astonishment. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's divine king domain was very weak, extraordinarily weak. But through this evil extermination sword's augmentation, his divine king domain was actually able to stand up to Guosu's heaven-massacring sword domain as equals. This evil extermination sword was simply a divine artifact custom-made for Yi Yuan. Guosu being sent flying, this round was clearly Yi Yuan taking the upper hand. Guosu did not think that Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation was actually fearsome to such a degree, even if not borrowing the power of the divine sword, just based on him comprehending a divine king domain at the third-level Dao profound. This point left him far behind in the dust. Guosu was very clear that before reincarnating, Ji Qingyun did not comprehend any supreme true intents. But now that a mere 20 years passed, Yi Yuan actually comprehended a divine king domain. This sort of improvement speed, saying that it was number one in the divine realm, was not the slightest bit over the top. However, this blow to Guosu was all round. I refuse to believe that a trifling third-level Dao profound can that heaven-defying, heaven-massacring sword art. Guosu finally still erupted. He completely could not accept this fact before his eyes. Hence, he unleashed his strongest sword. Right then, a figure suddenly barged into his divine king domain, slamming a palm onto his longsword. Ring. The longsword flew out of his hand and drew a single arc in the air, stabbing into the ground. Forget it, you can't beat him. Even if you won, it's also winning through unorthodox means. The spirit hound divine king's voice sounded out by Guosu's ear. Guisu knelt down with a thud, a look of helplessness. His junior brothers had long lowered the banners and muffled the drums. Currently, each and every one of them exchanged glances, uncertain how they should step forward to comfort eldest senior brother too. Many years ago, Ji Qingyun surpassed eldest senior brother all round. That was because his alchemy Dao was heaven-defying. But now, even Ji Qingyun's martial Dao was so terrifying. 'Tis how to make people accept this. Come on! The spirit hound Divine King did not have the intention of going to console Guisu. He just nonchalantly said a sentence and turned around and left. Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and set off toward the depths of the first level following the spirit hound Divine King. Several hours after Yi Yuan and the others left, a series of ripples surfaced. In the space of the Blood Rain Wilderness, 3 black-clothed people actually directly shuttled out from within the void. This spirit horn-shattering mirror is indeed formidable. As long as there's a coordinate, one can freely shuttle through space. The Blood Rain Wilderness is the holy city's restricted land. No outsiders have ever came before. A black-clothed person said. The black-clothed person held a treasure mirror in his hands. It was, shockingly, the spirit horn-shattering mirror that escaped through the void. Inside the vast sun-bright moon realm, with Lord Divine Master casting the spell, what does shuttling through space count as? Before long, the entire divine realm will be ours. Another person said. This time, Lord Divine Master put down an arm and leg. Even the mountain and river state painting, this kind of heaven-defying divine artifact, was brought. We mustn't mess up in the slightest, the third person said. Relax, with the 3 of our strength plus 3 great divine artifacts, that Yi Yuan absolutely won't get lucky, the first black-clothed person said. This mountain and river state painting isn't that bright moon city's girl's counterfeit. Not only is its power boundless, it even has the effect of concealing heaven's secrets. As long as Yi Yuan is taken inside with the 3 of our strength, could it be that we can't kill him still? The son of heaven's mandate perishing prematurely. I want to see what the human race used to withstand my fiend race's great army this time, the second person said. Better not lower our guard. Yi Yuan, this boy is extremely freakish. Lord Divine Master's schemes had already been ruined at his hands several times. If not for him, Lord Divine Master would have long been fighting for the throne of the divine realm already. His momentum unstoppable. Moreover, you all have to know, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm back then was completely insignificant. But now, he's already a 3rd-level Dao profound martial artist and even comprehended a divine king domain. Wanting to kill him is not an easy matter. You guys don't forget how Lord Divine Master instructed before departure, the third person said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, the other 2 people's expressions turned stiff. All right. Enough crap. We have to enter the 3rd level ahead of schedule and set up an ambush and wait for him to enter. Only if he enters the mountain and river state painting will we have a chance to kill him. If we can't kill him, we can only die here. Done talking, the first black-clothed person deployed the spirit horn, shattering mirror once more. The 3 people immediately vanished on the spot. Yi Yuan never would have thought that a certain death scheme targeting him was already waiting for him in the depths of the Blood Rain Wilderness. While walking, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed, and he stopped his footsteps. What is it? TT Spirit Hound Divine King said. Zhao Lingdong, did you feel that the place we entered seemed to have a hint of undulation? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Zhao Lingdong was the Spirit Hound Divine King's original name. It was just that the people who dared to directly address without honorifics were already exceedingly few. Just earlier, he detected a trace of faintly discernible spatial undulation. Flash and passed right away. And the direction was precisely the place they entered. Although this kind of undulation was next to nothing, Yi Yuan had long entered the realm of heaven-man unity already. he was exceptionally sensitive towards the surrounding environment. When the spirit hound Divine King heard, he said, "No, you wouldn't have had a false impression, right? We're already 100,000 miles away from the entrance area. You're actually still able to perceive the undulations over there. Furthermore, the Blood Rain Wilderness is situated within a spatial rift. Having a trace of undulation is also normal. Moreover, if there's really any situation with Halski's one sharp sense, he'll definitely be able to detect it." "What undulations? You're thinking too much, right? The Blood Rain Wilderness has never had outsiders enter before. Apart from us, who else is able to come in? Don't try to find fault," Guasu said with a cold snort. Although he recovered to his senses from the shock, Guasu currently still found Yi Yuan displeasing no matter how he looked at him. He knew that he was being jealous of Yi Yuan, but he just could not control his own emotions. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and shook his head as he said, "Maybe I was overly sensitive. Carry on walking then." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took the lead and left. Following Yi Yuan, a glint flickered across the spirit hound Divine King's eyes. He did not think that Yi Yuan's perception was actually so sharp. This Blood Rain Wilderness's spatial coordinates were precisely given to those black-clothed men by the spirit hound Divine King, Zhao Lingdong. For so many years, the spirit hound Divine King had been lying low within the holy city all along. He was the same as Ji Kanglin, both members of the fiend race. That mysterious Lord Divine Master had long plotted for a long time already. The holy city, such an important place, how could he possibly not plant informants? The entire holy city, apart from the three titans who knew that Yi Yuan was the son of heaven's mandate, there was still Zhao Lingdong. He passed the news of Yi Yuan about to enter the Blood Rain Wilderness to Lord
Divine Master.
Lord Divine Master immediately decided to carry out an encirclement campaign against Yi Yuan. This time, these three black-clothed men that Lord Divine Master sent out were all Holy King-class powerhouses. The strength of Holy Kings could absolutely rival the human race's void mystic powerhouses. The strength of any person among the three of them was not beneath Zhao Lingdong. This was also to say that, adding in the Howling Sky Divine Hound, a total of 5 void mystic realm powerhouses were planning on ambushing Yi Yuan. Except, Zhao Lingdong did not think that his companions had just sneaked into the Blood Rain Wilderness, and Yi Yuan detected it already. This first level did not pose much of a danger to them. Along the way, their party practically pushed in as far as 100,000 miles. With a sweeping attitude, the perception radius of a Dao Profound powerhouse was at most just 10,000 miles. But Yi Yuan's perception was actually 10 times as far as ordinary Dao Profound powerhouses. This was simply too freakish. Moreover, Zhao Lingdong knew that opening up space with the spirit horn shattering mirror, the undulations produced was extremely minute. Even within a 20,000 miles radius, ordinary martial artists might not be able to perceive it either. But they were actually unable to hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears. Even though it was just an exceedingly subtle whiff, Yi Yuan had indeed detected it. Perhaps Guasu they all felt that Yi Yuan was finding trouble. But Zhao Lingdong knew that he was not. Navigating for 3 days straight, Yi Yuan's party finally arrived at the second level's entrance area. Second level, the desolate beasts belong to me, spirit medicines belong to you guys. Yi Yuan said this one sentence and then immediately entered the second level. At the second level, desolate beasts were basically Divine King rank. These desolate beast strengths were extremely strong. Furthermore, their skin was coarse and their flesh thick. These purple gold hall disciples might not be a match for a desolate beast individually. But Yi Yuan said that he wanted to cover the second level's desolate beasts. If it were before, they would definitely feel that Yi Yuan was boasting. Third level Dao Profound, based on what to match a Divine King rank desolate beast. But after witnessing his face-off with Guasu, there was already no one who dared to underestimate Yi Yuan. Even if he did not use that divine sword, Yi Yuan's strength was also much stronger compared to the vast majority of the people among them. Looks like him entering this blood rain wilderness isn't just for spirit medicines. He even wants to borrow the desolate beasts here to temper himself. The spirit hound divine king said, "Humph, at most half a year's time, how much improvement can he have?"
Guosu
said disdainfully, "I just don't know what method he used to make Lord Cloudsky agree. The blood rain wilderness has never had a precedent of opening up to an outsider before. I didn't think that this time an exception was actually made." The spirit hound divine king said. Guosu had a gloomy look but did not speak, keeping pace with Yi Yuan's footsteps. Roar! An earth-shaking roar echoed out. An ape-like desolate beast suddenly dashed out, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan at the foremost of the team. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he was not alarmed but delighted instead. Casually drawing the Star Moon sword, he wielded the sword and was going to step forward and battle. But right then, an afterimage drew across by his side, speeding towards that desolate beast with even swifter speed. Heaven massacring sword domain. The moment the divine king domain opened, countless sword light immediately cut countless holes on that desolate beast. Rumble. The desolate beast did not have time to flare up and was slain by Guosu neat and tidily. The attack of a void mystic powerhouse. How could this ordinary divine king rank desolate beast be a match? Clank. Guosu returned the sword to its sheath. Incomparably elegant. Yi Yuan's face sunk, and he said, "Guosu, what's the meaning of this?" Guosu had a look of composure as he said coolly, "What meaning of what? This blood rain wilderness is my holy city's territory. I, as the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple, am training martial techniques here. Could it be that there's anything improper?" Done talking, Guosu shot Yi Yuan a glance like putting on a show of force and strutted off. His objective was very simple. Since Yi Yuan wanted to borrow the desolate beast here to increase his strength, then he would not let Yi Yuan increase. He was going to immediately take action and kill the desolate beasts, encountered, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all, unless Yi Yuan used that divine sword. But if he used the divine sword, it could not achieve the effect of tempering at all. As for whether or not Yi Yuan would rampage, he was even less worried. With the spirit hound divine king here, 2 men and 1 dog, 3 great void mystic powerhouses, could Yi Yuan overturn the heavens still? Divine king realm desolate beasts were currently the most suitable opponents for Yi Yuan. Under the circumstances of not using divine artifacts, Yi Yuan should be evenly matched with peak divine king rank desolate beasts. Roar! All of a sudden, an ear-splitting roar sounded out without a break. Hearing the sound, it was very similar to that ape desolate beast that was killed by Guosu earlier. Rumble. The earth trembled. In the distance, 7 or 8 desolate beasts galloped over. Looking from the imposing momentum, these 8 desolate beast strengths were actually all peak divine king. Haha! Came right on time.
Guosu loget loudly.
Stepping forward with his hand resting on his sword, he charged towards those 8 ape desolate beasts. The moment the heaven massacring sword domain opened up, Guosu totally thought that he would rampage in all directions. Alas, he miscalculated. The moment those 8 ape desolate beasts saw Guosu bearing down menacingly, they actually each displayed a very odd posture. When Guosu approached, the 8 desolate beasts suddenly attacked with full force. The 8 streams of essence energy were like a cannonball instantly gathering together. An outrageous energy undulation spread out. Guosu was just about to show off his power, but when he saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. Except it was already too late for him to want to switch moves. Rumble. That essence energy cannonball immediately slammed onto his heaven massacring sword domain. A large crater was actually smashed out on the powerful divine king domain, while Guosu's body immediately flew back in reverse. Poo work. Guosu's body landed on the ground, and his junior apprentice brother hurriedly went up to support him. but he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Straightaway, roar! The 8 ape desolate beasts let out a heaven-shaking roar. That appearance was like dancing for joy at this attack's victory. Damn it! These 8 apes actually had this sort of strange joint attack method. The power of an attack is actually not beneath void mystic powerhouses, Guisu said hatefully. It was clearly just 8 peak divine king rank desolate beasts. But the power of that joint attack earlier was actually so formidable. Guisu was careless for a moment too, wanting to steal a march on Yi Yuan and slay the desolate beasts as soon as possible. He did not expect to actually suffer a major loss. Currently, his blood and chi were in turmoil. A mouthful of essence energy was actually unable to be mustered up within a short time. Those 8 ape desolate beasts actually still understood the logic of following up a victory with hot pursuit. After a brief celebration, they chased over to the side with large strides. Rumble. 8 100-foot-tall giant apes galloping his unison. It felt like the earth was going to be cracked. These 8 giant apes even displayed that strange posture earlier while running. They actually wanted to do it a second time. Right then, Yi Yuan moved. His figure instantly vanished from where he stood, merging into heaven and earth. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan plunged in the middle of the 8 giant apes. His pseudo-divine king domain opening up, violent sword energy instantly threw the tempo of the giant ape's joint attack into disorder. Clink clank, clink clank. Countless sword energy hacked onto the giant apes and actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. These 8 giant apes' bodies were actually comparable to holy artifacts. Yi Yuan's sword lights were also unable to breach their defenses for a short time. Of course, this was still primarily because Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was lacking. His sword intent concept was attained, but he did not have powerful essence energy to support it. If he had divine king realm essence energy, he would have killed at least 2 giant apes at this time already. These giant apes clearly did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable human actually took them by surprise. Yi Yuan's random entry immediately upset the giant apes' joint attack. They were each fighting their own battle currently, but Yi Yuan had plenty of room to play, shuttling back and forth between them. For some time, both sides actually fought until they were equally matched. Although Yi Yuan's divine king domain was temporarily unable to breach the giant apes' defenses, as time passed, they could be exhausted to death by Yi Yuan. 8 giant apes howled incessantly. Each and every one of them wanted to display that strange posture. But Yi Yuan did not give them a chance at all. Every time they wanted to make a joint attack, Yi Yuan's countless sword lights would focus on a giant ape to greet it. Even if his divine king domain was any weaker, once it went to say hello on a person's body, it would be too much for the other party to take as well. And their joint attack, as long as one could not keep up, it would directly be broken. Guisu looked at this scene, his expression unspeakably gloomy. He did not think that he actually failed miserably in an easy task. Under the heart realm of Heaven-Man unity, the 8 giant apes' every movement and action were mapped in Yi Yuan's mind, revealing every tiny detail. These 8 giant apes were perfect as opponents for him. These 8 giant apes' strengths were very fearsome. Even if they did not use joint attacks, Yi Yuan also felt exceptionally strenuous to cope with it. But it was precisely this feeling of limit-like that could stimulate Yi Yuan's potential. The giant ape's iron fists produced fierce winds by Yi Yuan's ears. Although Yi Yuan could accurately avoid their fists, the essence energy force, wind howled from the fists also made it too much for Yi Yuan to bear. 8 giant apes, 16 iron fists weaving together, forming an exceedingly terrifying force wind web in the air. Even if Yi Yuan possessed a divine king domain, he also sustained injuries on many parts of his body. However, those 8 giant apes were nowhere better. Yi Yuan was too nimble. Under the whittling of the limitless sword domain, the 8 giant apes had many cuts sliced open on their bodies by him. The 8 giant apes all suffered varying degrees of injuries. All along, the opponents that Yi Yuan encountered were all overly powerful. Many times, he had to borrow the power of divine artifacts before he could barely manage to force the opponent back. But now, he was truly relying on his own strength to be evenly matched with these 8 giant apes. By the side, the Purple Gold Hall disciples watched until they were incredibly terrified. In their understanding, the reason why Yi Yuan was powerful was likely still by relying on his divine artifact. But just how powerful his true strength was, they had never experienced before. This time, they really experienced it. A third-level Dao Profound battling 8 giant apes was actually evenly matched. This strength, forget about laughing proudly among the same rank. Even among them peak divine kings, it was also far greater. I didn't think that Ji Qingyun's martial Dao strength had actually reached this step. My strength dealing with 1 giant ape is already enough to choke. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Dealing with 8. A peak divine king Purple Gold Hall disciple said. Truly remarkable. This guy's alchemy Dao is heaven-defying. But looking at it now, his martial Dao is not the slightest bit weaker than his alchemy Dao. Another divine king powerhouse sighed with admiration. Didn't he reincarnate for around 20 years? How can he possibly comprehend such a profound supreme true intent? Could it be that it was all a guise in his previous life? These disciples were all stunned silly, not at all aware that Guosu's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. All shut your mouths for me. Guosu clutched his chest and reprimanded furiously. These disciples became aware that they misspoke and involuntarily stuck out their tongues and no longer spoke. Praising Ji Qingyun in front of eldest senior brother, wasn't this slapping his face? But right at this time, the spirit hound divine king suddenly opened his mouth and said, Ji Qingyun seems to be breaking through. Guosu could not help being alarmed when he heard and hurriedly looked over towards Yi Yuan there. Currently, Yi Yuan was wounded on many parts of his body. Quite a number of areas even oozed dark red fresh blood. But his divine king domain radiated with a resplendent light and was actually even sharper compared to before. Those sword lights became stronger and stronger and also became sharper and sharper. For a moment, Yi Yuan's divine king domain gave off a brilliant azure light. The energy of life and death rampaged willfully. Originally, Yi Yuan's pseudo-divine king domain was only roughly 50 square feet. This level of divine king domain could not compare to even the lowest of void mystic powerhouses. But now, Yi Yuan's divine king domain actually expanded to 100 square feet already, expanded a full 1-fold. Don't look down on this 1-fold square feet to void mystic powerhouses. Even expanding 10 feet was an exceptionally difficult matter. The size of a divine king domain could show the strength of a void mystic powerhouse to a certain extent. Guosu devoted to comprehending Dao, breaking through from the initialmost 100 square feet to 500 square feet these few years. The improvement could be said to be tremendous. It was just that his strength was not considered very strong among void mystic powerhouses. Divine king domain reaching 1,000 feet radius. This was a dividing crest. For void mystic powerhouses, reaching this sort of degree, one would roughly be in existence in the same class as the extreme sword divine king. Reaching this step required 2 kinds of supreme true intents to both reach the level of rank 9 and must be fused together perfectly. As for Yi Yuan, his concept's comprehension was actually even stronger compared to Guosu already. The reason why his divine king domain was only 50 feet radius was that his essence energy was completely insufficient to support such a large sword domain. But now Yi Yuan's cultivation realm did not break through. It was his concept's comprehension that broke through. Just earlier, Yi Yuan's sword intent finally broke through to rank 9. It was only a step away from the great circle of perfection. Rank 9 sword intent was an existence that many void mystic powerhouses were unable to attain. Yi Yuan only used 20 years and did it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The azure-colored sword lights were akin to a group of azure-colored wandering dragons, puncturing a giant ape in front of Yi Yuan full of wounds. Hence, this giant ape could not hang in there anymore and collapsed with a loud crash. These 8 giant apes had excellent teamwork. One suddenly collapsing, their strength reduced greatly. With this, Yi Yuan brought along innumerable azure light, like a walking monster ravaging these giant apes wantonly. Yi Yuan's control of essence energy was extremely exquisite. Prolonged battle was not an issue at all. Those external wounds were not worth mentioning at all to a Tier 9 fleshy body powerhouse like him. One giant ape after another collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan's speed of slaughtering also became increasingly faster. Finally, the last giant ape toppled at Yi Yuan's feet. Yi Yuan actually annihilated 8 peak divine king giant apes with his strength alone. This sort of battle achievement could simply be rated as a miracle. Those purple gold hall disciples were all stunned silly. They even thought that Yi Yuan was only making use of these 8 giant apes to temper himself. In the end, he would still utilize a divine artifact to be able to slay these 8 giant apes. But they never could have thought that Yi Yuan spent an entire day's time and forcefully exhausted these 8 giant apes to death. The moment the giant apes died, Yi Yuan was also practically on the brink of giving out already. He fished out a medicinal pill and meditated on the spot to recover strength. He collected a large batch of spirit medicines at the Immemorial Medicine Garden. Refining a few Tier 9 medicinal pills was naturally nothing difficult. The Spirit Hound Divine King looked at the Yi Yuan currently meditation and said in a solemn voice, Ji Qingyun's combat experience is extremely abundant. From start to end, he never gave those giant apes even a gleam of chance. Looks like during these 20 years, he experienced a lot. Guosu actually, having such an existence isn't a bad thing to you. He can make you strive harder after knowing the humiliation and make you not dare to slack off in the slightest. Whether a success or a failure, it depends on your own mindset. When Guosu heard that, his entire body involuntarily trembled. That turbid gaze gradually became resolved. Yeah, such a monstrous existence like Ji Qingyun was still cultivating by risking his life. What energy did he still have to be jealous here? As long as he cultivated continuously, there would come a day where he would be able to surpass him. Because Lord Cloudsky said before, Ji Qingyun was someone certain to die. Although Guosu did not understand why Ji Qingyun was dead for sure, he was certain that Lord Cloudsky absolutely would not lie to him. He slowly stood up, his body radiating a fierce fighting intent. From today onwards, I, Guosu, will strive doubly hard. There will come a day where I'll surpass Ji Qingyun. Swish! An azure light flashed past. A snake-formed desolate beast was immediately killed by Yi Yuan. This was the 65th desolate beast that Yi Yuan slew within 10 days. These 65 desolate beasts, all of them were super strong peak divine kings. Some desolate beasts even had some talent ability, making Yi Yuan suffer a huge loss too. But with this bout of tempering, Yi Yuan's improvement speed was also extremely evident. The Holy City's disciples watched Yi Yuan grow bit by bit with their own eyes. This sort of growth could virtually be visible to the naked eye. However, just 10 days' time had passed. Even though they no longer dared to anyhow appraise in view of eldest senior brother's face, their astonishment towards Yi Yuan was not ambiguous at all. The breakthrough of Dao profound realm powerhouses, even just a tiny bit, was also calculated in years. But for Yi Yuan it was calculated using days. These 10 days of tempering completely did not have elements of resorting to unorthodox means. It was bona fide battles after battles. Although battles could help martial artists to increase strength rapidly, such an increase was also too apparent, right? What made Yi Yuan surprised was that Guosu actually did not come to find trouble with him anymore. It seemed that after the giant apes, Guosu became wiser, and the eyes Guosu looked at him with also seemed to be different from in the past. But these had nothing to do with him. He had no spare time to care about this. To the current Yi Yuan, the most pressing matter at hand was to increase strength. That hint of undulation at the entrance area made Yi Yuan somewhat uneasy. He believed that Heaven-Man Unity Heart Realm would not lie to him. Since that was the case, his strength being an iota stronger, it would naturally be an iota safer too. In a twinkle, half a month passed. Yi Yuan charged all the way into the 3rd level. But at this time, he finally sensed that he was about to break through to the 4th level Tao Profound. 3rd level Tao Profound and 4th level Tao Profound were similarly a threshold. By crossing it, Yi Yuan's essence energy and Emperor Qi would have a substantial increase. The increase in essence energy would naturally also let his Divine King domain be strengthened. After entering the 3rd level, the desolate beasts here were evidently much stronger, although they had yet to encounter Void Mystic Realm desolate beasts. The strength of the desolate beasts presently were extraordinary. Furthermore, quite a few desolate beasts showed up in packs and bands. The weakest also had first-rate Divine King's strength. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. Once he recovered essence energy, he would immediately go over and kill desolate beasts. At the moment, he was currently fighting with a group of wolf-form desolate beasts. He was currently dealing with several hundred wolf-form desolate beasts by himself. The majority among them were first-rate Divine Kings, while peak Divine King Realm Wolf Kings also had no less than 20. This sort of cooperation between desolate beasts was much more tacit than even those 8 giant apes. Yi Yuan was bold and unconstrained, being locked together in battle with the wolf pack. When everyone saw this scene, they were all unbelievably shocked. This guy really went crazy. Such crazed cultivation. How the hell did he survive? Guosu said with a frown. Along the way, Yi Yuan never stopped before, spending it in the midst of slaughter all along. This intensity of cultivation, Guosu questioned himself and was certain that he absolutely could not hang in there. The Spirit Hound Divine King said, to be able to obtain such startling accomplishments in 20 years, it was definitely not a fluke for Ji Qingyun. His talent need not be commented no more, but this tenacity is even harder to come by. Such high-intensity cultivation, even void mystic powerhouses will have their spirits crumble too. Suddenly, Guosu's expression changed, and he said, this guy is really a mad man. He is actually going to break through in the midst of the wolf pack. In the sky, tribulation clouds rolled. He had already fought for a day and night with this wolf pack and killed over 100 wolves. But just earlier, Yi Yuan finally detected that the turning point for breakthrough arrived. If it were others, they absolutely would not dare to break through at this time. Once he was pinned down by the wolf pack, Yi Yuan would definitely be smitten to death by the heavenly tribulation. One had to know that there were over 20 peak Divine King Realm Wolf Kings in the wolf pack. But Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from his superb skills, and did not care at all. He directly opened up his essence energy sea and allowed himself to break through freely. Heavenly tribulation was nigh. The movements of Yi Yuan's hands were not the least bit slow, killing 2 wolves in a blink. Crack! A coarse lightning bolt streaked down, rumbling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a long cry and actually did not dodge nor evade. These Wolf Kings' intellects were exceedingly high and had long been waiting for this moment. Just as the heavenly tribulation was about to land on Yi Yuan, 5 peak Divine King Wolf Kings arrived with a howl, baring their sharp teeth, and biting down towards Yi Yuan's calf. These few Wolf Kings' teeth were no joke. If bitten by them, Yi Yuan's leg would be thoroughly crippled. They eyed precisely this opportune moment to attack. Yi Yuan had to deal with the heavenly tribulation. It was totally impossible to deal with 5 Wolf Kings at the same time. Heh, arrogant fellow. This time played yourself to death, right? I want to see how you avoid this certain kill strike, Guosu said with a cold smile. Such an evenly matched battle, and he actually still dared to be careless. He truly did not know how the word death was written. But right at this time, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Waited very long for you all.
Limite le life des sword.
Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, his divine king domain instantly erupting. 5 Azure. Lights flowed out from inside the divine king domain bizarrely, heading straight for those 5 divine kings. As for that heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to give it a glance at all. Rumble. Yi Yuan forcefully suffered this bolt of lightning tribulation, while those 5 wolf kings did not manage to bite him at all due to receiving Yi Yuan's tech. Instead, they were implicated by the heavenly tribulation because they were too close to Yi Yuan. This heavenly tribulation was virtually equivalent to the full power attack of a peak divine king. The power could be imagined. The 5 wolf kings were directly left in ruins by the heavenly tribulation, while Yi Yuan stood up like he was completely fine, patting the dust on his body. His figure suddenly vanished from where he was. Seeing this scene, Guosu's eyes became wide saucers. Could it be that this guy was a freak, forcefully withstanding such a horrifying bolt of heavenly tribulation? He was actually completely fine. He did not know that for Yi Yuan, who transcended a greater 5 elements, heavenly tribulation, this kind of minor heavenly tribulation was completely no big deal anymore. Yi Yuan just extended a golden right claw at the last second just now and forcefully withstood it. Although this heavenly tribulation was equivalent to a peak divine king's all-out attack, the effect was greatly discounted to Yi Yuan. Towards heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan could virtually be said to be immune. The next instant, Yi Yuan was just like a walking heavenly tribulation. Areas that he passed through, miserable cries echoed. The wolf pack let out a series of wretched cries from time to time. When the minor heavenly tribulation passed, only wolf corpses that covered the land remained, while Yi Yuan broke through to 4th level Dao Profound successfully. How can this be? How could someone transcend heavenly tribulation like this? Guosu muttered to himself. He was struck dumb with amazement by this scene of Yi Yuan transcending tribulation. Not just him, those purple gold hall disciples were similarly staring blankly, with their mouths agape. Those wolves wanted to ambush Yi Yuan but had a large group bombarded to death by Yi Yuan using heavenly tribulation. This outcome was too miraculous. The spirit hound divine king looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze. The originally almost guaranteed ambush made him somewhat worried at this time. Could it really kill Yi Yuan? Ji Qingyun, just what kind of spirit medicines do you want to find? Carry on. Heading down, and everybody will fall into danger, Guosu said solemnly. Outside of the 3rd level were all still some peak divine king desolate beasts. Heading further in, and there would be some void mystic realm desolate beasts. With these disciples' strengths, they were naturally unable to go deeper in. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Do you feel that ordinary spirit medicines can enter my arcane sights? Aren't you all here for training? Didn't make you follow me either. How about you bring your junior brothers and continue the training? I'll go find my spirit medicines. If I get killed by desolate beasts, you should be happy instead." You! Guosu could not help being tongue-tied. At this time, the spirit hound divine king suddenly spoke up. "Guosu, you bring the junior brothers to train over here for a bit. I'll follow Ji Qingyun to carry on advancing ahead." With this, Guosu became anxious and hurriedly said, "How can this do?" The spirit hound divine king gave him a glance and said, "The spirit medicines that Ji Qingyun wants, barring no accidents, should be in the 4th level. Upon entering the 4th level, I won't be able to care about you anymore. Furthermore, you also saw his strength. If we were to really come to blows, you can't gain any advantages either." Guosu's expression could not help turning stiff. Only now did he notice the fact that made people embarrassed. The spirit hound divine king's meaning was already very clear. Carry on following and you would drag us down. Even if Yi Yuan had any funny ideas, not only would Guosu not be of help, following by the side, but might become Yi Yuan's breakthrough point instead. That would be awkward. Then, be careful, Spirit Hound Divine King, Guisu said dejectedly. The Spirit Hound Divine King patted his shoulders and said, "Relax. With me around, he can't play any tricks." Guisu nodded his head. The Spirit Hound Divine King's strength he could naturally trust. It was just that he never thought that he would actually become a burden one day. Bidding the Purple Gold Hall disciples farewell, Yi Yuan, one person and one dog headed even deeper in. Going further into the depths, Yi Yuan naturally could not be like before, using desolate beasts to practice. Unless he used a divine artifact, otherwise it was very hard to beat those void mystic realm desolate beasts. Hence, along the way, Yi Yuan and Zhao Lingdong, the two people, were both very low profile, avoiding those powerful auras as best as they could. Being cautious along the way, a month's time passed in a blink of an eye. The distance of separating with Guisu and the rest was roughly 100 million miles already. In between this, there naturally could not dispense with encountering some powerful desolate beasts. It was basically all the Spirit Hound Divine King taking action to dispose of them. But this also let Yi Yuan witness the Spirit Hound Divine King's might. Ordinary void mystic desolate beasts were not a match for the Spirit Hound Divine King at all. Along the way, as long as they encountered void mystic desolate beasts, the Spirit Hound Divine King would cut down the other party with an overwhelming stance. However, from start to end, that Howling Sky Divine Hound never made a move. Prior to reincarnating, Yi Yuan did not have contact with the Spirit Hound Divine King before, but regarding his might, he had still heard of it. Somewhat. But only today did Yi Yuan know that Zhao Lingdong was even more powerful than in the rumors. On this day, the two people finally arrived at the entrance area leading to the 4th level. Ahead was a small-scale transmission array. A small cluster of light pillars gave off a bright light. As they were walking, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps. Zhao Lingdong asked doubtfully, "Why aren't you walking anymore?" Yi Yuan said with a calm expression, "Let's walk around in the 3rd level. Some more. I need a 500,000-year jade blood azure sky. This place is the 3rd level's deepest area. It might have it. If we can find it, we can also reduce the amount of time that we stay at the 4th level. This way, the danger will naturally also be lesser." The Spirit Hound Divine King was able to rampage unrestrained in the 3rd level. But reaching the 4th level, he would also have to tuck his tail between his legs and behave. The 4th level's desolate beasts were too strong. With the Spirit Hound Divine King's strength, the 4th level was also the limit. Concerning the 5th level, he absolutely would not enter the area. The Spirit Hound Divine King frowned and said, 500,000-year jade sky. Azure sky, the chances of finding in the 4th level should be far greater than the 3rd level. Don't you forget, we only have half a year's time. If we waste too much time at the 3rd level, we won't have time to find the spirit medicines at the back. Yi Yuan thought about it again and said with a nod, "What you said is correct. Let's go." The Spirit Hound Divine King's heart eased up and nodded his head, and was about to advance forward. But Yi Yuan had just taken a step and actually stopped again. "In? What is it again?" The Spirit Hound Divine King looked at Yi Yuan and said doubtfully. Yi Yuan turned his head to look at the Spirit Hound Divine King and suddenly said with a smile, "Your heart?" It moved. The Spirit Hound Divine King's heart thumped. Could it be that Yi Yuan saw through something?
Impossible.
From start to end, he examined himself and was certain that he did not reveal any flaws. Zhao Lingdong frowned and said, "What do you mean?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "My meaning is, you want to make me enter the 4th level very much." The premonition in Zhao Lingdong's heart became increasingly foreboding. But he did not give up. Another step forward and Yi Yuan would be caught in the trap of the devil. Ridge 3 Freaks. As long as Yi Yuan was taken into the mountain and river state painting, there was absolutely no possibility of escaping with his life. Even if the Son of Heaven's mandate being shielded from heaven's secrets, only had one road that led to hell too. Moreover, dealing with Yi Yuan would be 5 Void Mystic Realm experts. But it was just missing one step. His heart pounded, but Zhao Lingdong did not show even a hint on his face. His person was incomparably level-headed to begin with, even if dreadful waves that billowed to the skies were stirred up in his heart. He would not reveal the least bit either. If he did not have this shrewdness, how could he dare to stay undercover under the leadership of the Holy City's 3 titans for so many years? It was also precisely because of this confidence that Zhao Lingdong knew that he definitely did not reveal a flaw along the way. But how did Yi Yuan see through him? Could it be because of that trace of spatial undulation? That trace of spatial undulation, even he did not detect it, could be said to be trivial to the extreme. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan had his suspicions, why would it be right at this time? Zhao Lingdong could not figure out after racking his brains. What are you implying? You were the one who wanted to find spirit medicines, not me. If you're not willing to enter the 4th level, then just don't go in. Zhao Lingdong said solemnly. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Lingdong and said coolly, still refusing to give up hope. Since I said such words, I naturally have some assurance. With this, Zhao Lingdong utterly gave up. He knew that Yi Yuan really saw through something amiss, but there were no flaws in front of him at all. If not for knowing in advance, Zhao Lingdong absolutely would not know that this place was a trap. Then, how in the world did Yi Yuan perceive it? Zhao Lingdong's brows furrowed. Faint killing intent locked onto Yi Yuan and he said in a deep voice, I examined myself and am sure that I didn't reveal any flaws at all. How did you see through? Yi Yuan did not answer his question, taking a look at the transmission array. In the distance, he said with a smile, like naturally formed, without any flaws in the slightest. If my surmises are right, this should be the legendary mountain and river state painting, right? Zhao Lingdong's gaze turned sharp. He did not think that Yi Yuan could actually even make this out. This brat was simply too freakish. Yi Yuan turned to Zhao Lingdong again and said with a smile, you indeed didn't have flaws, but you should know what's sudden impulse, right? Hearing sudden impulse, these 2 words, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed greatly. You actually comprehended sudden impulse. When fighting with those 8 giant apes, I already comprehended it. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. The breakthrough of Heart Realm could let martial artists give birth to some very mysterious skills, such as merging into heaven and earth, such as
Sudden Impulse.
Sudden impulse was actually a kind of sense to chase after good fortune and avoid disaster. This sort of sense, many powerful martial artists all had it. But that sense was just the very, very shallow kind. Furthermore, it was effective and ineffective at times, unable to use it as a reference at all. But sudden impulse could be said to be the superior type of this kind of sense. Before encountering danger, one would be able to sense it in advance, and pursue good fortune and avoid disaster from there. Facing off against the 8 giant apes the last time, Yi Yuan's heart realm already quietly broke through once more. This sudden impulse technique was also born in response to the proper time and conditions. However, you indeed concealed very well. Only all the way until a moment ago did a feeling well up in my heart. It seems like taking another step forward, there will be absolutely no chance of survival, Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Sudden impulse was not invincible. It was just a fleeting and ephemeral kind of sense. Except, this kind of sensation was more accurate and stronger. Compared to ordinary martial artists, that was all. Zhao Lingdong's scheming was extremely deep and did not reveal the slightest hint of a flaw at all, and also did not have even a trace of killing intent towards Yi Yuan before. Hence, Yi Yuan did not sense the danger previously. Then why did you come to suspect me? Zhao Lingdong said rather gloomily. I said before, your heart moved, although it was just that tiny bit under. This sort of crisis, it's exceptionally strong, Yi Yuan said. Zhao Lingdong was thoroughly defeated. He concealed extremely well along the way. Only just now, when Yi Yuan was about to step into the enchantment set up by the mountain and river state painting, his breathing hastened, leaving a tiny trace. But it was this tiny trace that betrayed him. The formidable aspect of sudden impulse lay in here. Of course, sudden impulse was not matchless. Just like this time, although he comprehended sudden impulse, it was still incomparably dangerous. Because the Devil Ridge 3 freaks showed themselves. A layer of ripple oscillated in the space. 3 black silhouettes emerged. Truly formidable. Didn't think that the mountain and river state painting, this kind of divine artifact, actually had no way of drawing you in. But you're still hard-pressed to escape death today, said the Devil Ridge 3.
Freaks boss mo datong.
Seeing the Devil Ridge 3 freaks, Yi Yuan's heart sunk. These 3 people were all Void Mystic Realm experts. This was to say that there were actually 5 Void Mystic powerhouses who came to besiege him. Furthermore, the things held in the Devil Ridge 3 freaks' hands were clearly all divine artifacts. 5 great Void Mystic powerhouse. 3 great divine artifacts. Such a line-up could simply be rated as extravagant. And such a line-up was actually just in order to deal with a measly little 4th level Tao Profound. You're all members of the fiend race? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Such extravagance, probably only that power-hungry fiend race always causing trouble from the shadows, could take out these divine artifacts. It was just that Yi Yuan was very curious about what kind of method the fiend race used to make these people look virtually identical with humans. Even the slightest hint of fiendish energy was not revealed. It looked like the fiend race really racked their brains empty for the sake of today's setup. Mo Dadong said, "That's right. Lord Divine Master ordered the 3 of us to come over and take your life. Once the Son of Heaven's mandate dies, the human race will be of no more threat." Hearing Son of Heaven's mandate, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too, but he felt relieved very quickly. He actually ruined the fiend race's plans several times through sheer dumb luck. Furthermore, Jialan knew that the soul-suppressing pearl and vast heaven steel were in his hands. Then guessing that the Son of Heaven's mandate was him would also be nothing strange. What Yi Yuan did not know was that the fiend race already knew that he was the Son of Heaven's mandate before he was born. The Medicine King Hall's accident was precisely because he was the Son of Heaven's mandate. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and opened his mouth and said with a look of despair, "Fine then. 5 great Void Mystic powerhouses coming to besiege me, a measly little 4th level Tao Profound. It's also truly thinking highly. Enough of me, since I'm dead for sure. Can you tell me just who in the world is controlling all this behind the scenes or not? Ji Qingyun, stop making futile efforts. Your trifling little tricks. Better. Don't show it off in front of this lord.
Detong ertong santong isa, don't
talk nonsense with him anymore. We've already lost the initiative. We definitely can't give him any bit of chance. Don't you all forget, if we can't kill him, we'd all have to die. Attack together and kill him," Zhao Lingdong said with a cold yell. He became incomparably cold and fierce at this time, decisive in going for the kill, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. The expressions of the Devil Ridge 3 freaks became fearful when they heard that. Yi Yuan's words really made them have some thoughts about mocking Yi Yuan. The 3 of them wielded divine artifacts. Furthermore, their cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They did not put Yi Yuan in their sights at all. Yi Yuan's words earlier really made them give rise to feelings of belittlement. 5 Void Mystics against a 4th level Tao Profound, it was absolutely a certain kill scenario. But Zhao Lingdong's words were akin to the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, shocking them awake. At this moment, the 3 of them had not made a move yet, but Zhao Lingdong's Howling Sky Divine Hound moved first. In that instant, Yi Yuan felt his neck turn cold. Halski's incomparably sharp teeth already reached his neck. All of this was just a matter of the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Even Yi Yuan did not react to it. This was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing the Howling Sky Divine Hound taking action. His opening move was a lethal blow. Halski's speed was unimaginably fast. Even those Devil Ridge 3 freaks did not react to it either. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, his figure instantly vanishing from where he was fleeing into the void. Yet Halsky was too near to him. Although Yi Yuan's actions were fast, it was still unable to shake off Halsky. Whoosh! Sharp dog claws pierced right through the void, swiping toward Yi Yuan's throat. The Howling Sky Divine Hound was actually overwhelmingly powerful. While at this time the Devil Ridge 3 freaks and Zhao Lingdong moved as well. For people joined hands, directly sealing this stretch of space off, not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to escape at all. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly fled out of the void, narrowly avoiding that lethal scratch. Yet one wave had yet to subside, but another wave rose. He had just fled the void when an incomparably vast and mighty spatial power wanted to envelop him. Inside in an instant, the mountain and river state painting. If taken in by the mountain and river state painting, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan immediately took out the sacred dragon token, instantly drawing 10% of his blood essence. Rumble! The space in front of Yi Yuan instantly exploded, sending his entire person flying out. The Devil Ridge 3 freaks did not give him any opportunity to catch his breath. Right at the second he flew out, the Spirit Horn Shattering Mirrors killing move already arrived. The Spirit Horn Shattering Mirrors power was more than several times fiercer. In Mo Ertong's hands, Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, put away the sacred dragon token, and took out the evil extermination sword. His Divine King domain instantly activated. Rumble! Another frontal clash. Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood in the air. Right then, the third divine artifact arrived too. Under the two attacks, Yi Yuan already suffered severe injuries. This attack, he was no longer able to resist it. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! Mo Santong wielded a short blade in his hand, bringing along a terrifying energy undulation and chopping towards Yi Yuan. Suffering two tremendous impacts in a row, Yi Yuan, this fourth level Dao Profound, already sustained severe injuries. This blow was a certain kill attack. Furthermore, in order to make provisions for contingencies, Zhao Lingdong also rushed over instantly. Charging over together with him was even the swift to the extreme Howling Sky Divine Hound. Three great powerhouses all-out attacks, they completely did not give Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath. This kind of successive attacks, even void mystic powerhouses were dead. Without a doubt too, let alone a puny little fourth-level Dao Profound. But right at this time, a hint of a faint smile flickered across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. What astonished Mo Santong and Zhao Lingdong was that the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes were actually bleeding. Two lines of blood tears flowed down along the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes as if crying. But the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth was clearly smiling. Smiling mockingly. Zhao Lingdong's heart thumped, instantly feeling that it was not good. But the movements of his hands were not the slightest bit slow, smacking a palm viciously onto Yi Yuan's chest. At the same time, Mo Santong's divine artifact short blade also chopped onto Yi Yuan's body. Perk! The fresh blood in Yi Yuan's mouth sprayed out like a fountain, making it a horrifyingly ghastly sight. Bang! Yi Yuan fell to the ground heavily and no longer had any movements. Looking at the thoroughly dead Yi Yuan, the four people finally heave a sigh. In relief. Heh. The Son of Heaven's mandate died just like that. This time, the human race no longer has anything to count on. Mo Datong said. I was wondering how powerful the Son of Heaven's mandate was. It's also merely like this. Without screening Heaven's secrets, didn't he still kick the bucket? Mo Datong said with a disdainful look. Before dying just now, he was still smiling at me. I thought that he had some way of escape scared me to death. Luckily, he's thoroughly dead,
Montag Santong.
said. Ha ha ha. Number 3, you're too cowardly. Our 3 great divine artifact. Attacking. How could he have a chance to survive? Forget about a measly little 4th level Tao Profound, even Void Mystic Realm martial artists will be dead. For sure too, Mo Ertong said with a big laugh. Mo Santong also nodded his head when he heard that and said, but this boy was, indeed heaven-defying. Just 4th level Tao Profound, and he was actually able to comprehend a divine king domain. If we allow him to carry on developing unchecked, he'd really be my fiend race's great enemy. No wonder Lord Divine Master did not stint to deploy 3 great divine artifacts, and also had to eradicate this boy. While the Devil Ridge 3 freaks were talking on this side, Zhao Lingdong had his brows knitted all along at one side and did not speak. He looked at Yi Yuan's corpse as if absorbed in thought. Mo Dadong noticed his anomaly and could not help asking, Zhao Lingdong, what's wrong? Zhao Lingdong did not answer him. He said to Halsky, Halsky, go take a look at whether he's thoroughly dead. Halsky immediately arrived beside Yi Yuan's corpse with a whoosh. Extending a dog paw, he started fiddling with Yi Yuan's corpse. The Devil Ridge 3 freaks looked at this scene curiously, uncertain about what Zhao Lingdong was playing at. Fiddling for a bit, Halsky returned to Zhao Lingdong's side with a flash and barked a few times. After that, Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted together even more tightly. Zhao Lingdong, what in the world did you discover? Speak. Mo Ertong could not refrain from asking. Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, I keep feeling that something is not quite right. But Halsky went over and didn't discover anything either. This Ji Qingyun is indeed completely dead. The 3 people were previously made all fidgety and jumpy by Zhao Lingdong. Upon hearing that at this time, they finally let out a sigh in relief. Sigh. I thought you discovered something. Zhao Lingdong, you wouldn't be making a fool out of the 3 of us brothers, right? Mo Datong said, unhappily. Although Zhao Lingdong's strength was that little bit stronger compared to them, the 3 of them joining hands, Zhao Lingdong was absolutely not a match. If not for Lord Divine Master's order to listen to Zhao Lingdong's arrangements on this trip, they would have long fallen out. Zhao Lingdong beat around the bush for half the day. In the end, there wasn't even anything. What was this if not making a fool out of them? Zhao Lingdong gave Mo Datong a glance, but asked Mo Santong, Santong, did you see Yi Yuan's eyes bleeding just now? Mo Santong froze and said with a nod, that's right, I saw that his eyes seemed to be bleeding just now. Furthermore, he even gave me a strange smile, smiling until I had goosebumps break out all over. Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted. Thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, I keep feeling that we killed Yi Yuan too easily. How can the son of heaven's mandate possibly be killed so easily? Mo Dadong frowned and said, easy? Can't say it like that either, right? The mountain and river state painting that we set up was even seen through by him. Furthermore, to kill him, the few of us also exerted all of our strengths, before barely managing to succeed. Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, it appears that the few of our strengths are indeed much stronger than him. But I keep feeling that Ji Qingyun's trumps cards shouldn't be just 2 divine artifacts. Furthermore, his eyes bled at the final juncture, plus his expression. This point is too suspicious. Zhao Lingdong's entire body trembled, suddenly feeling that he had grasped something, but he could not think of it for a moment either. Eyes. Eyes. What kind of tricks would he have that are related to the eyes? The composed Zhao Lingdong suddenly became somewhat anxious and fretful. At the 4th level, a white silhouette walked out from inside the transmission array. On the white garment, it was already soaked by fresh blood, appearing incomparably wretched. Screw you, Yi Yuan. Moonlight Mirage 1 is a divine rank illusionary art. Although there is divine essence, if I don't recuperate for a year or so, there's absolutely no way to recover. Inside the sea of consciousness, a voice suddenly shrieked. This white silhouette was precisely Yi Yuan, who escaped into the 4th level. From the 3rd level, in that instant, alarm bells sounded in his heart. Yi Yuan was already planning how to escape. Inside his sea of consciousness, Yi Yuan viciously threatened the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Only then did it make him cast the divine rank illusionary art Moonlight Mirage. The sun-moon heavenly pupil utilized Yi Yuan's divine essence to cast a terrifying divine rank illusionary art. Although it did not reach the power of a true divine rank illusionary art, it also made Zhao Lingdong and the rest fall into an illusionary realm. Except, casting this illusionary art to the current sun-moon heavenly pupil, the expenditure was incomparably enormous, virtually draining his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit became much weaker all at once. This was also why blood tears suddenly flowed out from Yi Yuan's eyes at the final juncture. This sort of situation was about the same as Yi Yuan using the sacred dragon token. Currently, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were tightly shut, incomparably agonizing, completely unable to see things anymore. The sun-moon heavenly pupil required a period of preparation time to cast Moonlight Mirage. Hence, Yi Yuan had been thinking of ways to deal with Zhao Lingdong all along. It was just that Yi Yuan did not think that Zhao Lingdong was so vigilant. He did not give him sufficient time at all. 2 great void mystic powerhouses wielding divine artifacts in their hands. Yi Yuan still suffered serious injuries by forcefully clashing twice with them. Luckily, the sun-moon heavenly pupil finally finished casting at the last second. Only then did Yi Yuan take the chance to escape. Enough crap. If I die, you likewise can't survive. If you were to land in the hands of the fiend race, heh. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's divine sense spread out. Under Heaven-Man Unity Heart Realm, the surrounding situation was taken in at one glance. Briefly stopping for a moment, Yi Yuan unleashed his movement technique and sped in a direction rapidly. He discovered a cave not far away. Yi Yuan's current condition was very dreadful, and he needed to find a safe place to rest and rehabilitate for a moment. Yi Yuan, you damn fellow. You're a bloodsucker. When you use this lord, you force this lord. When you don't use, you kick this lord to one side. Erg. How did I board your pirate ship? Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil howled. Toward this ancient class primordial spirit, Yi Yuan's guard was still very high. Along the way, the sun-moon heavenly pupil yelled out unceasingly inside his sea of consciousness, appearing very aggrieved. Shut your mouth for me! Entering the cave, Yi Yuan barked coldly. Sensing Yi Yuan's cold-killing intent, the sun-moon heavenly pupil realized that Yi Yuan was really enraged and immediately shut his mouth and did not speak. How long can your moonlight mirage be maintained? Yi Yuan asked coldly. If those few people did not have divine artifacts in their possession, they absolutely could not escape the moonlight mirage within a short time. But the spirit horn shattering mirror was the jinx of illusionary arts. Once they realized that they had fallen into an illusion, the moonlight mirage could not trap them for very long at all. This was also the reason why Yi Yuan fled toward the 4th level and not escape toward the 2nd level. Escaping upward was definitely a one-way ticket to hell. While the 5th level, these people absolutely did not dare to enter. It was just that, in Yi Yuan's current state, he could not escape to the 5th level at all and would surely be caught up by them. The sun-moon heavenly pupil said, brimming with confidence. This lord's moonlight mirage is a divine rank illusionary art, silent and noiseless. Those amateurs got to at least be trapped inside for 10 days to half a month. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. I have no time to listen to you talk nonsense here. Keep bragging, and I'll immediately exterminate you. The sun-moon heavenly pupil immediately switched to a smiling face and said, Haha, younger brother, calm your anger, calm your anger. That They have the spirit horn shattering mirror. I reckon that at most it's also just 1 day's time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said solemnly, "Now, shut your mouth up for me." Done talking, Yi Yuan took out 3 medicinal pills and started to treat his injuries. Ever since obtaining the sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan would basically have a running stock of blood essence replenishing medicinal pills. Fortunately, he only lost 10% blood essence. Replenishing was not too troublesome. What was truly troublesome was that he borrowed the power of the sun-moon heavenly pupil to cast moonlight mirage. This burden on his body was too great. With only a day's time, Yi Yuan must seize every second. The spirit horn shattering mirror was able to shuttle through space. Once they broke free, they would catch up very quickly. With the medicinal pill entering his abdomen, Yi Yuan's blood essence was replenished bit by bit, while his body was also gradually recovering. Sun-moon heavenly pupil. That brat must have acquired the sun-moon heavenly pupil. He must have obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil when he entered the vast sun-bright moon realm. Damn it! We fell into an illusion. Zhao Lingdong's entire body suddenly trembled, finally grasping that trace of inspiration. What? We fell into an illusion? Are you joking, Zhao Lingdong? Ordinary illusions completely cannot conceal their traces in front of the spirit horn shattering mirror. Mo or Tong said disdainfully. Zhao Lingdong said coldly, "Then what if it isn't an ordinary illusionary realm? Don't you guys forget, the sun-moon heavenly pupil was once tethered to a deity realm powerhouse." Zhao Lingdong's words made the Devil Ridge 3 freaks feel alarmed inwardly. Their expressions also became solemn. If it was really a divine rank, illusionary art, they might really be trapped inside an illusionary realm. What are you still in a daze for? Ertong used the spirit horn shattering mirror to break the illusionary art. Remember, use divine essence. Zhao Lingdong reminded him. Mo Ertong was startled and hurriedly injected divine essence inside the spirit horn shattering mirror. The spirit horn shattering mirror immediately gave off waves of light. Waves of ripples spread out in the surrounding space with the spirit horn shattering mirror as the center. Sensing the spirit horn shattering mirror's change, Mo Ertong was startled. Inwardly, they really got hit by an illusionary spell. This illusionary art was extraordinary. This large group of void mystic powerhouses actually did not see through a tiny bit. Clearly, Zhao Lingdong did not perceive it either. He guessed it through some fleeting clues.
Montag Ertong was endlessly shocked.
If they did not bring the spirit horn shattering mirror this time, it was really uncertain how long they would have to be trapped inside this illusionary realm. Now, he finally knew how hard the Son of Heaven's mandate was to tangle with. The belittling towards Yi Yuan previously was completely swept away clean. Not just him, the others were similarly incredibly shocked. Yi Yuan was too scary to actually toy with them. 5 great void mystic powerhouses in the palm of his hand. No wonder Lord Divine Master regarded Yi Yuan so highly, making them bring 3 great divine artifacts over. A day later, Mo Ertong finally broke apart the illusionary realm with help from the spirit horn shattering mirror. Looking on the ground again, where was their Yi Yuan's corpse? Quickly give chase. Fortunately, Zhao Lingdong's reaction was fast. The time we were trapped was also not very long. He shouldn't have escaped to the 2nd level yet, Mo Datong said. The other 2 people nodded their heads and voiced their assent. They were just about to move out to pursue him but was stopped by Zhao Lingdong. Wait a minute. What is it? The 3 people froze. I feel that he shouldn't have escaped to the 2nd level, Zhao Lingdong said. The 3 people were stunned again. Not escaping to the 2nd level, could it be that he escaped to the 4th level still? Being trapped by us inside. He'll be dead for sure. Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, he knows that we have the spirit horn shattering mirror. Escaping to the 2nd level, he absolutely can't escape. If I were Ji Qingyun, I'd definitely cut off all escape routes to rise up in the face of a desperate situation, and escape downwards. As long as he escapes to the 5th level, we definitely won't dare to go down. If it were before, the Devil Ridge 3 freaks would definitely be very disdainful towards Zhao Lingdong's words. But now they were utterly convinced by Zhao Lingdong. It was not without reason that Lord Divine Master made him listen to Zhao Lingdong. If not for Zhao Lingdong, who knew how much time they would have to be trapped by the illusionary art, at that time the flowers would have really turned yellow. Fine, I'll listen to you. Go down to the 4th level. Mo Datong said. Everybody be more careful. This boy is very bizarre and hasn't pulled out God knows how many trump cards yet. Reaching the 4th level, we mustn't drop our guard. Zhao Lingdong exhorted. A light flashed. Zhao Lingdong's figure appeared at the 4th level, but his brows knitted tightly together, because the Devil Ridge 3 freaks disappeared. They clearly entered through the transmission array together. Why was everyone gone the moment they came out? Not just the Devil Ridge 3 freaks, even the Howling Sky Divine Hound that had been following him all along also vanished without a trace. Zhao Lingdong instantly felt that things were not right. Could it be an illusionary art again? Mo Ertong had the spirit horn shattering mirror in his hands. What was the use of repeating the same old trick? Furthermore, this illusionary realm was clearly not as powerful as before. But Zhao Lingdong knew that Yi Yuan definitely would not shoot at a non-existent target. This sort of futile work, he definitely would not do it. Then what on earth was Yi Yuan planning to do by playing this? Suddenly, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed, and he said, "Shit! The spirit horn shattering mirror in Mo Ertong's hands is the greatest threat to him. He definitely wants to deal with Mo Ertong. No way, I absolutely can't let him prevail."